testing. Hi, good evening. In compliance with Chapter 551, Open Meetings of the Texas Government Code, I call to order an information session of the Board of Trustees of the Austin Independent School District for Thursday, November 6, 2025 at 6:05 p.m. A quorum of the board is physically present at Austin ISD Central Office to conduct this meeting. This meeting is being broadcast on cable channel 22 through Spectrum as down broadband and on channel 99 through AT&T Uverse. Closed captioning in English is available on these platforms for individuals who are deaf or hard of hearing. Welcome and thank you for joining us. Trustee Quintana will be joining us by Zoom tonight. Normally we have public comment at the very top of our meeting. Comments were coming in until very close to our meeting today, and so the staff who put the voice files together need a little bit of extra time. I apologize those aren't ready. Instead of beginning the rest of our meeting, by law public comments need to be at the top of our meeting, so we are going to go into executive session first, get some of that work done, and as soon as the voice file is ready, we'll come back, we'll listen to public comments, and we'll move forward with the first agenda item after that on our meeting. And we will, if anyone wants to walk into the lobby, do anything, we'll make sure to come and let you know before our meeting starts, the public portion. So we will now recess the open meeting at 6:06 p.m. and move to executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code sections 551.074, 551.072, 551.073, 551.087, 551.076, 551.0821, and 551.071. When we finish with executive session, we will return to the open session. Thank you. Hi, everybody. We will now reconvene our open meeting at 6:47 p.m. The public comment file is ready, so now is our opportunity for the public to share comments with the board. This time allows speakers to comment publicly on any topic of their choosing because it's an information session directly to the school board. We have time for up to 60 speakers. As a reminder, the district continues to provide time during regular voting meetings of the board to hear from the public about agenda items for consideration and vote. Tonight is an opportunity for the board to take part in listening to our community, and while we wish we could respond or provide feedback, Texas law requires us to limit our questions and requests for clarification or follow-up directly to the administration. Members of the public wishing to participate in the public comment portion of our meeting called a dedicated Austin ISD phone line in advance of the meeting to sign up to speak in person or to audio record their remarks. And tonight we have 11 people signed up to speak in person and 49 who left a recorded message. And we will begin with in-person testimony to provide as many opportunities for input as possible. Each speaker will be allotted 1 minute. No substitutions or yielding of time to others is permitted. Callers who signed up to speak in person are welcome to come to the microphone when your name is called. And as you come to the microphone, please press the button to turn it on. A device will light up as you move through your 1 minute of time. When the buzzer sounds, please make a final thought in one sentence. And again, we ask that whether you come to give a complaint or praise, that you reference the staff member, any staff member by position or abbreviated last name. And we ask that all of our audience members, whether speaking or not, please show respect at all times. Thank you. Our in-person speakers tonight are Stacy Woodburn Henry, Delicia McLean, and Joe Arriaga for our first three.
Okay. Hi, I'm Stacy from Becker, and I'm here to speak about process integrity. In a recorded Zoom, September 18th, Dr. French spoke to Becker families about the amount of influence that y'all can have, quote, and our answer is like, no. The same evening, Ms. Ghilarducci was overheard gossiping and complaining about our school outside this very hallway. In the past 2 months, several Becker teachers who helped with advocacy letters and translations told us that they must remain anonymous since they are not supposed to voice opposition. The October 31 Areas of Exploration Tracker omitted many of the topics mentioned in Becker's comment cards. We asked French for clarification regarding nuanced language around dual language transfers, but received no response. Similarly, our FOIA requests have been delayed. Now there is an integrity investigation, and both of the aforementioned people are on leave. Trustees, I ask you to question if Becker's successful, cost-effective, and beloved school was given a fair chance. Were any of our suggestions properly considered as this plan was created?
Thank you, and I'd like to thank you for your comment, but I would like to remind our audience, please don't mention staff members by name, by last name, please, unless our council feels like there's an exception to that. I understand names have been public, and I'm not saying that for you, just saying that because that's our practice. Thank you.
Delicia McLean, Becker parent. I've heard you say, sir, that you're trying to do big things with this draft plan. But we must ask, big for who? This plan closes now 10 schools, and for what gain? The data isn't clear. Our most vulnerable students continue to be marginalized, shuffled from school to school. The wall-to-wall campuses are being closed in order to redistribute those resources to similar student populations, all for a mere 2.99% increase in DL access for our EB students. That big disruption for almost no impact? It feels like every problem in this district is seen as a nail, and the solution is the same blunt instrument, closure. Utilization problem, closure. Budget deficit, closure. Inequity, closure. TAP, closure. But where are the solutions that build up rather than tear down? Where is the student-focused, community-centered decision-making? It's not for lack of ideas or community willingness. You have both of them. We're here. You have the Gibson report, the TEA Senate Bill 560 strategic plan calling for growing our own teachers, building pipelines, and expanding bilingual programs. Sorry, I'm going to try to summarize so that I can get off the thing. You even moved in that direction in 2024 with Teach Austin. It was launched in partnership with the New Teacher Project until it was cut the year before the cohort was able to graduate. You talk about big things, but the big things it's not closure, it's collaboration. It's investing in what's working and fixing what's not without throwing communities in the trash. The boldest move we can make is not to divide, but to unite, to create a plan that truly serves all students.
Hi, thank you.
530 comment cards, all for one row in a small paragraph that misrepresents our actual ask and lacks the metrics and thoroughness in its response. When every fiber in our parental being told us to get loud, we followed the rules, we welcomed you into our schools with the utmost Bobcat hospitality, but what we've gotten back does not feel like collaboration. Just to clarify, we're asking the district to consider a 5th wall-to-wall dual language program in South Central Austin, partner with us to truly elevate the emergent bilingual experience district-wide. Our plan outlines several ways to do so. This isn't something that we feel entitled to, but if this plan is going to go against one of its own core tenets and tear us apart by not keeping us together, at least give us real numbers to back it up. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next in-person speakers are Selena Martinez, Muna Barra, and Steve Swanson.
Thank you. Selena Martinez, Becker parent. 3 things. 1, the changes to the dual language policy you're going to see tonight involve the goal or include the goal of 50-50 emergent, non-emergent bilinguals, which is great. But any change to policy should involve community input, at least the Multilingual Educational Advisory Committee. 2, Superintendent Matias, I urge you to reconsider your decision to move forward with the plan for dual language schools, despite everything that happened this week. I emailed you and the trustees back in September. During a Becker conversation, we were told that there was nothing we could do to change any of the plans. And this definitely swayed people to give up before this process really got started. So someone who is being investigated impacted this part of the process for us. Last, I urge you to reconsider our proposal for a 5th dual language school located in South Central Austin. We have the EBs in the area to get to 50-50. Becker is the only school of the 4 wall-to-wall campuses that is being broken up. Thank you.
Okay. Do I just press the button? Yep. Okay. Mona Barre, UT Austin student. Okay. Then I press it?
That's it.
Okay.
It turns right.
Okay. We often define family as our blood relatives, but that's wrong. Family consists of our community, our teachers, parents, and of course, students. I have to wonder, if the schools up for consolidation are performing well, why would the board members of AISD close these schools? A child's educational success takes a village, and closing community schools only to sell them to private interests endangers students' education. Generally speaking, this decision is not what's best for our district. As a child of Somali immigrants, I have watched how political issues and displacement have negatively impacted people. Being forcibly removed from your community into one you don't know, being ripped apart from your family, and feeling abandoned. The consequence of such displacement is trauma. Public officials work for Austinites, not the corporations that would profit from private education, but the families that you're trying to rip apart. Austin is watching. Hear us. It's not consolidation, it's school closure. Hear Austinites when we say no to closing these schools down. Thank you.
Is it working? Okay. Good evening. I'm Steve Swanson. Our AISD lawyers and superintendent are to be recognized for initiating professionalism in the planning of our schools. Working together, our AISD lawyers have obtained the support of TEA's General Counsel to the Supreme Court's mandate for professionalism, the Texas Lawyers Creed. And regarding school planning, our superintendent has been quoted stating, "Integrity of the process has to be held throughout the entire process, or else it's difficult for me to provide my support and take it forward." Professionalism integrity includes TEA and AISD starting to fulfill state law for the planning of schools, including 11.002, 11.051, 11.254 of the Texas Education Code. Had this been done in 2008, Johnston High School in East Austin would not have been closed and renamed Eastside Memorial. Integrity demands we ensure TEA serves AISD, not controls us. Do not be afraid of TEA. Be professional. Stop school planning, learn TEA's and AISD's obligations, and start following state law to prevent harm and loss in our schools. It's more important than just test scores. I welcome your questions and hope you read the handout. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Adam Sparks, Anita Sigler, and Mary Alice Ruiz.
Hello, I'm here on behalf of the Maplewood community. We're feeling a lot of things right now. We feel relief for our students and our faculty and for our staff. We feel whiplash that the unchangeable plan all of a sudden was changed in such a random way. And we also feel guilt that we are being given the time that we want for all students in AISD. We are 2 weeks away from a vote. We have no idea if it's going to be Go Valley or Zavala. We have no idea if Blackshear is going to get put on the list at the very last second. There haven't been meetings with these communities. We are 2 weeks away from a vote. So our community is going to keep advocating what we've always advocated for. On November 20th, please vote for the only thing that is required to be voted on November 20th, which is the turnaround plans, which is a Herculean task in and of itself to get that right and execute that faithfully. Please put all of your energy there. And if there is going to be a one-year pause, don't just make it a pause and pick up where you left off in April. Let's try to fix enrollment. Let's put Montessori pre-K in underutilized buildings. Let's go to the Austin Ed Fund and say, hey, we're going to make a fund just for interventionists in Title I schools and challenge the Austin community to say, let's fill this with $5 million by the end of the school year. That's what Austin Parks Foundation does. That's how you get around all the limitations on funding, is you go to the community and you lead. And so we need the superintendent right now to clarify what the heck went on a couple of days ago and lead us into a better solution that focuses on turnaround plans and limits discussion until the community can be engaged on the other issues. Thank you.
Okay, I got to figure this out. Oh, it's already on? Okay. All right. Good evening. I'm Anita Sigler. I'm the librarian at Pickle Elementary. I want to speak from the heart about the proposed change from our dual language program to a wall-to-wall model. Pickle's dual language program is more than a structure. It is a community built on being biliterate, bilingual, bicultural, something Pickle that has been nurturing for many years. We would gladly welcome Ridgetop to join us in this current model, but converting Pickle to wall would mean all of our ESL students must move to Hart, along with our turnaround plan, which means that an F campus would be taken on a turnaround plan of another F campus. Let's merge Ridgetop and Pickle so both campuses can grow together as a dual language campus. Resources combined, staff united, and we still retain our Title I benefits. Pickle is making real progress. Please slow down this change and look at our students, not just the numbers. We have solutions and we have suggestions. Please make us part of this transition team and talk with us. Thank you for listening and for your dedication to our children. I can't see them.
Is it on? Yes. Excuse me. Don't start yet. I got to clear my throat. Breathe. Okay. Good evening, Superintendent Matias and esteemed board members. Thank you for keeping our Sanchez students' hopes and dreams alive with the proposed changes that we've discussed. These changes will continue to ensure equal access to transportation and programming during the transitional period for our emergent bilingual students, English and ESL students, and our special ed population. By giving our current 3rd and 4th grade English ESL students an opportunity to complete their elementary journey is paramount to fulfilling their dreams. Would you also consider granting our 1st and 2nd grade English and ESL students the same opportunity? Will our ESL teachers be given an opportunity to continue serving them at Sanchez? In closing, I would like to acknowledge each of you for your advocacy work and countless hours dedicated towards achieving this monumental task. After decades of serving in public education, I never dreamed that education reform would be so challenging. We must remain united in our collective efforts to make AISD the best in the state of Texas. Thank you for all you do on behalf of our district. I am AISD proud.
Thank you. We have 2 additional in-person speakers. We have Cheryl Bradley and Bertha Rendon Delgado. Thank you.
Okay. Can y'all hear me? Actually, first of all, I want to start by saying thank you to the superintendent, Chief Montgomery, Chief Drinks, for coming out October the 28th and speaking with the community at Greater Calvary Bible Church. It was hosted by East Side Social Action Coalition, and it was very well received. The community was very pleased with it, and it was actually meaningful engagement. So we appreciate that. But then also, I'm here to say, and it's going to be quick, if there is a question in the integrity of the process, then you need to stop. It shouldn't go any further until you can clear that piece up. You don't want it to go any further. The district already has an issue with mistrust. You don't want to dig it any deeper, because the thing about it, if you're still fighting the issues that happened in 1971, today, 30 years from now, you will be fighting this issue now. So if the process, if there's an integrity process for 3 schools, it's an integrity process for all of them.
Good evening. It's good to see you, Matias. My name is Bertha Rendon Delgado. I'm a City of Austin former housing commissioner. I'm also an alumni of Martin Middle School, Metz Elementary, which is closed now, and a longtime native of East Austin, 46 years. We are very disappointed in the direction of you, our leadership, this board. The plan is racially, economically, and geographically segregated, and it calls for lawsuit. Diversity benefits everyone, and what you've done to East Austin and District 1 and District 2, the East Austin schools have been closed. This is now going to be our 6th school in the decades. The boundary changes that you're making do not give our schools and our kids diversity. You are destabilizing our children and displacing our families. We ask that you postpone this vote. We ask that you do not close any more schools in this district. And we ask for your resignation if you continue in a class lawsuit against AISD. Thank you.
Thank you to our speakers. We will now play the recorded message for public testimony, so please listen carefully.
Hello, my name is Ben Prince. I am a Becker Elementary School parent. I am actually alumni of AISD, and I live in the Bolden Creek neighborhood. I'm calling to strongly support Becker Elementary School as a successful model of dual language education in AISD. It's also a very successful neighborhood school. In fact, it drew my wife and I to move our family to this neighborhood at tremendous sacrifice. And I realize that all community members in Austin are sacrificing right now, but we need Becker and schools like Becker that are positive, successful models of public education to attract people from other areas. If this is not possible to keep Becker open as a dual language school or merely as a local elementary school, please allow Bolden Creek Elementary students to merge with the Zilker community, as this is a community that's close, walkable, and has a similar quality of education. Thank you for your time. And
hi, my name is Laura Hampton. I have a future AISD student, and we're in the Zilker Elementary area. I just wanted to thank, in particular, President Boswell and Superintendent Segura for the flexibility and listening to our community feedback. It was great to watch the last board meeting and see that that the plan is to draft an amendment for our area to keep our communities together. Lynn was great and came to our area and drove around and saw some of our safety concerns. So really appreciate that. There are a lot of families in our area who walk to school, bike to school, and really want to stay together, and specifically sought homes in this area for the diversity that Zilker Elementary has to offer. So thank you very much, and looking forward to seeing those changes in the next draft. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Ellen Price, and I'm calling on behalf of Becker Elementary. I have a kindergartner, and then I have a 1-year-old, and hoping to be in this district for the next 17 years. But this process has really made it feel like that's not going to be possible for my family. I'd like to advocate again on behalf of Becker Elementary School staying open throughout this process. It's clear, given the changes that were made just today to pause most of the process, that it is possible to untangle things from the taps and to make changes to the plan at this point. Becker Elementary is being funded Chance-Edge Elementary, which we do not wish to take over. We actually wish the best for that school and for that school to be given more resources to succeed. However, as many as 86% of us at Becker Elementary are not able to feasibly and logistically drive to Sanchez Elementary every day. We're the only community on the remaining closing schools that are being fractured into a million different pieces with this plan, with so many of us unable to make the move. I-35 has been used as a natural boundary, but that seems to not be the case for our school. I'd love for you to take community feedback and proposals that we've been coming to you with into real consideration. It feels as though the district has not been listening to us.
Hi, my name is Nikki. I'm calling to make a comment on the consideration of the closing of Becker Elementary School. It's a school in my neighborhood that I really feel gives people a great sense of community here, is very safe for the children to get here, and really has forged the community around it, the neighborhood around it, as a really excellent inner city school. It just has a lot going for it, and I really can't imagine that there isn't money that couldn't come from somewhere else besides closing a school that's performing so well and does such a service to our community in Bolden Creek. Thank you for your consideration. I hope you will reconsider.
There, my name is Catlin Zuniga, and I am a parent of a Zilker Elementary student as well as a resident of Zilker East. Thank you so much for taking the time and listening to our community feedback. We truly appreciate President Boswell taking the time to drive through Zilker, Galindo, and Becker and to see firsthand the transportation safety concerns and the limited access points across the railroad that we have expressed. We are also grateful to AISD staff for visiting Zilker to review enrollment capacities. One of our concerns, if boundaries revert back to the 10-3 version, is that Zilker could be significantly over capacity with both grandfathered families as well as additional families coming from Becker through the new amendment, allowing all in zone transfers to continue to go to the new school. Our community is hopeful for a finalized amendment that supports the district's goals of balancing enrollment, minimizing disruption for families, and continuing to keep our schools strong and accessible for all students. Thank you again for your work and your thoughtful consideration.
Hi, my name is Doa. I'm a Zilker East parent. I'm also a person of color, and I did not want to choose between diversity and quality of education. That's part of why we bought a home within the Zilker zone for my child. This boundary change that you're considering takes the most accessible neighborhood in Zilker, which is our neighborhood, South Lamar, and displaces us with the wealthiest neighborhood in the area, Bolden Acres, the Becker Zone. And that destroys the very thing that is special about Zilker. It is one of the only very high-performing schools that is very, very diverse in a meaningful way. So please don't cluster the wealthy neighborhoods in our area at Zilker and send the rest of us to a TAP school in the name of equity. It's not fair, and I'm sure there are other solutions. Thank you for considering. Bye.
AISD needs strong dual language programs to support emergent bilingual students, provide the quality education every student deserves, and to draw local families to public schools. There is no reason to dismantle the successful DL programs that took over a decade to build and hope they somehow regenerate and flourish in new locations, all while kicking out historically marginalized communities from their beloved schools in the process. Becker's only challenge has been access, helping EB families learn about our programs, navigate a difficult enrollment process, and obtain transportation. These are barriers we've been asking you to address for years. Now, you've committed to fix these issues, but not at our campus. Why must we dismantle our school and move to a new building in order to get the district's help? Trustees, we urge you to push for sensible alternatives to the current plan. The Gibson report to AISD stated the existing campuses are uniquely capable of implementing strong DL instructional practices and supporting emergent bilingual students. Let Becker remain the hub where dual language students from Dawson and Zilker can come together in a central location with dedicated teachers, a historic building, an exemplary garden, and a deeply committed community. Fix the enrollment and transportation barriers. Don't dismantle what works. Support community-driven solutions that build on proven success instead of erasing it.
Hello, this is Andrea Schneider and Brett Close. We are residents of the Bolden neighborhood, and our daughter is a second grader at Becker Elementary. We would like the rezoning of the Bolden neighborhood to be to Zilker Elementary, not Galindo. This makes sense because it's a walkable neighborhood school. All Bolden Creek residents live within 2 miles of Zilker versus 2+ miles to Galindo, which would require buses and additional travel. Zilker also has comparable quality education that matches the education of what Becker and Bolden families have come to expect of their neighborhood school. We hope you will take this into consideration and confirm that Bolden residents will be rezoned to the Zilker Elementary School. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Barbara Passmore. I'm a Becker Bobcat parent and a member of the board of the school garden, the Becker Green Classroom, which was founded in 1989 and is the oldest school garden in Austin. It's hosted trustees, the superintendent, politicians, Alice Waters. It inspired the Edible Schoolyard program, and it has inspired multiple programs in the school district, including the Garden to Cafe program, which allows kids to eat in the cafeteria what they've grown in their own organic garden. And it also it has not been taken into account in the plan making that has taken place so far. I think these plans have been made too fast and haven't taken into account the communities that will be terminated. It hasn't taken into account the proximity of public libraries. There are numerous other factors, and I just hope that we can implore you and convince you to take a pause and reassess. Closing Becker is not the way to make Austin ISD better.
Hi, my name is Sarah Spitz. I have a student that was supposed to start pre-K4 at Ridgetop next year. I urged the district to come up with a plan for Riley Elementary due to the consolidation that parents in our neighborhood can feel excited and confident about, that this will be an excellent neighborhood school next year. If you all cannot be able to make this an excellent school in the next year or 2 years, please consider rezoning our area to Lee and the Riley area to Brentwood while you figure out how to manage the consolidation. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Greg Hayes, parent to 3 students zoned to Becker Elementary School. Becker is an awesomely diverse school, and because of this, there are many groups representing the future, the repositioning, and the support that Becker can give to the larger Austin ISD. all of Becker wishes to keep the school open. However, Becker is not only a dual language school, it's also a neighborhood school, and keeping local kids going to neighborhood schools is a top priority of the district. The Becker Zone students have not had a strong voice in these discussions. In the event that Becker does close, Becker Zone students will be adversely affected by losing two things: their dual language school and their neighborhood school. There's a petition now with more than 100 signatures and a proposal to best serve these zone kids by combining with the Zilker Elementary School as originally proposed by the district. This was a good plan in this difficult situation. The Bolden neighborhood shares parks, playgrounds, and friends with the Zilker neighborhood on a regular basis. Please don't ignore the minority voice at Becker and the zone student population in your considerations. Thank you. Bye.
Hi, my name is Pam Mayo. I'm a Ridgetop Elementary parent. We had Mr. Segura at school today, but unfortunately we weren't all able to answer questions about the consolidation plan. Some of my questions are about whether or not it was considered that Ridgetop stop being a wall-to-wall program and perhaps just retain a track or two of dual language, therefore alleviating, some of the need for all of the bilingual teachers who are there. And also, what is the plan for Pickle's Title I status? And will merging these schools result in a large loss of funding of Title I funds for that school? And also, what is the future plan to get more teachers certified in bilingual education? Is the plan to continue filing exceptions for those teachers or to somehow assist them in obtaining certifications? And how can the parent community support those teachers who want to become bilingual certified? Thank you.
My name is Lane Rouse. I am a parent to two children that attend Ridgetop Elementary. I would like clarity around initially this plan was proposed because of a budget crisis, and yet somehow we were able to magically fund 3 schools getting off of the consolidation closure list. Where did the funds come from that are allowing these 3 schools to stay open? We were also told that the dual language wall-to-wall programs needed to move to be closer to the emerging bilingual population and improve equity of the program. Are these programs tied to turnaround plans associated with the receiving schools?
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Michael, and I am a parent at Ridgetop. I have 2 questions. One is I overheard, I believe, in a Zoom meeting that you are thinking of opening up a wall-to-wall middle school. Unclear if it's 1 or 2 and where it would be located, but many of us would like to know if this is the case, as it would help with our decision-making. Second question is, my son is in kindergarten. I have talked to almost every single kindergarten parent at Ridgetop. No one I know is planning to go to Pickle because of the location. Mix of Wooten, Brentwood, Lee, Riley, and so on, based on where they are zoned. My question is, are you doing anything to encourage non-emerging bilinguals to attend Ridgetop in those younger age grades, which would not be just starting out in elementary school? As you can imagine, we want people coming from other highly rated schools or just, other folks who might already be in a school that's not closing. So what would encourage them to move to Pickle so that it really is a true mix of emerging bilingual and non-emerging bilingual? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Vicki DeBusk. I'm calling in regards to the closure of Becker Elementary. I live in Bolden Creek. All 3 of my kids attended Becker Elementary, and I am currently the president of the board of the Becker Green Classroom. If you close Becker Elementary, you are also closing the Becker Green Classroom. We are a volunteer-run nonprofit organization that was first established in 1989 by pioneer Carla Marshall, who wanted to get kids outside, doing learning outside instead of in the classroom. The Becker Green Classroom has been a leader in district-wide innovation, inspiring dozens of school gardens around Austin. Outdoor learning, the Children's Outdoor Bill of Rights, and environmental sustainability have become core in AISD's plan for the future and are 2 fundamental aspects of our volunteer-led program. The Becker Green Classroom is an independent, volunteer-run nonprofit organization with deep ties to the local community and Austin's arts and gardening communities. Keeping the Becker Green Classroom open to students and community members does not just allow us to keep our mission and our history alive, it has the potential to support children across the district in line with district-level goals, outdoor learning. If you close...
My name is Bianca Gonzalez Conrad, and I'm a Becker parent. I've lived in Bolden Creek for 16 years, and both my children are students at Becker Elementary. Each kid started in pre-K, so we've been at Becker about almost 7 years. My number one ask would be to keep our thriving elementary school open. Becker is both a dual language school and a neighborhood school. The Becker transfer families have elevated our enrollment numbers and are integral to our community, but also the Bolden neighbors who aren't fluent in Spanish have invested in Spanish classes and immersion preschools for our kids over these years to support this program. We just ask, if you choose to close the heart of the neighborhood, please consider everything Bolden is losing when you stick us somewhere else. Thank you.
My name is Aisha Devereaux, and I am a resident of Bolden Creek. I'm calling as a parent of an AISD student who currently attends Wassa High School and who attended Dawson and Lively before that. The reason for my call is I'm very concerned about the decision made to close Becker, primarily for the Bolden Creek community. And as an AISD member, I just want to make sure that I'm advocating that it is mine and our community's position that you should invest in what works, that Becker has been a strong school for the community. And first and foremost, I'm interested in keeping Becker open. However, if Becker cannot remain open, then I want to strongly advocate that we move to Zilker Elementary instead of the new proposal for Galindo Elementary School. Our priority is walkable schools that are part of the community and also that are comparable to the educational opportunities that have been afforded at Becker. We only have 168.
Hi, my name is Natalie Betts. I'm the parent of 2 children at Ridgetop Elementary. I'm calling to ask the district why concerns brought up regarding the refinement of the consolidation process, a refinement process that took place over a matter of weeks, warrants a change and a delay of a full calendar year for some of the components of that process. I understand wanting to take time and review those considerations, but I would ask the district to reconsider and look at only a few weeks delay. We were engaging in good faith with the district under the understanding that these major changes all had to happen together, but now we've seen that that's not necessarily true, and big pieces of the change have been set aside for a full year. I would ask the district to please consider either only a few weeks delay or looking at the entire process to see whether all of it could be staged and implemented. Moving dual language schools, closing all of these schools are very challenging processes, and all schools deserve time if time is available. Thank you very much for your consideration of this comment.
Hi, this is Shishi Zhang, Zilker parent. I just wanted to first thank the Austin ISD Board for considering the boundary amendment for Zilker Elementary School. We're hoping to see it in final form. We asked President Boswell to drive the traffic routes between our community, Zilker, Galindo, and Becker to assess safety and accessibility, and she did just that. We also appreciate that the staff from Austin ISD came to Zilker to assess the space as our families had concerns regarding significant over-enrollment with continuation Zilker students and new students from closing schools, which now includes in-zone and transfer students as of the 1031 amendment. I hope there can be a solution found to keep dual language in South Central Austin, as the Zilker dual language program is recommended to close, and hope the board is looking at Becker's proposal to keep a dual language program open. The Joslyn and Odom programs will be 5 minutes apart from each other, but we will no longer have a program in our area. Thank you for considering adjustments that would be beneficial to all communities.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Orr. I'm a parent of children at Ridgetop Elementary. I am calling to express my disappointment with the Austin ISD consolidation plan. In particular, Ridgetop parents feel lied to by the ISD, and we were asked to accept the closure of our school as part of a grander plan to realign feeder patterns and to address systemic issues within the ISD. We were sold that bill of goods in September, and we bought in to support our community. By bifurcating this plan and pushing off all of the wider changes outside of just the TAP program and the bilingual education program, you are asking now a small part of your ISD and school communities to shoulder some very difficult changes while you do not make the systemic changes that you told us were so necessary. I hope you consider this, and I hope that the trustees consider voting no on this plan.
This is Michelle Hurd, a Ridgetop parent. We have learned that there is a reversion clause in the original 1917 deed for the Ridgetop Elementary property, under which it seems that if the district ceases to use the property as a public free school, ownership reverts to the successors of the original owner. As a result, it seems AISD cannot sell or monetize the Ridgetop property to support district finances. Rather, if the campus is decommissioned, instead of gaining a financial cash asset, AISD may simply lose the asset it has in the form of the Ridgetop property and school that is currently available to serve students and provide a public good. We've been told by AISD leadership that how the property will be used in the future is not considered at this stage. However, if AISD is legally prevented from generating revenue from the property, that seems short-sighted, especially given the dire district finances are the reason we've been told the Ridgetop School must close after the dual language program is relocated. I ask you to please investigate this deed restriction, share the limitations it puts on the district regarding the use of the Ridgetop property, and ensure any financial implications are factored into the district's analysis and decision-making before the school is consolidated.
AISD, you are taking away my neighborhood school, both neighborhood schools in closest proximity to where I live, and giving me no neighborhood option. You say you have listened to comments from families, but when it comes to the 4 wall-to-wall dual language campuses, nothing has changed from your original plan, except you have added transportation for some students. Why not transportation for all students? The district should not put any child in harm's way at the very minimum of your responsibility to all parents. Particulate matter is a real thing. Health outcomes for communities that live by highways and heavily congested thoroughfares is a real concern. Data and research have been sent via comment card to the district. The district needs to publicly confirm that they have read the scientific research and are at a minimum comfortable sending all kids to Sanchez Elementary School, knowing these risks and the potential future health impacts to any student who attends Sanchez Elementary School, especially with the commencement of the I-35 Capital Express Central project that will specifically impact this school due to its location and proximity to the highway.
Okay, my name is Maria Gomez, and I've been in Pickle for almost 20 years as a teacher assistant, as a substitute, and it's so sad to lose this school because the school serves a lot of community, of people of the community, and we need to save this school as the other 3 that you saved. Please save Pickle open, and we don't want to see people from another communities coming to this area. So keep Pickle save it open.
Hi, my name is Kristen Davis. My daughter is a 4th grade dual language student at Joslyn Elementary. I wanted to take a minute to thank the district for working so diligently to address our community's concerns about our potential shift to a non-zoned campus. We especially appreciate that the October 31st draft of the plan allows for all current 4th graders to finish their elementary experience at Joslyn, provides for citywide school buses to Joslyn, and leaves room in the foreign language immersion program for students who receive special education services. We are also grateful for the thoughtful approach to reassigning our current attendance boundary to new neighborhood schools. Our school community also appreciates those district staff and school board members who took the time to visit our campus and sit with parents, teachers, staff, and campus leadership. We appreciate the long hours and late nights that we know the board and district staff have put into discussing what is next for the district and for our school. Thank you again for all your hard work.
I am a Zilker East parent calling about the boundary changes. Thank you, Trustee Boswell, for meeting with and spending time in our community, and to all trustees and district employees for hearing our community's concerns. I would like to urge the district to move forward with the recommendation to keep Zilker East Zone in Zilker as proposed at the 1029 board meeting. This aligns with the district's principles, and minimizes unnecessary disruption. Additionally, it is almost a certainty that Zilker will far exceed its maximum student capacity if the entire Becker Zone community is moved to Zilker, in addition to all grandfathered students and siblings. It is untenable. However, if there is a small subset of the Becker Dawson Zone students that have particular needs or benefit from programming that the district believes Zilker is in a better position to address, we continue to support moving that group of students to Zilker while maintaining current Zilker zoning. I have 2 questions today. First, can you please state with clarity exactly what your plan or recommendation is for Zilker as of today? Second, if there are any topics still being explored around Zilker zoning, please state with specificity what concerns, issues, or factors the district is still considering.
Hi, my name is Lauren, a Ridgetop parent. And if you're going to blow up our community and our school, at the very least, you can support the staff, the coveted bilingual teachers, and put them in a brand new school, something shiny, something awesome, something rewarding of their dedication to the community. I'm thinking Wooten or Harris. And please pay attention to the Riley shell of a school. If you have nothing planned in place, you should put us in a system that is already working. Again, take care of our bilingual educators and our staff and our community.
Good morning. This is Nick Bludow. I'm a parent of East Zilker, and I wanted to start off by thanking President Boswell for driving our community and listening to our feedback recently. I also want to urge Superintendent Mateus and President Boswell to follow through with the proposed plan to re-include East Zilker with Zilker Elementary that was recently brought up in the last work session. This is a common sense plan. 1, it prevents displacing 2 communities. The Becker community is going to have to move with their school closing, but it does not make sense to displace our community that has a long-standing history of attending Zilker. Second, it prevents both communities from having to cross the train tracks. Not to mention East Zilker is closer to Zilker Elementary. Many of the homes in the community on the same road, Bluebonnet, are half a mile away. Our community looks forward to seeing this proposal in the next draft. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Erica Bowden, and I'm calling to talk about Garza High School. I'm a Garza parent. I know that looking at the new proposal, which really came out of left field for us, I know that AIC isn't calling it a closure, but that's what it will be. If Garza goes away in its current form, a lot of students who don't fit the traditional mold are going to lose the one place that actually works for them. And Garza is different because it's small, it's relational, the staff have the training and the support to actually listen to students and center their agency. And that's why kids who were ready to give up on school find a way forward there. You can't recreate that with the changes being proposed. And I guess what worries me the most is that the idea was rolled out without asking any of the Garza community. No students, families, or staff were asked for input. This is not a numbers-based decision. Garza's been changing lives for decades. We don't want to dismantle one of the most inclusive and effective schools in Austin IC. Please protect Garza and the students who depend on it. Thank you.
My name is Maria, and I am a parent of a middle school and elementary school dual language student. There needs to be a pause for more work to be done on the dual language plan across the campus before changes and closures are implemented. The superintendent has stated that the district has struggled to implement plans successfully. That will happen here, and students' communities at 9 campuses will suffer. This plan does not incorporate feedback from families who have built these programs and the professional consultants who do not recommend closing thriving dual language campuses. At minimum, there should be a successful pilot of a non-zoned wall-to-wall in a new location before all the current thriving programs are destroyed. Issues include the dual language plan goes against the recommendation of the Gibson report to invest in the current programs. The district has not said how they will get buy-in for programs on campuses that do not want them. Pickle, Odom. These campuses have not even had a meeting with the superintendent. Transportation to non-zone schools is not equitable across the district for dual language and immersion campuses and will prevent students without transportation or family resources from accessing the programs if they are not emergent bilingual. There are not clear plans presented for keeping the new wall-to-wall campuses from gentrifying in the future or ensuring enrollment levels for a cost-efficient campus. There has not been confirmation of where non-wall-to-wall dual language programming will be offered.
Yes, my name is Spencer. I'm calling as a community member of the Zilker East neighborhood. My comment is that the proposed rezoning plan in which our community is rezoned to Galindo doesn't seem to align with AISD's guiding principles for the rezoning, particularly as it pertains to the natural boundaries, which would be the train track. It seems that they are breaking up two communities with the closing of Becker to relocate to Zilker and moving our community out of Zilker. So I'm proposing or requesting that we be continued to be zoned for Zilker. It seems to make more sense with how AISD is approaching the rezoning. Thank you. Bye.
Hi, my name is Adam Hockenberry. I'm a parent in the current Ridgetop zone. My primary comment and sort of my primary concern at the moment is really the future of Riley School. So Ridgetop is closing down. We're losing our dual language program, getting rezoned to Riley, which is also, as my understanding is, losing all of its dual language programs and actually being restarted. If my understanding of the new process plan is correct, we are still the only restart that's going to be happening amongst any of the schools that are not like on a turnaround plan. And I just really want some assurances that like the restart of this school is, you know, recognize that this is different from a turnaround plan. These other schools that are getting restarted are, again, my understanding, mostly failing schools that are getting restarted for very particular reasons, whereas Riley is just getting restarted because of the shuffling that's going around. And this was a good school previously, and really are just looking for assurances that, you know, we're going to do the best that we can and provide resources so that Riley actually succeeds as a school and hits the ground running with a head start, as opposed to just being treated like all of the other restarts that are, you know, due to the tap. Thanks.
My name is Emily Pitzik, and I'm an East Zilker parent. We plan to start our daughter at Zilker Elementary School this fall, but instead, this plan would rezone us to Galindo, a C-rated school which is farther from our home and would require us to cross a railroad boundary. After seeing the proposal, we've already started applying to private schools, and neighborhood surveys show that many of our neighbors would do the same. As a former Houston ISD teacher, I know firsthand what school ratings mean for kids, and combining C-rated Galindo with F-rated Dawson does not set anyone up for success. This plan just does not feel equitable. True equity would mean expanding access to high-performing schools in 78704, which would be Zilker, Barton Hills, Becker, and Travis Heights, not taking those opportunities away. You cannot solve a budget crisis by pushing more families out, and sending kids to lower-performing schools does just that. So my question is, how is rezoning East to Zilker to Galindo actually going to help them?
Hi, my name is Ashley Connell, and my daughters will be future students of Zilker Elementary. We are part of Zilker East that now is rezoned into Galindo Elementary, and I'm calling to voice my concern about the railroad tracks and of getting from where we live to Galindo. Also, just sharing a personal story about our family. We have been walking our daughters to Zilker and talking about going to Zilker with the neighborhood kids who have become our family since both of our daughters were 6 weeks old. It has become something that my 4-year-old, who will be going into pre-K next year, talks about all the time when she goes to Zilker, when she goes to Zilker. This has become more than a school, but really a culture and a family to us, and all of the other kids on our street will be grandfathered in except for my daughters. And so I just hate to tell her that no.
My name is Nancy Mossman, and I'm an AISD taxpayer, and I am concerned about the consolidation plan, especially the idea that Garza is going to be merged with Martin. Garza is a very specific program for very specific needs, and it's been very successful. I have friends who've participated in it, and it seems to be very inappropriate for the Garza students who have had a campus all to themselves, 11th and 12th graders, to be added to a campus that includes 6th graders. So I'm very concerned about that plan and hope that that part of the consolidation plan will be deleted. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Shelby O'Donnell, and I am a parent in Southwest Austin of a current third grader and a student that graduated Austin High School this last year. I'm calling about the proposed boundary changes moving our students from Austin to Crockett High. I am very concerned that rezoning our kids to a lower rated high school will negatively impact their educational and athletic opportunities, split up established peer groups and our community, and could ultimately hurt property values and future homebuyer interest in our area. I strongly urge the district to reconsider this plan and explore alternatives that don't disrupt families or diminish educational quality. You are moving families to a high school that do not live anywhere near or have anything to do with that high school. Please reconsider allowing our children to continue together at Austin High. Thank you.
This is Sharon Vane, the parent of 2 AISD graduates. As per usual, I have many questions, but I just want to center this one tonight. What lessons have you learned from the community engagement on the draft consolidations plan that you will adopt moving forward, both with this plan and in key endeavors such as the district's academic vision? We are seeing so many thoughtful and community-centered ideas bubbling forth from the ground up right now, and it's hard not to wonder what this plan would look like if we could have heard them earlier. How will this be different as we move forward? Thank you.
Hi, this is Ruben Cantu. I'm a proud graduate of Gonzalo Garza Independence High School, the first Garza student ever accepted to the University of Texas at Austin. The school changed my life and gave me the chance to break barriers for my entire family. I know AISD isn't calling this a closure, but that's what it is. If Garza is moved or reshaped, students who don't fit the traditional mold will lose the one place that truly works for them, like myself. Garza's model works because it's small, personal, and built on trust. Teachers there listen. They help students find direction and hope. You can't recreate that by folding it into a middle school or expanding it without resources. What worries me the most is that this plan came without real input from Garza's community. These aren't just numbers. They're real kids and real futures. Please don't dismantle what's working. Protect Garza's, protect its students, and take it off the consolidation list. Thank you.
My name is Jamie Thompson. I'm a parent at Zilker Elementary. I am urging you to remove Zilker from the Dawson, Galindo, Becker, Santos, cap and dual language proposal. The recent decision to delay portions of the consolidation plan did not only create confusion and anxiety, it significantly eroded trust in the process. Proceeding now with a non-essential boundary change that further destabilizes a strong, connected school community would create unnecessary disruption for 2 communities instead of 1, especially in the wake of such a sudden shift in plans. Before the timeline changed, AISD was close to affirming a more balanced solution, assigning the Becker attendance zone to Galindo rather than to Zilker, and restoring the Zilker families who had been rezoned to Galindo back to Zilker. I urge you to move forward with and finalize that approach. Superintendent Segura had expressed confidence in Galindo's ability to succeed under this plan. Please follow his leadership, affirm this proposal, and keep Zilker's boundaries stable. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kelly Cruz. I am a parent of 3 children at Ridgetop School. I am zoned to Ridgetop currently. My school is rezoned as Riley Elementary. Right now, no plans for Riley Elementary, which concerns me. Since the amount of students will go to Riley is small, I would prefer to have choice, either Lee or Brentwood, so that some of the neighborhood kids could see some familiar faces. My other concerns is Riley will close because there will be under enrollment. Please think about our students. Thank you.
This is Marie, a parent and community member. I am concerned about the stifling of voices, both community voices and staff voices, and forced support and cheerleading behind this plan that is very unpopular. I have concerning information about a person over elementary as well as multiple people in comms and administration presenting community and staff voices. I also would urge the district to get its house in order at headquarters before trying to roll out big changes. Community trust is low, and we are not inspiring confidence that the district can roll out these changes or implement them. I'm concerned about the TAP campuses, and I believe that they should be the focus rather than shuffling around children and reassigning children and changing programs.
This is Sarai Salazar, a Becker parent. I just want to let the staff know that growing up, I move around often, which made it hard to build lasting friendships. Because of that, I have made stability a top priority for my daughters. My fourth grader attends Becker Elementary. I chose the school because of the strong sense of community. She began her education online during the pandemic, and now with the school facing the closure, she won't have a chance to graduate fifth grade with her classmates. Instead, she has to spend her final elementary school adjusting to a new environment. I would like to request to please save Becker. You don't understand how hard it is to create a community like this in the U.S. Thank you.
Marilyn Faulkner, AISD parent. Superintendent Segura, please directly address and provide clear directives to the entire AISD community who submitted 7,000 plus comment cards on plan feedback. Do these comments need to be resubmitted as a result of the breach to fidelity in applying community feedback to the updated plan, as you shared in your most recent district-wide email? Without faith in the process and without all community feedback accurately read, recorded, and considered, we, the AISD community and the trustees, cannot have faith that our voices are being heard by the district, incorporated into planning, or properly presented to the trustees. Without resubmission, how can we be assured our points and thoughts have received fair consideration? Do you direct us to resubmit all previously submitted commentary so that we know our voices are properly recorded and respected? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Victoria Rios. I live in Rosedale, 5 houses down from the former school. We attended the October 20 meeting at Yarborough Library for an update from AISD and OHT regarding the planned 435-unit development and the petition to rezone for highest density. We were shocked at the rendering that was shown that night and dismayed at the regular reference to being like other developments on Burnett. This is not true. OHT could not reference any properties like what is planned for Rosedale. They referenced the Clark, which is 226 units. Also, this site is not on Burnett. It is accessed by 3 regular neighborhood streets. OHT's own estimation of upwards of 800 vehicles accessing the property is unthinkable. Please visit the site to understand what is true and play fair with Rosedale neighborhood, respect the deed restrictions held by neighbors around the school, and work towards a more reasonable development. We will have to live with the consequences of whatever is developed. Thank you for this opportunity.
Hi, my name's Meg Halpin. I'm an AISD parent, and I just wanted to share some concerns about the current plan to close 10 schools next summer and then extend the timeline and propose to close 3 more schools the following year, which I understand is like the current plan and thinking. And as a family with a student who is currently in pre-K at one of the wall-to-wall dual language programs that's proposed to close at its current campus and move to a new campus, our family would be looking at starting him in our zone school for kindergarten next year. But our zone school is one of the ones that, we're talking about then closing potentially the following year. So for a kid like ours, he'd be starting in his 3rd school by the time he was in 1st grade. And I know our family isn't the only one that would be facing multiple disruptions if the current plan passes, with schools planned to close 2 years in a row. So just curious how the folks designing the consolidation proposal are thinking about mitigating those kind of cascading disruptions for families like ours. Thanks so much.
Hi, I am a Garza High School student's parent, and I'm calling to leave a message for the board regarding the possible relocation of this program and about the additional middle school program being tacked on to the existing program. Currently, Garza High School's program is such a lifeline and such a highlight for our district. It is functioning so well and serving so many vulnerable students and helping them graduate. I would really like for the board to consider the current makeup of Garza students. It seems anecdotally like it is quite a few North area students, and I'm wondering the percentages of those and the impact it would be to them to move to a more southern location, especially as Garza does not provide transportation, and it is up to the students and their families to get them there daily. The other question I have is how a middle school program might fit into the existing program at Garza. It really seems structured around, getting kids to that graduation level, and I'm not sure what that would look like for the middle school level students. It also seems like there hasn't been much discussion with the wonderful Garza staff about.
Hi, I'm a Concerned Zavala community member. We were told that there would only be small boundary changes, not closing campuses, entering into non-zoned campuses for our area. Yet here we are with Zavala suddenly on the chopping block, and our families have been given no time to respond. Zavala is a thriving community school that has worked hard to improve itself to a C rating, while nearby campuses are failing. Turning Zavala into a Montessori campus for families from across the city would erase the very heart of this East Austin Latino community. This is not transparency. It's not justice. Please vote no on turning Zavala into a non-zoned campus.
I'm a 60-year Austin resident, Washington Gardner Selby. School board members, thank you for all you do, and good on you for recently removing a couple neighborhood schools from the shutdown plans. You're facing a tough one. You're pinched by state expectations, limited revenue, declining enrollment. I'm speaking as fast as I can because I'm urging you to preserve every neighborhood school on the closure list. You could stun and impress everyone by saving money in creative ways, maybe first making all central administration virtual. Try some new ideas. I'm a Bolden resident. If this plan goes through, you'll be cutting the heart out of near South Austin by shuttering Becker and Dawson elementaries. Do everyone a favor. Just go by and listen to the students at recess. Now imagine no such signs of life. Show off. Show your strengths by finding other savings. Maybe start with a parent-led task force. Give them a hard deadline. Again, thank you for all you do, and please do better.
Yes, this is Patrick Rosenthal. I want to urge the board to put academics in our district first. School closures will never be the way to get us where we need to go. What will move us forward is a clear, strong academic framework, one that every single campus can rally around. Let's build resources into our TAPS and focus on instructional quality, not just facilities and numbers. We have to set our district up for long-term success by strengthening our academics. Prioritize academics, invest in proven teaching models, and be sure our enrollment goals are built around excellence and hope, not austerity. Our students deserve a plan that's driven by learning, not loss. Thank you.
This is Nika Hernandez, or Veronica Hernandez. I am a former student and current community member and current Zavala parent. 3 generations of my family have attended Zavala. This has been our home school for generations, for decades. If the Montessori program were to come to Zavala, this would mean that Zavala would no longer be available as a home school for my son, who is currently attending and doing an outstanding job with our campus staff. If the Montessori program were to come to Zavala, this would also mean that Zavala would close as a neighborhood school to our children that are currently attending and those to come. This would also mean that we would not have a neighborhood school within miles, which is unacceptable. Currently, the Montessori program has definitely proven not to meet expectations at its current campus. Why would we continue to bring a failing program to a school that's not failing?
Thank you to all of our in-person speakers and all of our callers. This concludes our public comment. Trustees, are there any questions seeking clarification? Trustee Hunter.
Yeah, I just want to clarify this one piece that I keep hearing over and over because I'm not finding it to be so. Mr. Superintendent, several people over the last couple of weeks and have mentioned, and even in communication we received in our email, have stated that employees are not allowed to speak about the process. I drop off at Garza every morning. They're talking to me. I also have visited several different schools over the last couple, well, all of my schools actually, that are in this part of the consolidation, and teachers have felt free. Principals have shared really great stuff with me. So I'm not sure where the disconnect is.
Yes, Trustee Hunter, that is not any directive I've given at any point. We encourage engagement from all staff, all community. I've been to many, many community meetings, and at each and every one of them, I am certain, I can say with confidence that there were staff there sharing with us their thoughts, their ideas, and their concerns. We've also had a series of meetings that were led by Brandy Hosick and her team to have specific conversations around kind of the transition process, if the plan were to move forward, just to provide kind of more of a kind of intimate conversation, because those are all personnel conversations. But absolutely, comment cards we receive are for both community and staff. We're always welcome. We always welcome engagement from staff. I have not seen that as a limitation.
And I appreciate, again, I have an invitation tomorrow from the Pickle staff to come and speak with them and to listen to, which is what I'm going to be doing. And so I want to be sure that staff understand that we are here for them as well, and that they can speak to us through the systems that we already have set up. And I don't know if we're going to have a chance to do our two-way communication. So even that, we're going to have a chance to kind of share like a state of the district or whatever, and then still kind of do a little dream walking with the staff if we are allowed. I think we're going to be doing that. And so just if you are feeling some kind of way, then you can always DM me. Like, name, I won't share your name, I'll just share the information. If you're feeling some kind of way, like there's going to be some kind of retribution, and I'll still get your ideas, and you don't have to go any further than the fact that I got an idea and I can share that idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional comments for clarification? Trustee DiGioste?
One of the callers was asking about the comment cards and whether they need to be submitted again. Can you speak to that piece?
No, they do not need to be resubmitted. I have reviewed all of them. They all share, they all present a perspective in our community. I recognize the value of community voice. It's something we've always believed in. There is no need to resubmit any comments if you already have done so. All of those are archived, preserved, evaluated, and I spend lots of time on the weekends going through them. And making sure that we have responses. There was a comment also around the number. We do have, in many cases, several dozen, if not, more than that are all around one specific, topic. And they can be distilled down to kind of one response. So the number doesn't always equate to the same number of responses, because they all sometimes are very similar. So just wanted to make that clear, because sometimes, someone will say, well, there's been 500, or been lots and lots of comments around a specific item, but they're all the exact same comments. And so we'll have one response because it meets the request in all those comments, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, so maybe just to tag on to that was that some of the, additionally on that end, they were saying that it seemed like some of the comments were reduced down, or that it was a summary statement, or, can you?
Yeah, Yeah, so what we do, we produce this in our documents, is sometimes we get comments that have lots of things in them, and we have to kind of break them down into actionable areas to explore. And so we will then kind of say, well, when we review this comment, these are the things that we can take action on. These are the things that require a response. And so that may be what the caller was referencing. It's a process really to understand all the different, comments and ideas that we've received. It's a process. do not manipulate any comments. We keep them as we receive them.
Trustee Singh.
We had a question about the deed for Ridgetop Elementary. I don't know if there's anything you can say right now, if that requires additional research.
So, in Austin ISD, we have 130 properties, actually with 136, I believe. Many of them were transferred to AISD well over 100 years ago. Many of them have, restrictions, commitments, different things. We are very aware of where they exist. And, as I think was mentioned by the caller, that is not a starting point for any comprehensive work. It is something that we understand and we work through with our community and with our board if we look at repurposing. So we've run into that in the past. We run into it quite often, in fact. Anything other than that, I would want to share in executive session.
Thank you. Anything else? Okay.
I'll try to be brief. I just want to make a comment, and I want to commend you and thank you, Matthias, for the respect with which you refer to every one of our communities. What I've seen, the genuine listening and genuine attempts to respond to questions and concerns from every single community that's in this district, the respect that you pay to every school and every professional community within our district as well, and I just think that is incredibly important. It is hard to listen and hear comments talking about failing schools, talking about a lower quality of education, talking about not wanting their kids to go to that school, when I know from every school I visited that each and every one of our schools has many special things going on, regardless of what the letter grade is. And I know there's a commitment by the district to attempt to level out those ratings so that we can make sure that our schools are all high rated according to the state system. But the fact that you see beyond that rating and recognize the strengths that each campus has, again, it just hurts my heart to hear community members who probably have never visited that school talking disparagingly about our educators, our students, and our communities. So I appreciate that you set the model, set the example to do different.
Thank you. Any additional comments, clarifications? All right. Thank you again to everyone who called to comment, and please feel free to share any other comments or questions with the board by email at trustees@austinisd.org. Have a president's report as part of our agreed order with TEA. It requires that we have to publicly report at our first meeting each month the percentage of time invested in student outcomes during the prior 3-month time period according to Lone Star Governance, and the total time spent in closed session during the prior month. August, September, and October 3-month average board meeting time spent on Lone Star Governance defined student outcomes and special education monitoring was 56%. And for October 2025, we were at 36%. And the board spent 200 minutes in executive session in October. We will now move to information reports and updates. Mr. Segura.
Yes, thank you, President Boswell and Board of Trustees. I'm going to do a two-part kind of overview presentation. I'll start first with consolidations and then invite the rest of the team up to provide an update regarding our turnaround plans. And so, we've said this and we've shared this, but I think it's important that we bring this forward again. And that is that, our objective is to ensure that every family in Austin has access to an excellent neighborhood school. And we know right now that that's not the case. And that was the driving force behind doing something comprehensive and doing it at a time when there are so many pressures within our system, whether it's, the pressure from the federal government and how, changes in immigration policy has impacted our families, whether it's the state's inability to fully fund public education, whether it's the, ever-shifting accountability system, the declining enrollment, the increasing cost of just living in Austin. These have put just extreme pressures on the system. And so to achieve this goal of moving the system forward through all of this, it required something bold, but something very thoughtful. And when I think about taking on these types of efforts, as we've done before with the T-Read order in special education, or the long-range plan, or the 2022 bond program, or the effort around the tax rate election, what I say often is that process is everything. It has to be. We may not agree at the end of the day the outcomes of a process, but we absolutely have to be comfortable about how we arrived at that outcome. And people know me as a process person, or someone that really believes in doing things ethically, doing things with integrity, and that's just how I operate. And so when we think about this effort, it was important for me that each and every step along the way, we ensured alignment with our values. We relied on the best data that we had, and we were always thoughtful about how we collected community input and voice, and ensure that where we could, we would incorporate it into the plan. And it's not lost on me that these decisions that we're making are not, short-term decisions. These decisions and the changes that we're recommending will change this district really forever. I talk about 50-year decisions or generational change. And I am someone that does show up. If community's there, I'm going to be there. It's important that we, as a district, commit to engaging with community, listening, understanding, offering feedback as we kind of process what we receive. And over the last several days, there were things that were made known to me that caused me to pause and really try to understand if community voice during the refinement part of the process, specifically around boundary changes or balance enrollment that included consolidations, was fully being considered. And so because of that, we evaluated all the work that had been produced over the last many, many months. And for those of you that may not know me, I stay very close to all the work. I'm very familiar with the 20 plus leaders in our steering committee. I am familiar with the partners. I'm familiar with the data, and I have extreme confidence in the path that led us to a point where we were beginning to pull in community feedback. And so, based on what we received and and the concerns that were brought to me, and after a review, I was very confident that the work tied to the turnaround plans, which was largely led by school leadership and our academics team, and the work tied to programmatic changes, which was largely led by our multilingual education department, as well as our academics team, were sound and had incorporated feedback, and were able to proceed by way of a recommendation for November 20th. The work around refinements to boundary changes and balance enrollment, that includes consolidations, however, there were ideas from community, and there were strategies that were shared that I could not confirm had been fully vetted, understood, and considered as part of the plan. And so because of that, and given where we are in the process, I made the very difficult decision to modify the milestone schedule. I want to be really clear. This had nothing to do with any community, any advocacy, any voice, any magnitude of emails. It is truly a function of my ability to support a process that is completed all the way through, with confidence, with fidelity, and with integrity. And so based on that, I made some adjustments. As I said, I reviewed all the related work elements to date. Very long weekend. An investigation has been initiated, and staff has been placed on leave. created a modified timeline, which hasn't been finalized. We'll seek to get feedback from the board before we come to a specific date. And then also update a list of deliverables, acknowledging that, when breaking up deliverables, it is quite a complex feat, just given the kind of denseness of the overall plan and the complexity of it. And just to be really clear, this work is continuing. It is not canceled. The need to align our school system to improve feeder patterns is something that I am committed to doing. It will be done. Ensuring that we have balanced enrollment across the school system to just respond to the decline in enrollment and ensure that we have the resources deployed where they need to be to ensure every student gets what they need. That work is continuing. So I know that the milestone changes have been received a certain way, but I want to be very, very clear. This work is continuing. I am committed to processes, to our goals and our district values. That's not going to change. As we move forward, just a couple high-level milestones for our community. As you can see, the changes around policies, the changes around boundaries or consolidations associated with turnaround plans or programmatic moves will continue. We are still refining as we get feedback, even as callers call in, just to make sure we have the best version of a plan at these milestones. And as you can see on the bottom, boundary changes and balance enrollment consolidations will continue, but I do want to get feedback and input from the board before we set a specific date. And as a kind of an overview, just where we are, there have been adjustments, but I do want to identify kind of where we are with the consolidations that we expect to move forward with on the 20th. You can see here Barrington Elementary School, Becker, Dawson, Oak Springs. As I said in the deliverable on the 31st, I'm continuing to work with the Oak Springs community and Blackshear community. We had a great meeting last night, so there's still work going on. As Trustee Kaufman said, engaging is something that maybe he's observed me do a whole bunch of. These are meaningful conversations. They absolutely inform the work. And so even prior to that meeting and since then, there have been lots of conversations, and we're trying to make sure that we have the best solution possible given the milestones and the constraints that we have within the system. Ridgetop to Riley, Sunset Valley, Cunningham and Boone, Woodane. As you can see, Rodriguez and Houston. Again, that's also an area of exploration as we continue to have conversations. And then Wynn Montessori, we had a conversation on Monday with the community. New ideas, other ideas have been brought forward. Feedback from the trustees in the last work session has also been considered. So there are still some areas of refinement, but we are continuing on, and I feel confident we'll be in a good place to get these approved by the 20th. And again, many of these are tied to turnaround plans that are required to be submitted by the state no later than November 21st of this year. Moving on to the programmatic changes, the schools that would be receiving those programs and the changes in assignment of students. You can see those here. This slide has been presented before. I'm not going to go through each of them, but just want to show any revisions on percentages. We did seek to reduce splits. That was one of the comments that we had heard, and so there are some adjustments in the percentages. And just as a kind of clarification on the bottom, you can see Go Valley. That is still very much an area of exploration. In the board work session, we heard about perhaps exploring other schools. It's not settled. We're trying to get this one right. We understand the concerns the board shared with us as well as the community. So kind of taking that coupled with the information we received from the WIN community is driving us to hopefully a modified plan. But these last weeks, there is a lot going on, lots of conversations to get community together to try to progress the work to get to that deliverable date, which is, again, required by the state for many of these. Middle school closure and reassignments. Bedichek Middle School, this is one that did change. Previously, Bedichek Middle School, again, this is a turnaround plan requirement, was going to be reassigned to 4 different middle schools based on community feedback. We've been able to reduce that to 3. Covington still having the majority of the students from Bedichek and thereby receiving the turnaround plan. And then Martin Middle School, you can see with the breakdown in student populations, again, based on assigned within the attendance boundary. I also heard loud and clear that there's a desire, and I certainly have the expectation that we move forward and build out programming at both Martin and Bedichek. There's this balance of not wanting to create certainty around something that has yet to be explored with community. So we're trying to find that balance of this is what we heard, this is what we know we can do, this is the timeline we think we can do it in, but leave it open-ended enough to where we have the space to engage with community and truly bring in, do something that is powerful in the community, but also meets a need within Austin ISD. And then lastly, secondary program reassignments. I want to be really clear. Many of these do not require board vote. We've said this before. It's not often said, though, is that programs do move. Our schools and boundaries, they're static. International High School, we've mentioned this before, but given the number of students that we have and the changes at the federal level regarding immigration, we've seen a significant decline. It's unfortunate. It's challenging. So we are going to kind of reposition the program at Navarro Early College High School, but it will not continue on in the same way that it has. But we certainly recognize the importance of that program. And then the Alternative Learning Center in Garza High School. This came up by way of a work session. As the callers mentioned, there hasn't been a lot of engagement around this, mainly because of all the other conversations that have been taking place and the fact that these are programmatic moves. We will be engaging. We want to have those conversations. The Alternative Learning Center moving to Mendez was going to be a short-term solution, and as we think about Mendez moving forward, we want to ensure that we have a school and a program that meets the community need and also is aligned with our school system. And so I just wanted to provide that update into our community. I just want to apologize for the disruption. I know this is challenging. I'm going to be attempting to provide more clarity. There are certainly things that I'm not able to speak to, but I can promise you, I am steadfast in ensuring that the process that we go through is protected and is of the highest integrity, and that's how I've always been, and that's what we're going to continue to do. And so there's a kind of a pause here. We have about an hour for the total discussion, and I want to make sure we cover turnaround plans. But I wanted to see if there was needed to be a pause here to talk about this specific part of the conversation, or if we wanted to move towards and discuss turnaround plans and then do it all together. Is there a preference? Because the team is prepared to come up to continue on the turnaround plans with the time we have remaining, and then leave plenty of time at the end for questions.
What is our total time allocation again?
An hour.
Total. And we've done 15.
We've done 15. So we could go, there are 15 on taps and then ask 30 minutes of questions. Would that sound appropriate?
Yes.
Yeah? Okay. All right. Team, please transition. We're going to have Dr. LaTanya Amerson, Assistant Superintendent of School Improvement, Dr. Wilson, Assistant Superintendent of Secondary School Leadership, Jennifer Pace, Assistant Superintendent of Elementary Schools Leadership, and then Joshua Junn, Executive Director of Governance, Accountability, and Board Services. All right.
Good evening, President Boswell, Superintendent Segura, and Board of Trustees.
Is the mic on, Josh?
I think so. It might be too far away.
Be a little closer to you.
All right, trustees, I wanted to cover kind of a general timeline for the TAP development. August 13th was the day that the 24 and 25 school year accountability ratings were released. The next day, on August 14th, TEA released a to the administrator addressed correspondence, and in that letter, they gave us guidance around what to do or what kind of a campus would qualify to submit a turnaround plan, some to develop and submit, some to develop, submit, and implement the turnaround plan. Right away, our team here drafted a SOP for the TAPs, including a timeline for the TAP development, and then right away getting into the work of forming a campus intervention team at each of those campuses. September 8th, TEA gave us a helpful workbook, a TAP workbook, which served to be a guide for us to be able to build out a template. And so we took that, built out a TAP template, and then we offered it up to our campus intervention teams to use to develop their TAPs. And at the same time, September 11th through the 30th, we held community and staff meetings at each of our campuses that were required to develop a TAP. And from September 21st through October 13th, we continued to receive some revisions to the TAP workbook, to the success criteria, and so we had to continue to make some changes to our TAP template. And the last couple of items there, the Qualtrics survey, which is the official way we're going to ultimately submit our TAP plans, that was released October 16th, and that was helpful. It did cause us to make a little more refinements to our templates, and then October 31st, we did receive some helpful feedback from TEA on submission principles, and that also helped us make final refinements to our TAP templates. So currently we are receiving feedback from the community. We've received a couple of versions of the TAPs and posted them, and our survey for the second version is online, and we're receiving feedback through next Monday. I wanted to talk through some of the partners along the way. We were fortunate to have experts in at some of our partner organizations give us feedback on our draft TAPs, and that has helped us in our development process. Region 13 has been helpful, and Texas Education Agency, Dr. Coleman, also has been giving us feedback along the way. Today she confirmed that we're on the right track and gave us positive feedback. We also had curriculum and instruction partners that we've been working together with for the last couple of years, and we are continuing to work through what that partnership might look like as we think about TAP development and TAP implementation. And finally, we have some technical partners. We do have some requirements depending on the TAP strategy for technical partners. If it is a restart, then we do have to have a commissioner-approved technical partner that we work together with. And for schools where we're applying for a grant, which I'll cover later on, we do also have to have some technical partners as part of the application process.
Good evening, trustees. Superintendent Segura. I was going to talk through our school improvement strategies. So our campuses that will implement a restart, also known as an ACE model, is Linder Elementary School, Wooldridge Elementary School, Paredes Middle School, and Pecan Springs Elementary. And then our campuses implementing a reassign strategy, Barrington Elementary, Bedichek Middle School, Dawson Elementary School, Oak Springs Elementary School, Martin Middle School, Sanchez Elementary School, Wynn Montessori, and Woodane. And we have two campuses that are 2UA that will also implement a reassign strategy, but it's by way of program moves, and that is Wooten Elementary School and Pickle Elementary School. And our school improvement strategy schools, this is also known as Intensive Curriculum and Instruction Strategy. It's TA Brown, Go Valley, Hart, Houston, Jordan, Norman Sims, Overton, Padron, Sadler Means, East Side. And strategy selection, I just wanted to share a little bit about how that was, what influenced the strategy selection. First was just a commitment to serve students and their communities. Additionally, capacity at nearby campuses impacted the decision. Empty seats in the region, modernization projects and facility condition, accountability ratings at nearby campuses, availability of TIA designated teachers and leaders with turnaround experience, and program changes such as campus-wide dual language moves.
We know that stakeholder engagement is foundational to the sustainability of school improvement work, and so over the past few months, we've prioritized authentic community engagement. What you see listed on the slides are what all 3 UA campuses, 2 UA campuses, and campuses that are proposed to receive a turnaround plan have committed to and engaged in, which includes the community meeting held by the superintendent, CAC meetings, principal coffees, staff meetings, surveys. Schools also allotted for printed copies of the TAPs at certain central points throughout the school so that parents, community members could give feedback. It was posted on the school improvement page. There were also TAP surveys and feedback forms given out, and then staff and student mental health and well-being support. In addition, many principals have gone above and beyond by leveraging their own school-based communication channels, such as newsletters, their own family nights or community forums, to include teacher, student, staff, and parent voice in the improvement process. Through these ongoing conversations, we are building stronger connections with families, and we're also ensuring that our school improvement work reflects the needs, values, and aspirations of the communities we serve.
I wanted to cover some of the grants that we'll be going out for. And so we have a variety of LASSO grants here listed for school improvement for curriculum and instruction support. We're considering Sadler Means and Paredes Middle School. Specific to Restart School Action, we're considering Linder, Pecan Springs, Woldridge, and Paredes again. And for Reassign, Barrington Elementary, one thing we're considering for a number of our campuses at the elementary and middle school levels is the ADSI calendar. That is to get to a base of 175 school days, and then beyond that, there's some flexibility on adding half days for subgroup of students. It's not a compulsory day for students, and so we can be strategic about how to support students. It could be at the beginning of the school year, perhaps inviting students back earlier than everyone else, including summer school. Another thing we're considering at this time and vetting is the opportunity to apply for the TEA resource designation. That would mean that those campuses, there's a variety of requirements, but we would have to at least get to 181 calendar days for those campuses, but it provides for the funding levels of an 1882 campus in perpetuity. Once we get this designation and we're in good standing, it would provide that. And so we're looking at all of these ways to be able to support our campuses.
All right, and I just want to talk through some of the key implementation strategies. First of all of the campuses engaged in a comprehensive needs assessment, analyzing quantitative and qualitative data, longitudinal and disaggregated data, campus comparative data, observation data, PLC data, campus scorecard data. And from that, some of the root cause analysis trends that were identified included the need to increase instructional leadership capacity, to improve instructional management systems, a variety of staffing needs stemming from vacancies, certifications, waivers for class size ratios, and then increased need for student supports and services. So you'll see at the top where it says the school improvement strategies. These are strategies that we would implement at all of our TAP campuses. That would include the Lighthouse model, just to expand that support for all TAP campuses. Capacity building, which would include developing ILT instructional leadership through professional learning and instructional rounds. Implementing an aligned curriculum consistently through the use of HQIM and implementing it as intended, and wraparound and transition supports that would be supported through our bridge team planning. And then attendance and engagement planning using our MTSS system and data tracking to plan individualized supports for students. And finally, our Effective Schools framework, strengthening leadership, strategic staffing, welcoming, having a welcoming campus culture with high expectations. And then in the middle, you'll see the section about campuses moving to a campus that has a D rating or an unacceptable rating. Those campuses would receive the same supports as above. However, we would include strategic staffing supports to increase the number of teachers who have TIA eligibility or that meet highly qualified criteria. We would also increase instructional staff support and have smaller class ratios, student-teacher ratios. Additionally, we would provide differentiated transition support and student support, and that could look like additional counselors, restorative practice coordinators, and increased access to community resources. And increased coaching and monitoring. And finally, campuses moving to C-rated campuses would include the same strategies as above, but we would differentiate the intensity of support.
Good evening, Trustee Superintendent Segura. I'd like to offer an update on our 3 Restart campuses. They were district managed, and the implementation of the school models were aligned to ACE. And the presentation that I'm going to offer this evening will be in alignment with the 5 pillars. The first pillar is effective leaders and teachers. In order to build leadership capacity at the Restart campuses, one of our community partners provides on-site professional development to the campus ILTs. This is at all 3 campuses. The sessions are on-site and virtual. They're cyclical in nature. They offer immediate feedback, action planning steps, and follow-up. They create short cycle goals in order to monitor progress. The executive directors also visit the campuses a minimum of 2 to 3 times a week based on the calendaring and what's going on with the rest of their schedules, but a minimum of 2 to 3 times a week. And they also work with a partner to ensure that they're all engaged with the work together. For coaching and feedback, this is a push-in model. It involves observations, modeling, coaching conversations, corrective feedback. They offer monitoring tools, coaching protocols, and all the things related to ensuring that they understand how to effectively lead Tier 1 instruction. The campus leaders are strengthening their capacity through intentional coaching, feedback cycles aligned to instructional priorities. For PLCs, they're leveraged as a key structure for collaboration. Teachers and leaders engage in lesson internalization. They analyze student work, and they make instructional decisions based on evidence of learning. The next pillar, instructional excellence, involves first high-quality instructional materials. For English language arts, they're using My Perspectives or SAVAS. For math, they're using STEM scopes. The leaders and teachers are receiving ongoing training and support to deepen their understanding of the curriculum and to ensure that they're embedding research-based instructional practices. The training sessions incorporate district-created protocols and involve the ACSs from the academics department to ensure that we're always working with our internal departments. The implementation of high-quality instructional materials with fidelity ensures that all students have access to grade-level content. When teacher-created materials are introduced into lessons, although they can also be high quality, do risk or may compromise the rigor level of the TEAC, and we don't want to compromise that unintentionally. Data-driven action plans. Instructional decisions are driven by data in order to close learning gaps and accelerate student growth. Teachers use the data to revise intervention groups, to tailor their small group instruction, and to address specific areas of need. They use the data to provide opportunities such as before and after school tutorials, extended week, also known as Saturday school, and also to continue progress monitoring so that they can make instructional adjustments as needed. The next pillar is the extended out-of-school time pillar. This is that one day out of the week, Wednesday, where they stay for the additional hour. During the day, the students engage in lessons created by academics team in reading and in math, and also Character Strong. Those are done on a daily basis. I'd like to point out that our special education team has also created specialized lessons for our most vulnerable students to ensure that they are able to engage in those opportunities as well. The next pillar is character development. This is formerly social emotional support. The district prioritizes holistic development of students through a focus on character development. Again, I mentioned those lessons that can also happen during that Wednesday, also happen every single day. I also want to point out that each of the Restart campuses were allotted a wellness counselor. So we want to make certain that those students also had, in addition to the other caring adults, another person that specialized and trains in that area. Last but not least, the pillar of parent and community partnerships. Strong partnerships with families in the community remain central to student success. The parent support specialists lead efforts to engage families through workshops. The DCCE department provided a scope and sequence to all of the Restart campuses, giving them topics that they could share with the parents for the remainder of the year. They do so by way of CAC meetings and other coffees or any other evening activities that the school may offer. The Family Resource Center continues to provide critical support services like access to food, clothing, vaccinations, payment assistance, and just reduce any barriers that our families could be facing. And we do have FRCs at each of the Restart campuses. In addition, we do have quite a few volunteers interested in supporting these campuses. So we've had leaders from our OSI office train in Volley so they could help our parents and community members sign up to volunteer at these campuses. An example would be UT Math tutors that currently serve at Dobie. Lastly, Austin Voices has been a dedicated partner. They provide direct support to all three Restart campuses. They offer bi-weekly virtual meetings to strengthen coordination to give our families and community members a space to share their thoughts, and that is provided back to our campus leaders so they can make adjustments. So what have we learned from this process, and what can we apply as we continue to create future plans? With our high-quality instructional material, having more time in advance would have helped the teachers in the preparation period. We knew we had a short runway, an accelerated timeline in order to staff, but had we had more time, we would have done more preparation. In response to that, in partnership with the academics team, we did create a PD cycle to establish and incorporate trainings for late hires as people that came on board, just to make certain that all of our teachers were equipped. The curriculum is new to some, and we want to make sure that everybody was comfortable with the material. In terms of funding considerations, Dobie, Webb, and Burnett teachers and leaders have been incentivized, but with the number of turnaround plans that we're creating right now, we will have to revisit stipends and how leaders and teachers are incentivized. We may need to make adjustments to those amounts, and we may also need to revisit the pay schedule. Right now, the stipends are paid out every pay period. We may need to look at each semester. In terms of staffing, I did mention the accelerated timeline. Due to the time of year and the accelerated timeline, in full transparency, some of our campuses had vacancies at the beginning of the year, and they still do. With having more time with the upcoming turnaround plans, we see opportunity to make sure that we can adequately staff our campuses with teachers and leaders. Principals are being creative with these situations. For example, some of the instructional coaches may have to be teachers. And they may have to be teacher coaches as well to cover classes, but we're making sure that every student has a caring adult. In terms of department collaboration, what we've learned is that in Austin ISD, there is a shared sense of urgency, and that has been a very integral part in moving the work. Departments from academic, staffing, talent development, et cetera, have all been hands on deck to ensure that the work move forward at these campuses. Last but not least, professional development. We found it very beneficial to create opportunities for the restarts to learn as a cohort. That's the model that we've used, and what it's done is created a POC across the campuses, like a horizontal POC, if you will, and teachings helping teachers and leaders helping leaders has been most beneficial.
All right, we need to finish this up, Dr. John. Can you just like in 10 seconds summarize the last slide on milestones?
Yep. I think the key date is November 21st is the deadline to submit all of our tabs, and so we have that up to vote on November 20th.
Thank you very much. Trustees, questions about this? And I would like to say, before we have questions, I had a conversation with Ashley, our Lone Star governance coach. It is entirely possible to have a workshop about this where we focus on the student outcomes piece of it, very specifically in the same way we've done with our budget before, in the same way we did with consolidations. I think given the importance of this, I know we are spending an immense amount of time, staff and trustees right now, talking about all of this, but it is also really, really important. I would like to propose that we have a workshop between now and the 20th. So we have the opportunity to really talk in depth about these turnaround plans. We have an hour, we have 50 minutes left for conversation tonight. I think we take what we can. But also might benefit from an additional chance to talk about this together. And Ashley said she would help us.
Let's just nail that down right now, because what's the time for posting?
Well, that's what I would say. We would need to post by the 14th, ideally. Is that correct, Josh?
Yeah, so we would need to post 3 business days ahead, and the day of the meeting is day 0.
Well, but I don't think we want to do it on the 20th.
No, we don't want to do
it as quickly as we can.
But the week of the 20th is out because
right.
So
that's next week.
So it's next week.
So like if we could post tomorrow, we could have one next week.
So
yes. So we'll coordinate our calendars with Josh.
Okay.
And get it as quickly as we can. Thank you. Okay. So first question.
Well, just to be clear, I mean, I think there's only probably 2 days, given where we are posting now, that you could actually have it.
Thursday or Friday.
Of next week. Okay. So it's not Monday or Tuesday and Wednesday are out.
Okay. I will make myself available. Okay. Thank you. Okay.
I'll be super brief. Just noticing, I heard adjustment to stipends. That's been a big piece of our staffing, and so I'm hearing there's dollar issues at hand. I'm also hearing teachers as coaches. Is that what teachers?
No, instructional coaches.
Teachers as
may
instructional
have to cover classes.
Oh,
and so they may have to be teachers, but also be coaches of the teachers, instructional coaches.
Retaining the title instructional coach, yes, but having additional
if they need to cover
formal teaching responsibilities. Okay.
And Trustee Foster, just so you're aware, this is an ongoing opportunity for the district. We've actually had lots of principals, lots of staff actually request this because it allows an instructional coach to also get the stipend. It allows flexibility in the system. So I know it sounds like it's a cover because of a gap, but we actually addresses a much larger desire in the system to create flexibility for those who want that stipend.
Awesome. And so that I'm already getting a little more clarity, but I will enjoy the time when we can talk about it more in depth, because that sounds rich and complex and fraught and maybe a font of opportunity. So that's cool. Lastly, with regards to all of this, one of the pieces of the puzzle for the retention and celebration and lifting up and, well, the retention of talent has been rehires, and there's been stipends associated with them. Is there anything going on with that?
So Brandy, our Chief and Talent Strategy Officer, it's not a stipend. Since the pandemic, what we did was actually offset the costs that the employee incurs to be a rehire. And so that before the pandemic, I understand that was not the case. After the pandemic, we put that in place. We have to get off that because it is a pretty significant expense. So it wasn't a stipend. It was just for a period of time in order to get, staff the way that we needed to. We offered that. So we're looking at going back to the way that it used to be before the pandemic.
Would that be an effective pay cut?
I mean, their total compensation would be adjusted, correct, if they chose to stay with us.
All right, so this is an area of deep concern, and this is an area.
Comment on that real quick before you express that concern. The challenge, as I understand it, has been that because of TRS rules, when a teacher is retired through the teacher retirement system, they're receiving a full pension. If they come back into a school district, then there's a penalty for that because the district now has to incur the costs of paying for their double dipping. There's a surcharge that they now have to pay because they're drawing from the fund at the same time as normally people would be paying in. So I would just like to frame it in the sense of people who are drawing a full stipend with a full pension would have the opportunity to have a full-time job at a full salary with a minor percentage cost of paying the penalty themselves. I think I would not frame this as a negative thing for the people who are able to rejoin the career they love and receive a substantial double.
Got it. So I guess that would have to be, and thank you for the clarification, which I'm still like third grader trying to understand sixth grade level stuff here. An area of exploration because it has been raised as a concern. So if there's an explanation and, you can help me understand. And let's not do it tonight. Unless it's advisable to do it tonight or.
I think Trustee Kaufman did a great job.
Just really fast, we can also job share that to 19.5 hours and nobody has to incur a cost.
About the 19 hours where you don't lose it.
Right, everybody was schooling me on like it. But one thing I'm just noticing with all of that is the strain on our budgets is leading us to, in some ways, innovate in really interesting ways, but it also is just such a powerful strain. I can feel the ways you all are trying to make things work, which requires investment of dollars that we basically don't have. So I appreciate your hard work on this, and I'm hearing that we'll need thoughtfulness on all the plans, but we're going to need back-end thoughtfulness on how we finance these plans as well. And I will limit myself to that.
Thank you. Trustee Hunter.
These are actually questions that I'm actually going to forward to Josh. I'll give you the whole thing, and if there's one you can tackle now regarding the turnaround plans. Trustee Quintana says, how is the district scheduling? Have you scheduled a meeting with Go Valley? She wants to know about transportation when it comes to the Montessori program. She wants to know about why the Montessori was not included in the financial appendix of the plan. Is there interest from the community to expand Garza's program? I think she probably has her answer if she's not feeling well, but if she's still with us, I think she understands that one. How will expanding Garza's program hurt the current program? And if Garza is not moved to Martin, what are the options for Martin? So you have those now. If there's something you can sum up or the superintendent can answer quickly, I think we'll be, or in time.
Yeah, we'll provide a complete response to Trustee Quintana on quickly for the Go Valley. So when Montessori already receives district-wide transportation, and I did from the conversation on last Wednesday, it was clear to me from the trustees that there was a real concern with having students in the neighborhood who were going to the neighborhood school to be displaced, right, because they're not able to access the full Montessori program. So we are still exploring other ideas. The feedback she shared and the feedback that I've gotten from trustees in the community is, and latest feedback from the Wynn Montessori. So we'll provide a response to her and to the board regarding that. On the ALC Garza Martin, one of the things that we've heard was that the Garza program it's an incredible program, it's a unique program, and there's been a desire to expand it. We have not had those conversations because it is programmatic. There's no boundary change. There's nothing of the sort, but we do want to have the conversations. We want to be transparent. Right now we are going to still have those conversations, so it's too early to tell what support exists, doesn't exist, what it will look like. One of the things that we have to consider is that the accountability process and system for Garza is very different than every other high school. And so if you expand, how do you expand? What impact does that have on accountability? Typically, the high school is what anchors the accountability, but when it's a unique program, what will that look like? So there's conversations to be had. In full transparency, we haven't gotten into the details of those moves. So we built a team to do it. We're going through it, but we're not quite ready to give you all the details on how that would work. And also if there's support, but it's going to, again, in an effort to create space at Mendez with ALC, with Martin wanting to be reactivated sooner than later based on what we heard from community, it seemed like an option worth exploring. Again, back to the community input, community voice, trying to find solutions that meet multiple needs. So still work to be done.
Thank you. I'll just go next since I'm already got the mic. Regarding the tabs. Thank you for the update on Adobe Web and Burnett. We've discussed Garza. She has shared some of my questions, some of the same questions I have for Wynn Montessori, but I do want to lift up that, and you've heard this because you were standing right there when the community member made the comment that with our dual language programs, we're moving the programs to where students are, but as it refers to Montessori, we're moving the program away from where the students are. I had a really thorough explanation about Montessori with Scholar Dr. Farr. Almost gave her an honorary doctorate degree with Principal Farr. And I do understand now how Montessori fits within the TEA system and that it has been done and it can be done. I still have reservations because I haven't seen the support to that degree. It's like a one-off, right? Like if you make pies all the time and then you like somebody's like, can you make me a cake? And you're just like, sure, I can make a cake. I make pies, but it's not the same thing. And right now, AISD is making pies all day long. And this community, they want cake. And I want to give them cake, but I'm not sure, I'm taking this metaphor, that like our kitchen is prepared to do this, right? I have no doubt in the parents because they built it from the ground up. I don't have any doubt in the leadership because they have done the work without the support. If we have some magic secret sauce that's going to happen in the future, why aren't we using it now? So that is my concern and my question. I'll bring it up again when we have our workshop.
So just to be, I want to be really clear. If we're going to have a program moving forward, we will support it. I think Lakeisha during the work session mentioned, and even being at the WIN community meeting, we talked about what occurred in 22-23 with Bridget Farr, our Principal Farr coming on board, the work the community's done, the progress that it's made. It has been an uphill battle for sure. But 22-23 isn't that long ago. I know it feels like a long time ago, but in terms of schools and systems, it really isn't that long ago. I did hear from the community, as you did, Trustee Hunter, that the desire is to stay in the area. The question becomes, what would be a alternative location that we could kind of get consensus from the community that would be acceptable? And I think, that is, I don't want to say a name because then it creates a disruption and there's just a lot of things that go with it. But that's what is like occurring right now. Like I need to understand, kind of where that opportunity exists or doesn't. Because as I heard from the WIN community, if the opportunity is to stay in the area, and then I'm hearing from the community around Ortega, Zavala, and Go Valley, and from trustees that is, we do not want to disrupt neighborhood schools there, then you quickly get to a place where, to address the TAP and you don't have a home, then is it viable, right? So that is what we're quickly running into. So it sounds like from Trustee Hunter, from your perspective, there's perhaps support for WIN Montessori if it can be done locally and there's a commitment from the organization to ensure that it is implemented with fidelity from the administration side. Is that correct? Yeah. All right. Sorry, that was a long-winded way to just kind of like.
And lastly, as concerns the TAP, I'll go quick, and then I just have a quick comment. There's a great concern about international. I don't know if you remember, but when I was just Miss Hunter, Northeast Reagan mom, and they were going to move international from East Side like they hadn't talked to nobody, and we seem to have trouble with that part. And I called Dr. Elizalde's office, and I was like, no, you have to have meetings. And I went to all those meetings, like I was the only person with English, right, because the meetings were majority in Spanish. But what we said is if they went to Northeast, that would be their forever home. Now, I understand that the current state of our country has reduced that number down at that school. And I understand that it's totally logical to move it to Navarro, one of our most like kind of international schools, like organically. My concern is, and the concern of the people at International is, do we just become ESL? Like, how are we still international? What makes us international? IHS. How do we continue that program? So in our workshop, I really want to, as much as we can have detail on that, because there's a lot of concern that they're just going to be absorbed into the high school and just be teaching ESL. And so I know you probably have some questions about that also. So in our workshop, if we can have that prepared and ready to go, I'd appreciate it. Finally, my comment. Josh, you're supposed to have 2 clocks running.
But Trustee Hunter, just on that question, there wasn't necessarily a concern about not having it be its own high school, because, you know, we made a commitment to continue, you know, International is a very small student population at the moment. I mean, it is very, very small. And the plan was to move away from having its own CDN number and being its own school, just because we don't, it is very, very small. So what I'm hearing from you, not necessarily concerned about going from a school to a program, but more the location and perhaps what it turns into if it's not protected.
No, so the location makes sense. Okay. Right? The concern is International just being
absorbed,
right? Like, and if it's a program, like what program is it? Like, how is it? Like, there's no specificity around it being a program, right? Is it ESL? Is not dual language? I mean, like, what is it, right? And so that's the clarification that, again, teachers are asking me. So I want to be able to give them answers. I think the administration, I think it's important because, again, we're talking about closing schools right now and moving people, and this is a group that has already been moved.
Yeah, and that decision was made in April of 23 for like a move in August of 23. So you know, we're going to get it right. We're going to spend the time. I don't want the time to be the same. It was different that time.
I know. I was there, man. You remember when I call your office every day to get the signs up at Reagan? At Northeast? I just want to talk about two documents that have kind of been guiding me in this process, and I'm happy to share this with any board member. This is about closing schools, and it's basically like, don't close schools. And it has like these false narratives, and it has like, if the administration says this, yes or no. And it's literally like got a little yes, no. And I've gone through it, and we have a lot of yeses, right? And so when you get to them, they're like, okay, so you probably need to close a school. This is how it must be done. So there's been, and I've had this since, when did we go to Chicago? July. I've had this since July. I first mentioned school closing in November of 23 because I kept hearing that we didn't have, when Ed was sitting there saying, we have money troubles. And I asked him at that time, I said, hey, does this mean we're going to close schools, right? And so I have been thinking about it, and having sat through another school, having been through a school closure once before, I know how painful it can be. The second thing that has been guiding all of my work is this document. I don't know if you guys have read this, but this is what we already know, what every black family has known for years, what every Hispanic family has known for years, what every poor family has known for years. This district is lopsided. And David already stole my thoughts over there. Granny Ray would be so very proud of you, because it hurts my heart to hear people say a more quality of education. What you think these people are fighting for? You think people are happy? No, we have not served them well. And this is an attempt to serve people well. And I said it in 2019, and I will say it again. If you have racial, economic, or educational privilege, there is something going to be asked of you. And I said then, and I'll say it now. It's going to feel like you're being done to. But all we're asking you to do is just share the load. And it's not lopsided where we're saying only close A or B or C schools. It's what can we do to make it better for everybody? Because I promise you, the B schools and the A schools in Houston wish they had been on the front line. The A and B schools in Fort Worth wish they had been on the front line. San Antonio, 9. No, San Antonio, 18. I think it's like Edgewood, Northside. I never even heard of the other school. This is not something that's just happening in Austin. There's something fundamentally wrong with the system. All the way down, there are schools in Texas having to do these TAP turnaround plans, and they're all due on the same day. Killeen just voted already, November 25. They just voted on their turnaround plans. This is an epidemic, and we need everybody. I used on the podcast that we are on the Titanic, and we are trying to change it. Some of us have been down in steerage, bailing water for a real long time. And some people have been in the dining room listening to the orchestra. But guess what? We are on the same boat. We have got to do this together. Thank you.
That was really good. Thank you, Trustee Hunter. Second everything she said. So my comments fall mostly into two categories. One is we do things the AISD way, and the other bucket is implementation fidelity. And so that's what my comments on the TAP are about, so I'm just going to run through. Under the bucket of implementation fidelity, I'm really excited to see the budget for each TAP. That, when I see a detailed budget, that means I know we're actually going to do what we say we're going to do. And so I know that's, TBD in the draft TAPs that we have, but I would love to have some semblance of budget available for the workshop so we can ask questions specifically about that. The other thing is related to, so this one's about the Austin Way. Summer programming for community building so kids are ready to learn when school starts. So for these schools where we've got kids splitting up into other schools, thank you, by the way, for reducing the splits. But still, we got to pay attention to all the stuff. The previous board, with the previous board, we did so much with Dr. Bruce Perry and social emotional learning and trauma-informed education, and I feel like we have an opportunity to revive that as we think about the TAPs. And we know that when kids are experiencing big change or trauma, we need to do a whole lot to help them be sure that they are available and ready to learn. And I don't see much of that at all in the TAPs. And part of it is because the TAP form does not really have a category for that. But that's the Austin way, is to put it in there. And so I really, really do want to see. I know we're all thinking about it. I can just tell by looking at your faces that this resonates. If there's a way to put that in the official TAP, let's do that and hold ourselves accountable to it and have budget associated with it. That's really important for our kiddos. The other one was, do we have an estimate on the number of transfer ARDs that are going to have to take place at our TAP schools for students that are going to another school? And what is our capacity to handle that? And what does that actually add to our expenses? And I want numbers, details with all of this, because again, this falls into the implementation fidelity piece of things. This one goes back to the Austin Way, parental involvement. We took this off of our scorecard recently, which was the whole the dual capacity framework, and I would love to see us talking about that in the TAPs itself, because all I see really, even in the needs assessment, at least for the ones that I kind of spot checked, it was talking about PTA meetings and CACs, and we know that just scratches the surface. That's nothing about the things that many of us trustees and many of y'all have talked about as well, which is, do parents understand how their child is doing academically? I want to know how we are making sure that happens. I don't think just having a PTA and a CAC is going to cut it. With our TAP schools, so anyway. And again, the TAP does not ask for a robust plan in the TEA's form, but I know that's the Austin way, and so that's why I'm bringing it up. The other thing that would just be helpful to have prepared for trustees is just a one-paragraph summary of how this TAP is going to be different from what already exists at the school. It's hard to discern that from the format that TEA provides. But just if you were just talking to me, hey, what are they actually doing different at this school or that school? I just want to know in a nutshell what that is, and that I think that will help our community also understand. One of my last questions is, how many parents at schools that are being closed and split know that their child is going to be reassigned to a new school next year? Like, do we know?
I mean, we've sent letters. I mean, I don't know of an exact number. I mean,
Yeah. Okay. Because I'm just asking.
that
'cause,
would, I mean, that would require confirmation of their, I mean, I don't.
Yeah, okay, so I think what I want to know, like, we didn't hear from any parents really tonight from TAP schools who were in this situation, right? And so I don't want to assume that they know, just because, these are also oftentimes parents who are, have the least amount of time to make a public comment. So I just want to make sure that we're going the extra mile in preparing students and families and making sure that they understand their child is going to a different school next year, and having a really good conversation with them and a personal connection so that they stay in AISD. They don't feel like we don't care about them anymore. I don't want to, none of us wants to see our families leaving, but again, it would be really reassuring to see that. Academic framework, I know that we're going to be doing a lot, and none of the, I just wanted to shout out to a resource that I think could be really helpful as we're doing our academic planning, is the Learning Policy Institute has an equitable whole child design, which, falls under the Austin Way, I guess, heading. And I don't know if there's space for just the staff to take a look at that, or at least state, like, if there's some sort of cohesive framework that we're looking at that mentions the whole child. Like, that's what I'm looking for, because right now when you read the TAPs, it just looks like a bunch of programs that like don't have a whole lot of heart to me, although I know they're good, but TEA just is looking at, like, do they have TNTP, do they have an HQIM, do they have this or that? But, like, what is the real thing that a family, that's really making sure that we're looking at the whole child. And then the last thing, promise, is somebody asked, I think this in public comment, was how are Dobie, Burnett, and Webb doing? And what are we learning from that? I appreciate your presentation, Dr. Emerson. That was really great to see. I specifically want to see the beginning of year test scores for those three schools, and then compare that to how they did last year. And same thing with attendance. And I think that just gives us some real tangible data to really think about what we're doing is actually the right approach. And I do have one last thing. Overall, the transportation and budget for whatever we're going to be voting on, because now it's been changed. So whenever you bring us that package on the 20th, I just want to make sure that we have, like, a really clear budget with all the new costs and stuff. So just a few little things, if you have time, would be really, but that's what's top of mind.
Yeah, and I think on the, so if the work session makes on Thursday, that would be the appropriate time to do the deeper dive on Dobie, Burnett, and Webb. We have all that, and we know what it is, and we know that, we can create a section in the conversation specifically for that.
Thank you. Trustee Willie-Chu.
Sure. All right, so I had some additional observations of root causes when I'm looking at the data. And so I'm noticing that, let me pull up, I have so much data right now. A root cause I'm noticing is elementary schools where sixth graders were held at the campus for accountability of neighboring campuses. So I'm noticing that as a root cause. I am also noticing that the Mendez attendance zone had 800 students that were served in Austin ISD. 200 of them were served at Mendez. These schools that were the majority of Mendez students were served, so are on this list. I'm noticing that that's 1 out of 1 in every 3 students at Sanchez is receiving special education services. So I have a question about, I would say, like, why are our elementary schools so imbalanced in that way? And also at Dawson, 1 in 3. I am noticing chronic absenteeism is about 1 in 3 at the schools on this list. Mobility, 1 in 3. Attrition, greater than 30%. And that a very high number of students are emergent bilingual 1 in 2 years in the United States. And most of the schools with multi-year F ratings, over 90% of the students are experiencing poverty. So I would like to know how isolating our students who are experiencing poverty and who are emergent bilingual is being addressed by the plan.
So on the 6th grade, you're referring to the 6th grade students that were held back from Mendez and Martin at those elementary schools? Is that?
Yes.
Okay, so for the 23, 24, because they came back, yeah, so they started this year, 25, 26, so you're thinking 20, okay.
So for 3 years.
The correlation, okay,
yes.
got it.
I'm also seeing like one year principals, brand new principals, and where principals that were performing well were moved out of the school. With Martin, the school was left with almost like very, very few students. They were moved out. So everyone who, very, very high number of students were left Martin, and the district like highly controlled how teaching was done at Martin as well. So I have questions about, let's see, also looking at the TAP plans, TEA, I guess this is TEA's, is that like a general form from TEA that we're answering?
Yes, we modeled it after their TAP workbook.
Okay. So none of the schools that are being closed and moved to another school as part of the plan, it asked, was an A or B school considered? It says yes. Will you let us know which ones and why we didn't move them there? Or if we asked the families if they would like transportation there?
I mean, I'm happy to produce a statement. So, yeah, I can do that. It's fine.
Yes, I would like to know why it's okay to put entire schools in portables to give them a nicer building.
It's part of like a swing space solution?
Yes, but not for academic purposes.
You mean short-term versus long-term? I mean, for swing space solutions, they are, construction is usually 24 to 36 months, and then we get rid of the portables. They're not meant to be permanent solutions, but we can provide more kind of detail around kind of the types of spaces that are most conducive for learning, and and why portables are, as short-term solutions are not that.
Do we think that's like a root cause of like students being in portables versus new buildings? Are we seeing a correlation with?
I'd have a correlation. Yeah, I don't. The way that it's asked, I'm not sure I can respond across all the different school types, because I'm not sure aware of the number of schools that were being modernized that were in swing space solutions between 22, 23, 23, 24. Versus the ones that are now. So I would need to look at that a little bit closer.
Okay, and I can save the rest of my questions for our work session next Thursday. It sounds like we're trying to do it.
Yeah, and I think the principal That's one that we have been trying to address, and I think we have done a very good job over the last couple of years of stabilizing the principalship in Austin ISD. In 22, 23, and 23, and really 21, 22, we had huge numbers of vacancies for principals, hiring, well over 24 in the 22-23 school year. And I think at that time, coming out of the pandemic, the administration at the time, just had different practices. We would hire mid-year opposed to, waiting towards the end of the year to build up a, stronger pool of candidates. And so for a period of time, you did see, lots of first-year principals entering our schools. And many of them have done great. But the reality of it all is, when I'm a better superintendent in year two, at least I think I was in year one, and everybody grows. And so there's definitely a correlation, I would say, to principal retention and tenure and performance. And that's been kind of a long-standing relationship in Austin ISD. And you're right, where you see that tenure and stability, you don't necessarily see the same type of impact on academics and outcomes. But we can provide more.
Thank you. And from the workshop, I think it would be very helpful to hear from the educators who have been serving in these schools what would have helped to support them better so that we can do that going forward. And to thank them for how hard they have worked in spite of the lack of support, of adequate support. I won't say no, but it obviously was not enough support. And I think it would be really helpful to hear from our teachers at Dobie and Webb and Burnett what is working well there, and what isn't, or what adjustments need to be made, or what challenges they are facing. That would be really helpful to hear in the workshop as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee David Auguste?
Okay, first off, the one that I think you'll love the most.
I don't love anything.
I know Trustee Singh already asked this in a larger context, but just for our purposes tonight, ballpark, I'm not holding you to it, just idea. How much do you think each one of these taps would cost? Just roundabout.
So we budgeted for Dobie, Burnett, and Webb 800,000. 1.7 for these less. I think 800 is what we're budgeting for staffing. 800,000.
So times 18.
No, the two UAs are going to have a slightly different kind of build up budget wise.
So just for tablecloth math, though, say 500,000 average.
I think normalized out. We have the number. Katrina, do you have it? 14 at $1 million each.
Okay, so 14 million. So I'm going to borrow a little bit of the Titanic analogy, but I'm going to twist it. I think it was appropriate the way you used it for the context of that. I get worried. I think I spoke to you in a different conversation about Titanic psychology, because this isn't the Titanic. I think totally appropriate to think about that. I think the reason that it comes across like the Titanic is because it gets people into thinking that they're manning the lifeboat, and in this context, how it ends up is they're trying to get people to pay for the private lifeboat, and I'll guarantee you a spot if you're willing to pay for me to go in the private lifeboat. And then we get left managing the free lifeboats that everybody's running towards because not everybody can afford the private lifeboat. And I think that is really what clouds the situation. Going to another conversation that we had, we were talking about early childhood literacy gains, right? That's a systemic solution that we've applied, right? We're seeing systemic gains. It's slow. It kind of works over time. We'll see it ideally propagating through the grades as that effort continues and those, students matriculate. The TAPS and the way that this is coming across is all granular on specific campuses. It's not the systemic solution. And I think what Trustee Whitley Chu was just pointing out was some of the systemic natures of the failures that we're seeing, right? It's populations across campuses. It's not just, oh, you just go fix this one thing at this one campus. And, I think that's built in to the way this is being applied, not by our choice, but, the framework that we're being given on a very, very short, short notice. And so what we've seen in the early childhood from the, conversations we've been having is the systemic approach on the district level is what's working. And so for whatever we're doing with the TAPS and turnaround plans and, all this stuff, it's not really addressing the underlying, the overarching issue. And I think what Trustee Singh was bringing up was, the broader prospect of like, how are we going to address these things across the board? To then move to another part, I was talking to someone outside of the district in a different context as for my advocacy part, and they were bemoaning how many LSSPs and DIAGs they had lost to AISD because we had aggressively hired, offering, compensation packages and, staffing to, correct that issue. And so really, that was a systemic solution to a systemic issue that was presenting across the district. And at the end of the day, really what the solution was paying people more to do the work that we needed to get done. And I think that's kind of what gets missed in this conversation, because now we're getting, put, into these positions where we're paying more money for solutions that are not systemic solutions, right? When that's really what we need to be applying. And so I just wanted to highlight that part and make sure, we still have community members that have, stayed here for the meeting, that have been, this far into it. And I think it's, bridges into issues that we're having in other conversations where people keep looking, understandably at just the campus or just the one school. We're trying to talk about this framework that overarches the entire district, and it's because it is a systemic thing. And so that's why it's not just about whether this school got an A or a B or any of that. To fix everything takes an approach that's going to fix everything. And you're not going to just fix one school and then the other school. And, I wanted to highlight those pieces and to bring it back to the turnaround plans and to what's going on here is, the solutions are, I think, going to be beyond just what are in these plans, right? Even though we're doing this and, we're following the TA guidance, we're, adhering to the timelines, doing the things that TA wanted. But again, to Trustee Singh's point, is the AISD piece of it is what are we doing beyond all of that? And to acknowledge the people that are, still here, I think the community piece is really big on that. And, kind of delving into the communication part so that it can empower those families and those communities around what's going on those schools. And so that's one of the things that we're talking about is these accelerated timelines and you're having to get the TAPs through, get them approved. That's not really going to be the long-term solution. It's going to be tying in this communication piece, so that people know that they're getting reassigned to new schools. They know, the SPED piece that's going to be coming. They understand, how much work is coming. And I think that also ties into this budget piece, because it's not going to be done at the end of this semester. It's not going to be done at the end of next semester. This is going to be an ongoing thing that we're going to keep working on. And so I want to encourage that we start using these things that we're doing now. Like we have to do the TAPs. So we need to start focusing on that communication piece on every single thing that we're doing from here moving forward, because it's at least another year, if not longer, right, of consolidation and redoing the plan, all this stuff.
Yeah, I think, no, I appreciate that comment, and I love your analogies. They're very good. A couple things, and this is something I've shared when we go to these community meetings that I enjoy very much, is that, we have been doing a lot of work to improve the system, right? And we start with the educator. We've really, I think over the last 2.5 years, as we've come together, been very intentional about, putting in place those systems that are aligned with our values that we know will move outcomes, but do it in a way that is aligned with who we are. And it takes time, and there's evidence that the system is responding. And to your point, like the TAPs are kind of on top of that because they're building on the work that's been done over the last, 1.5 years, 2 years that we've been like really, really intentional about. And so I think it's just, worth noting your point. Like if you go campus by campus by campus, yes, you may ultimately break the accountability chain, but really what we're doing is putting this on top of what all the other things that we have been doing. And we need to be better about addressing some of those things that Trustee Singh and Trustee Whitley Chu brought up that we are aware of, but don't find themselves as clearly in the plan. But they are things that we have been like very intentional about, right? I mean, like the hiring, like all these things that we talked about. Like I can go back in my brain and think about decisions we made along the way that were different than what we did, 3 years ago or 4 years ago, and it's real evidence that they are working. So I appreciate that. The other thing that you going back to a conversation you and I had, implementation matters. Having a plan, agreeing to a plan, whether it's consolidations or boundary change, whatever it ends up being, like you have to be able to implement with fidelity. And if you don't, then you're eroding more trust in the community. You're not ultimately going to reach the outcomes that you desire to meet through the plan. And so for me, it's really important that we are very intentional about what goes in the plan. We're really honest about what we can and can't do, because I 100% expect to be able to implement the plan. That's what I'm here for. And so implementation is really, really important, and that's why the thoughtfulness in the plan is a critical conversation, and look forward to continuing to have it with y'all.
Yeah, I'll just bookend it with one more comment on the communication piece. For all of this, underlining it is going to be that the community is going to be more empowered the more they understand what's going on, and that the dialogue, the trustees have been doing the two-way communications, and we've been committing to do that every year, to become a regular thing. And I think in that spirit is just, the more that we're empowering the community on those. I've really enjoyed this second round that we've done of the two-way communications, has been much better. And I want to see that kind of, that spirit of improvement kind of across the board. And I think the turnaround plan implementation, like you're talking about, is a really good opportunity to start demonstrating that, so that people can see the improvement. And so that we can kind of toot our own horn and get credit for the stuff that we're doing.
Thank you, Trustee Hoffman.
Thank you. I will try to be quick because I know we're way past time.
We had 2.5, 1.5, 1.5. Sorry, not 2.5.
Okay. I will still try to be brief. I just wanted to follow up on the communication piece with the community, because I think, from the emails and the phone calls we've received, I do not see evidence that our communities are aware of what's potentially happening to their schools. So I would really like to just know that even in these final weeks before the plans are due, that we've mobilized all of our resources, including our parent support specialists and the true community engagement model that they at least used to use, and that we've enlisted our partners who help us with community engagement to do the work to ensure that on a face-to-face basis that our families are aware. And I was at Northeast High School on Saturday. I was at Eagle Valley on Sunday, and in both situations, I kind of heard from people saying we're talking to families and they don't know. So I just really want to make sure that we're using all our available resources who are good at that work to make sure our families are engaged. And I guess my request is that you provide that information to us about how that has been or will be done, particularly in regards to before the vote for the TAPs. And then I'm curious about the public hearing that is scheduled for the day of the vote. So I understand. I'm looking through the statute right here, and it's very, there's no timelines given. There's no kind of things. I'm curious, what are our options for the hearing, and are there options available that would not have the hearing, literally an hour before the vote, so that the feedback that we get during the hearing is actionable rather than performative?
I understand that you can have the hearing before. I just want to make sure, well before. I just don't know.
Yeah, the hearing is statutorily required in order for it to be, as you say, meaningful, i.e. prior to the day of the vote. Really our biggest constraint at this point is just time and the new requirements around open meetings posting. So the only real availability is going to be around that same time frame as what you're thinking of for a work session. So you could perhaps double it up on that night, but otherwise, you don't have a ton of options.
And I understand there was a timeline of other engagement, both that was required, but also that was, done. But I just really worry about that hearing being, not an actionable moment. So I am here. That was my next question, was whether if we do hold a workshop, would it be possible to have the hearing then? And just in order to do our best effort to make that a meaningful hearing. So
Yeah,
that's something to consider.
Yeah, at this point, your only other available meeting dates are the 13th, 14th, 17th, right, unless you want to meet on a weekend. 13th, 14th, 17th, 18th, and 19th.
Yeah, right. And I guess. So the other question on that is that whether, I just want to be aware of the timeline. I understand that in order to post what we might be voting on the 20th, I believe you would have to post that on the 14th. Mm-hmm. And the date we're talking about potentially having this workshop would be the 13th, which would really mean that the day before you're trying to finish up a massive submission, we would be creating another, set of preparation for that meeting, keeping staff here late for that meeting, et cetera. So I just want to be, it may be something we have to do, but I just want to acknowledge the time constraints for your team as well.
Oh, yeah, I appreciate you acknowledging that. And I also, I understand why we want as many things in the documents as possible, but there are many things that we do that are not in TA documents. Just to be clear, there's a lot that we do. So I think, if there's feedback that we know will absolutely inform the submission, we're happy to make the change. I'm just not envisioning something so significant that we wouldn't be able to manage it within the time period that we have. Anything that was really nuanced, would probably wouldn't even fit in the template itself. It would have to be, something that we do that is tied to a milestone in the plan, and then the plan it would be a text or, an element. So I think there's an opportunity to continue to develop and evolve. The template is a template. We can build on that even after the submission because it's our work, but we just have to be in alignment with that. So I don't know if that's helpful, but I'm not expecting every single thing that comes out to be incorporated. It's just not that type of document.
Thank you.
Thank you for all of this. Thank you to all of my colleagues for your comments. Really appreciate so much of what I've heard. I want to just make one quick comment about consolidations and closures and then move on. I know the Becker community has made what I think is a really thoughtful proposal. And I would love to just have a response to that, would love to make sure it's considered and understood and responded to. It could potentially involve not just Dawson, but Galindo, and I think as we're talking about TAP plans and a lot of our TAPs sending students to F-rated campuses, D-rated campuses, C-rated campuses, there are potentials there for a lot of things, so I would love to understand more about whether that is possible, and if not, why not? With modifications or as presented. Thank you. Thank you for reaching out to partners. I know we have a fierce amount of knowledge that we have access to through memberships, through a lot of things in our community. I would love just for the guidance you got to be shared with trustees. That would be helpful to understand what those organizations shared, and I would really like to understand kind of whether they've been invited to help understand our data, to take a deep dive into the modeling we've done, just that thought partnership. I think we can't have too many minds involved with this, and would really like to understand, were models shared with them? Were they given access to all of our data? Have we run kind of as if projections of what these populations were putting together, what the STAR would look like if they took the STAR now? Based on what we know from beginning of year or map testing. Are there answers?
I worry, it's a lot of questions. I worry about taking someone's verbal comments to us and kind of putting their name on. So what I'm happy to do.
Something written that can be shared, or just general ideas,
Yeah.
even not attached to people.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're happy to, because we had lots of meetings and, and great feedback, but a lot of it was, looking at the data and then having a dialogue and then taking the ideas. So I think we can summarize and then we can talk about who we met with. I worry about
That's fair.
anything more detailed. I'd have to be almost putting words in their.
Just summary and what we did with it would be helpful, and then kind of what was done to really share that deep data and that deep modeling. And as many minds, and what modeling have we even done to know would be helpful.
When it was appropriate.
When it was appropriate, yes. Thank you. I really want to understand, when I look, I think our TAPs are the ones that we're reassigning. We have 3 TAPs where we're sending students from F-rated campuses to D-rated campuses. My understanding is that is not acceptable. Under TEA rules, I'd like to understand why we think that will be accepted and why we think that will work.
I think it is listed that it has to be an A, B, or C campus, but in conversations with the agency, when there are extenuating circumstances and with sufficient support plans to surround sending of students to such campuses, we receive the signal that when all those things are in place, that it would be acceptable.
Okay.
And to be clear, I mean, they have reviewed in draft form these documents. I mean, we're Region 13. I mean, we're constantly getting feedback so that we're not ever progressing something that we believe will not be accepted.
Okay, well, I hope we're also not progressing something we don't think will work, because I know until recently it had to be an A or B rated campus. And now we have 3 TAPs that are going to D-rated campuses and 3 that are going to C-rated campuses. And I would say, as one trustee, that gives me real concern. And I think especially where we have considered a higher rated campus, why haven't we done that? And to Trustee Whitley-Chu's point, have we really leaned into the possibility of maybe students traveling a little farther? Maybe that being a temporary for a couple of years. I understand we have swing spaces that go on for a couple of years. So students traveled a little farther for a couple of years, had access to a more strongly rated campus, and perhaps a better chance of breaking that chain. We have a whole lot at stake here, and I'd really like to understand in more depth of why we haven't considered that. I understand geography and a lot of other things, and F-rated campuses to D-rated campuses give me profound concern, because I know the commissioner likes to say poverty isn't destiny, and I agree with that. We have some thriving schools that are meeting the state's requirements under this system, with students with deep economic need, with a lot of mobility, with a lot of things. And I've looked at the statewide data. I've looked at campus by campus data. I've taken the giant spreadsheets and downloaded them from TEA. And there's a lot of correlation, and we do not have limitless resources, and I'm very, very concerned.
I can, if we want kind of a description of the thought process on why we didn't want to move those that student group to a school that was A or B, I'm happy to provide that.
Or with the D's, even a C, and understanding this isn't about
so D to C?
Well, or even the Fs that are going to Ds, why the Fs aren't even going to Cs. And I understand, I have complete faith in our students, and I know that when we have 30% mobility, when we have high, rates of chronic absenteeism that have nothing to do with what our students are capable of, when, right now our country is denying food to our students, and our state denied food to our students over the summer. A lot of our students don't have health care. This is not just a school issue, and we can implement as well as we can and offer all the resources we can, and we can't fix those things, and our students are bringing those things, and that really gives me profound concern that we're setting ourselves up to fix much bigger issues with high quality instructional materials and fidelity to programs and other things, but I just really want to understand why there's confidence. I trust that you have confidence it'll work. I just want to understand that, before I vote for these things that give me real concern. So thank you for that. Somewhere I thought I saw someone say Martin, the TAP was receiving 46% of the students, but then when I look at the plan, it says 61. It has to be more than 50%, right?
Where did you see that at?
I don't know. I have it in my notes, but that doesn't mean I can't find it again. So I must have written it down wrong.
And the term they use, I think, is plurality. Where the campus that receives the most students from that sending campus receives the TAP.
Okay, but it can be a plurality, not a majority.
It's split 3 ways.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. That's helpful. And I have asked several times for modeling the populations that we're creating, if we can have state data with similar circumstances, not just racial data, economic data, linguistic data, but also what we know about mobility, what we know about how long students have been in the country, what we know about special education percentages, students receiving special education services, and understand what that A through F distribution is. And if we're creating campuses, especially with those F to D campuses, if other schools in Texas with similar populations tend to do really well, or if we are creating a really big hill to climb. And I haven't seen that, but I would really very much value understanding what the likelihood of doing well is at other campuses with that kind of makeup. That would be extremely helpful to me as I decide, kind of as I help to understand these. Appreciate the conversation about beginning of year data at Dobie, Webb, and Burnett. I know we're learning a lot, and understanding student mobility, understanding just, is what we're doing working? Do we believe that it's working? That would be extremely helpful if we are able to have that workshop. I also really want to echo what Trustee Singh said about the dual capacity framework, and I really appreciate seeing family engagement here. And I know that's one of TEA's levers. I think it's one of TEA's levers for really good reasons. And I see a lot of things that we're doing for families, but I don't see a lot of leaning into our families as experts. And that's our policy for a reason. And our families, we want good things for our kids. The teachers who know our kids want good things for our kids. I know everyone in this room wants good things for our kids. No one wants good things for our kids more than their families. And we have a history at many of our campuses of really inviting our families in as partners, no matter what kind of educational background they have, no matter what, respecting our families as experts. And I don't see that in this plan, and would love to understand that. And then I'd really like to see a financial breakdown of how the $800,000 per campus will be used, and really more detail about the wraparound services, especially campus by campus. This campus has high mobility. This campus has high chronic absenteeism. This campus has an extraordinary percentage of students receiving special education services. How are we tailoring the investments that we are finding ways to make to the needs of those individual campuses? That would be extremely helpful to me as well. And then I also have a question. I understand with our Dobie, Webb, and Burnett that our TAP plans included the option to bring in an 1882 after a year. Are we writing that into these plans?
Yeah, I mean, we haven't, they're not in there now.
Yeah.
We've talked, well, yeah.
Will we be writing that into these plans?
Yeah, and I'll verify if that contingency needs to be written in, or if that's always an option for us.
Sounds like President Boswell would like it written in regardless.
If it's an option, I'd love it written in. Yeah, I think it would be great to have it written in. And it is what we did. I'm asking because I know there's precedent, and I think it was a very wise choice. And just, I think the more options we give ourselves, the better, because the timeline is short. And I do have high hope that I know a lot of great work has been done. And I really do hope, we talked about the hockey stick, and we talked about it starting to bear fruit, and we have to get this right at a whole bunch of campuses, not just for our students, but for our whole district. And I know you feel the pressure in a huge way, but the more we understand, I think the more, the better positioned we'll be to offer support and the backing that you need to get this right. And I think that is it for me, and I really want to thank my colleagues for being willing to spend even more time, here together, and thank staff for being willing to go there with us. I know that's a big ask when you're already being asked to do so much, and I think we can't understand this too deeply. It's a big deal, and I know good work's being done, and our community needs to know that as well. So thank you for that. Really appreciated, and not taken lightly that people are willing to do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'd also love to add just a thank you to Ashley Paz for offering some clarity by phone about how we can have the time to talk about this, and to TEA for making sure we understood that as well. Thank you. All right, so this ends our section on information reports, and now we will move into the preview of agenda items that will be considered for a vote at the next board meeting on November 20th. Staff is available to answer any questions, and we are going to begin tonight with item 6, which is the agenda preview for upcoming academics and curriculum items. Any questions on those?
Oops, thank you. I just want to thank the administration for the continued work and the investment on 6.2 on college, career, and military readiness with our students who are in most need of that support. These are the kind of things that need funding, and it costs money, but it ensures that kids have actual choices when they complete our high schools. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next section, number 7, board administration. Any question? For our TCAD allocations of our points. Next is section 8, business and finance. Any questions? Thank you. My only question, 8.2, just want to ask, I know we made a commitment to have some regular updates about the progress made toward keeping the promises made when we adopted the budget, and how the savings were being realized. And I know we're seeing budget amendments, but I would love to just make an agenda request to have a more in-depth update on how we are keeping the promises we made when we adopted our budget to find the savings that had not yet been realized. Thank you. And find a time to do that.
I'm just thinking about what we presented last time. It's okay. I'll continue on.
Yeah, I just think we can't talk about that too often. Yeah. Next section is 9, facilities. Trustees, any questions? All right. Next is 10, talent strategy. All right, next, section 11, policy, and these, some of these are policies related to the closure and consolidation process. So I know our community is seeing these for the first time in this agenda item. Thank you to the policy committee for the work on that. Trustee Singh.
Yeah, I wanted to ask about the 11.3, the bilingual education document. I have a few questions about them, but I'm wondering if there's going to be an opportunity, like, is the policy committee going to meet on this again, or have y'all, can y'all just share a little bit more about who was involved in this and why?
Sure. Dr. Maxwell, Yvette, Victoria, welcome. I'm not sure if I think the policy committee is already, I'm not sure it's going to go back to policy committee, so I think this is the appropriate time to.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Hi, good evening, Superintendent Segura and President Boswell and Board of Trustees. Yes, this has already gone to the policy committee, and as an additional document, we just wanted to also share kind of, like a little bit of what it is currently, what the proposed changes are, and kind of a little bit of an explanation of those changes. I know Yvette Cardenas has been working a lot with this policy and to reflect what we would desire in our programs. And so are there any specific
I
questions
do
about?
have some specifics. Maybe I can just go through some of them, and that way you can have them. Okay. I wanted to know just, we crossed out the definition of the one-way versus two-way, and I just thought that was, sometimes that is helpful to have in there. So, but that's just me. I like having things well-defined. The language about the 50-50 ratio, I appreciate that. I know that's what the research literature says is really helpful. I did have, a teacher that I respect a lot take a look at this and give me some feedback, and she said that she was worried about the specificity here because some campuses might not have large numbers of English speakers that attend them, so it kind of puts an additional recruitment burden on them to kind of get to that. And so I just wanted to share that with you because it could feel a little bit binding maybe for a campus that doesn't have currently a whole lot of English speaking or non-emergent bilingual students there. So maybe if you could respond to that, that would be helpful.
Thank you for that question. So you're right. We do have one-way and two-way. That hasn't gone away in terms of how we code our students, right? And really, one-way and two-way is about the makeup of the classroom. So it's the students that are participating in that dual language classroom. This is primarily where it's written to achieve that up to 50% non-emergent bilingual and at least 50% emergent. I think I said it the other way around. But that really is about a two-way dual language classroom or environment. So we do have campuses that really already look that way or can look that way. One of the big ones are the proposed school-wide dual language campuses, but we have some others that can get there because they're already serving students that are both emergent bilingual and non-emergent bilingual. When we're talking about the campuses that have really large numbers of emergent bilingual students, where we know that is going to happen, and that is traditionally more of a one-way type of program. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so they would still be allowed to
Absolutely.
Continue with that. Okay,
Absolutely.
So maybe it might be helpful to have some language that kind of clarifies that a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
There was a few other comments. It might just be easier if I just share my comments with you all directly, and then you can just take those. And I'm happy to have a conversation with you offline if that seems to be the best thing. But I think overall, I'm glad we're looking at this. I do just want to make sure that I appreciate that you all shared with us an update, the annual update that we're supposed to get. And it would be really helpful to just kind of better understand, to accompany this policy, what our actual, data around bilingual education is. I don't know if there's anything in this policy that speaks to an issue that I've heard over the years, which is if you have a two-way dual language program, you don't need to have a dual language certified teacher to teach the English portion of it. And I don't know if we have any specific maybe local policy or something on how we're going to do, or how we kind of treat that.
So the Texas Code in Chapter 89, it does talk about being able to utilize partner teachers in dual classrooms, where we would have a certified bilingual teacher partnered with an ESL certified teacher,
Yes.
and functioning in that kind of configuration. So that is included in Chapter 89 right now.
Okay.
And we can always refer to that as well.
And is that a model, do we do that in our school district?
We do have campuses that utilize that configuration. We're looking at that in 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade, because by 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade, our language allocation plan, shifts to a 50-50 in terms of about 50% of the instructional time is in English and 50% in Spanish.
Okay.
And so, so we do have campuses that utilize that dual language bilingual certified teacher partnered with an ESL certified teacher.
Okay, and I would be curious, Superintendent, to know if we're, what the configuration looks like at our wall-to-wall programs, generally speaking, versus our non-wall-to-wall programs. I don't know if you have that in your head already or wish to comment on that.
Yes, I don't have that data readily available.
Okay.
Yes, but we can get that.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in this section? Trustee Kaufman.
I just appreciate those questions, and I in discussing the policy changes, one thing that we on the committee we talked about was the importance that the policy does not block emergent bilingual students from participation in the most effective dual language programs. And so that is, I think, a worry to think about when you're looking at the state requiring. But the Chapter 89 requires a district with two-way dual language to have a policy that speaks to aiming for a 50-50 ratio. So that is something that's kind of required by the state. But I think in implementing that, we just have to keep our values forefront, which is ensuring that we are providing the program to all emergent bilingual students and not to fall into the trap that some districts with only a limited number of programs do, which is to say we're going to have an application process and these emergent bilingual students didn't make the cut because we can only take 50% of them. Like, we have to have seats open for every single emergent bilingual student. So I don't want anything in the policy that would suggest that we're not going to do that or prevent us from doing that. I think it actually is a really good I'm very curious, based on the internal audit report as well, talking about the importance of placing teachers. I don't know how they said it exactly, but the importance of making sure our teachers are allocated and placed correctly. I really do think, maybe not in policy, but I really do think we need to explore having a staffing plan that explicitly is based on partner teachers in 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade to ensure that we can place bilingual teachers instead of having exceptions at other campuses. And so, you know, as a principal, I certainly stockpiling as many bilingual teachers as you can is the goal, because you want to have them, and that's great. But when we have them at one campus at the expense of other campuses having them, particularly if those bilingual teachers are not serving a majority of students who are emergent bilingual, is ethically challenging.
Thank you. Other questions about this? I have a quick one on the, thank you to Trustee Singh and Trustee Kaufman about the dual language policy. Really appreciate those questions. I have one about the transfer policy, just a couple. I know we've talked about in the past freezing transfers at campuses. The policy refers to freezing transfers but doesn't refer to a date by which that is announced. Does that belong in the policy? I understand we've had a practice of that in the past. But wonder if we need to put a date in the policy so families understand when that information will be available as they're planning.
A firm date. I'm just trying to think. I'm not sure what that would look like in the policy. Go ahead.
Yeah. So in the section that relates to you have pointed out something that's made me think, because in the section that relates to staff transfers and then student transfers, we did put something in that said prior to the opening of the general registration round. And I think that it would be potentially a good thing that we can take back and discuss moving that higher so that it's not just related to those two transfer types. But we'll discuss it internally and decide if we want to make that global. But thank you for raising that.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. And then I noticed there were some changes to hardship transfers or return to campus mid-year, and would like to understand why that change was made and what options there are if we do have a student. I don't know how often that's used or kind of what the issues are, but just wonder if there are some students who do have a transfer, they think it's going to be great, it doesn't work, or they have a situation with family, job, you know, transportation or whatever that is, and why we've closed that door. and what we hope to gain and what the risks might be for our students.
Yeah, so in the interest of, stability for the students, the policy does say that it's at the start of the next semester. However, there's also language in there, I believe, I will double check, that relates to the best interest of the student and the sending principal and the receiving principal coming to an agreement. And those are circumstances that are handled case by case in the best interest of the child. And if it really is that a change needs to be made more quickly, we can definitely do that.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that.
Just quickly, Victoria, on the freeze, I know 2 years ago we got away from the word freeze. And so I think we just kind of revert to, a wait list. And so I guess as we look through this, I just want to make sure, I don't think we're envisioning bringing back that term, just to be clear.
That was my term, not a term in the policy.
Yeah,
The policy says suspension of transfers, and I use that for people who, that's a new word, so I use the new word and the old word. Sorry, thank you, I appreciate that. And then speaking of new words and old words, I also just wanted to say thank you for the new word continuation transfer to replace grandfathering. I know we've talked about that word here on the dais and in our communities, so thank you for coming up with a new word. And I think that's a very clear word, so thank you for that. And those are my only questions on that one. All right, next up is, I have a question about, next is section 12. Anyone have questions about that? And I'll ask section 12, other. And I have one question about that. I see approval of the turnaround plans. Maybe I'm missing it. I don't see a vote listed for the rest of the closure and consolidation plans on our agenda.
Yeah, I don't see it either.
Okay. Just flagging that.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions about this
I was
section?
gonna say, and those will be for separate vote. Like, will they be two different votes? One is going to be the TAPs and the closures and consolidations associated with those, and then another would be for the special programs, or are you going to do it all together?
I can talk to the board officers and
Yeah.
kind of structure what we think works, based on the desire of the board. I mean,
And the whole thing, whatever you all decide, it would be a separate vote, not on consent, correct?
oh yeah, yeah.
Cool, thanks.
Yeah, I've. It's not the exact same question, but it comes from the same place. From the superintendent's report, slide 9, we had some timeline pieces, and there was a TBD, and so I'm kind of want to understand what we're voting on in full.
Yeah, so on the 20th, we're voting on the 10 consolidations that are tied to, first you're voting on the turnaround plans, right? And then within the turnaround plans, but also associated with the consolidation plans, there are consolidations. And then there are also the consolidations that are tied to program moves. So that is the bundle of like actions. So those are 3, I think, separate kind of things: the TAPs, the consolidations and boundaries tied to the TAPs, and then the programmatic moves and changes. The boundary changes and the consolidations tied to balance enrollment. That was the TBD that I referenced when I was kind of addressing all of it. And I think that's kind of based on a conversation from the trustees as to, when the appropriate time to bring it back is. As I said before, the work is going to continue. It's important for me to ensure that the input from the community, the analysis is considered, and we progress the work. It's something that we're going to do. It's a function of when we bring it back. That sounds like what you want is certainty on the timeline as far as when we get it back, and I think that's a conversation that
I do want certainty on the timeline, and sooner rather than later. And what I've heard, and what thousands of people have heard, is that all of this ties together and works together, and so I'm having difficulty understanding the pulling, like how the pulling apart is possible. Yeah, sure, Trustee Hunter.
Here is my question. I know that your desire for process is to validate all of the information that you received and that was included to make sure that voices were heard.
And not just validate, to also consider, which means I have to analyze.
Okay.
Right. So if community gives me a plan or an idea, like I mean, I've heard ideas this week about Win Montessori, and I've heard ideas about other things. It's not validating the idea. It's doing the analysis to actually see if I can incorporate it into the plan.
Okay, that's two different things. I'm not talking about new stuff. I'm talking about, I know you had some concern about things that we'd already received. Did I misunderstand?
There were things that were, we as an administration, I as the superintendent, wanted to ensure were analyzed and assessed to determine whether they could be incorporated into the plan.
Okay, so that's the only piece I'm talking about right now. Because that, from what I understood, is why we pulled out the 3.
Correct.
What I'm asking is.
And the boundary changes.
And the boundary
so
changes,
just to be,
yes,
I mean, it's
that bundle. Thank you for
correct.
helping me with that. My question is, how long do you need to do that? Because can you do it by the 20th?
It cannot be done by the 20th. It's.
And then, Chair, can I check with our legal counsel? Is this on
for purposes,
the agenda topic,
yeah,
or
it is. I mean, it's right now we're talking about the agenda preview, and so I think the thread here is we're trying to figure out what exactly is going to go on that agenda on the 20th. But even if we're getting a little loose on that, we already have item 4.1 still. This is a posted agenda topic elsewhere. We're just maybe having an expansive discussion of what's going to go on the agenda for the 20th. Do you see what I mean?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so the 20th, so the 20th is not the 20th, it's the 14th.
Yeah.
I mean, so just, I mean, and there is a lot happening right now. And, you know, I don't have the same staff that I had 4 days ago. Just so I am moving, I am working. That you asked if the 20th is possible. The 20th is not possible. Given where we are, it doesn't mean a different date's not possible. It just means it's just not possible to hit the 20th, given what we've gone through the last 5 days.
I felt it was important to. Oops, I apologize. I felt it was important to ask for a couple of reasons. One, a community needs to know we have people hanging in the balance, right? And they're gonna make decisions based on the information that we give them. And right now, they're only gonna have half that information with half a vote. Okay. I'm also asking because an outcry from the community is like, what the hell, right? And I really think that we owe them, like I felt that I owed them to ask, can this be brought back? And you're telling me that with what you need to do, and I understand, I get that, but I felt that I needed to ask.
Yep. So, and the way Trustee Hunter asked, I really appreciate that. It is how much time do you need? And, you know, if I sort of looked back and did the math on how far of a runway we had to get to November 20th, it was short. So we have 2 voting meetings left this semester. We have November 20th and presumably December something. December 20th, yeah, like Merry Christmas or something. You know, it's going to be close to, you know, the end of the year. What I would want to see, in the interest of giving the administration the optimal runway for planning for the next school year, and what I would want to see for community to be settled, as well as settled as we could be in this really difficult process, and also for community to be, quite frankly, reassured that this, because when there was a communication about 3 things, you know, 3 schools being named, it felt to some on a close read that, oh, this was a slowdown and a process would continue.
Yep.
But even that became like, what process? What does that mean? Does that mean it's going to continue till 2030?
No,
You know,
it
I
is
mean,
not. It is not.
I'm just saying that this invited
Yeah.
all sorts of questions. And then others, quite frankly, you know, reading the message didn't get that portion of the memo, so to speak, that on a quick read, what you see is it feels like these three have been pulled. And so, you know, many, many, many people, what they read, what they perceived was it's pulled. If the administration can, granted, you're down a couple of staff, but if the administration can establish a cadence anywhere near the pace we've been working at, you have an extra month. I guess what I would like to see is that this become a 1-2, one voting meeting, next voting meeting, punto done. I guess that's what I would like to see. Otherwise, I have real questions and real concerns about this dragging out.
Yeah.
And yeah, so I guess I'll stop there and wait for a response or your thoughts.
I mean, my response is, this work has to get done. I mean, there's no doubt. You know, I hesitate to just offer a quick response in a timeline because it is. I mean, every single idea. I mean, even the ones that I got this week that many of y'all, the trustees, were at, are requiring analysis, reconfigurations, student movement, and
understood. And I have some coming from my constituents as well.
Yeah, and so so if I think about the TAPs and the program moves, you know, I want to make sure that those are where they need to be, and that we are the administration, that I am extremely comfortable that we've done everything possible to get them as aligned to who we are and with all the committee input. And then while that's progressing, here this week as we progress, provide a timeline based on the feedback from our trustees as to, and also our bandwidth to progress the work, what is the next milestone? I mean, I want to be really clear, this is not stopping. This work is going to continue. It's something we've been committed to. I have said time and time again, feeder pattern alignment, balance boundaries, you know, and if in the consolidations there within, that's all part of the work. It's unfortunate this occurred this way. Again, very disappointed. And so I do want to get this back on track. I just can't give you a specific time. I mean, it's just really hard to do that at this moment.
Understood. So what I'll look for and request is a little clarity and articulation as to what exactly we're voting for next week with the TAP piece, because I think now it says TAP. Well, my screen's died to sleep. That, and that my request that I would want specific, proactive, as soon as possible response to is my expectation is that we would do it this semester, that we would have the whole plan covered between these two next voting meetings. And so, and if not, why not? But that would be my very strong request, and almost a condition of possible ability to really move forward.
Understood.
Trustee Hunter.
The last thing that I'll just ask, since we have the time, is you mentioned this, and our community has you probably should have received several documents from WIN, but one specifically that was giving us very many different options to meet that request. And then the two groups at Maplewood and Campbell have also put together some information that I ensured that everybody received. They probably sent it to you too, but that be taken into consideration. And then there's still some questions to be answered. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think this is one of the things, the WIN ideas. I mean, all of them. You know, we look at them, 2 or 3. We know with certainty fairly quickly that those are probably not ones we can support. But then there's 1 or 2 that, you know, with the right, you know, people engaged, there's something that we could probably consider. And I think that's that's my commitment, is to do that work so that we can find something that threads the 10,000 needles to find something that doesn't increase, harm, address the TAPs, balance enrollment, and also stabilize the program if that's something we choose to do moving forward. And I think that's just what makes this.
Well, thank you, and will, after tomorrow morning, we'll be bringing you something from Pickle, so just so you know.
Yeah.
Okay, anything else about this one? All right, thank you. And I want to say thank you to all of our community members who we asked for creativity and solutions that benefited the whole community, and our community has shown up in a really big way. So thank you. We have a lot of knowledge and expertise and love and creativity in our community, and that is one of our superpowers. So thank you. And thank you to our audit committee for the Gibson audit, the bilingual ESL program audit. Any questions about section, oh no, we're moving on to section 13 now. Can you please introduce the next item?
Yes, President Boswell. I'd like to, our next item is a presentation on the bilingual ESL program audit final report. Our partners with Gibson Consulting have provided a recorded presentation in advance of today's meeting that is included in our agenda item tonight and shared a presentation with backup data. Tonight we'll have Will Hardaway, Myrna Rasmussen, and Gleb Furman joining us virtually to answer any questions from our board members. I was on YouTube earlier and watched it for the second time. So I appreciate the presentation and also saw the number of people that had watched it. So maybe some questions. Team, Gibson team, the trustees may have some questions.
Hi, thank you for being with us, to the audit team, and thank you for the report. Lots of thorough information, really appreciated, lots of interesting insights. So trustees, any questions about this?
Yes. So I have a question about which of our programs are serving emergent bilingual students well, and how do we know?
So are you speaking specifically about campuses? Are you speaking about two-way versus one-way? Which of our campuses?
Yes, and types of programming.
So this report and the presentation wasn't specific to that. I mean, I think that we could get some data and information on specific campuses and different programs pertaining to the programs that they do have. Is that the question that you're asking?
Is that not something we can answer today?
The Gibson audit wasn't structured that way. We're happy to retrieve the data.
Can the administration answer that question today? Yeah, or any staff
There's
member?
over 50 programs.
Yes, or our auditors who have looked at different campuses.
Well, as Superintendent Segura mentioned, this audit was structured to look at the dual language, bilingual, and ESL programs specifically. So those were the programs that we evaluated.
Right. So I would like to ask about the wall-to-wall dual language programs, and are they serving emergent bilingual students well? Are emergent bilingual students in those programs successful, or do they have stronger student outcomes, the same, or?
Yeah, and that was covered in the presentation, so they should be able to answer that question.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so the main finding related to the wall-to-wall campuses was that the demographics don't reflect a prioritization of emergent bilingual students. That those campuses, by and large, have fewer emergent bilingual students than district averages. They have more white students, fewer Hispanic students, fewer African American students, fewer economically disadvantaged students.
And then what are your recommendations around the wall-to-wall dual language programs?
Specifically around the wall-to-wall, the larger recommendation for that piece of the audit is to redesign the dual language program, and a component of that would be to position our wall-to-wall campuses in a way that better aligns with serving emergent bilingual students.
Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else? Trustee Foster?
Sure, I guess, and we have Gibson with us, and I'm really grateful for the work, and I missed the video link, so I'm so sorry in the documents, and I was like, video, what video? And I see that it was in board docs, so I really apologize for not being prepared on that, but on that part of it, and I will go back and watch the video. But the audit, came with really pointed recommendations. And putting the administration on the spot a little bit, because I, like to preview my questions, for your all's capacity to prep. But what I'm really interested in is the articulation between here are the set of recommendations and how do our new program, all this work that we're doing right now, does it articulate? If so, how does it articulate? One that was just raised was the imbalance. I think our plan is, so if you could just speak to that for a minute. The recommendations and how our work with these plans that we're going to vote on speak to those recommendations.
We spoke briefly about just the student makeup at our wall-to-wall programs, for example. So that is something that we are addressing in the consolidation plan, so that is centered more on emergent bilingual students and provides greater access to those students. And again, talked a little bit about that in policy tonight. So that's one of the ways that we've begun to address it, and in addition to actually making those changes in consolidation so that we have a true 50-50 model, and that both students and as the Gibson report pulls out, dual language in the research, a two-way dual language is the most effective model. It's not always the most feasible model in many districts, but is in research the most effective model, and it allows both native English speakers, native Spanish speakers to really have lots of language brokering in the classroom. That diminishes when there's a dominant language in the classroom. That's part of what we've done with those shifts in student populations. Another thing that it addresses as well, we talked a little bit earlier is the amount of bilingual certified teachers that we have and that are needed to run an extensive, any bilingual education, and in our case, a dual language education model. That becomes a little more difficult when we have as many programs at different campuses, and staffing, of course, it's an extra certification that's more difficult to get. And so staffing for bilingual certified teachers is more difficult. And so that's another thing being addressed. And those are a few things of those pieces. There are lots of other recommendations.
Right. So to be clear, among the recommendations, there was, as Gibson Consulting said, a redesign of the programming. But a part of that was a look at the balance within the campuses. You just mentioned that. A piece of it was the staffing allocation, and I think you've begun to touch on that. There's also a clear prioritization of emergent bilingual students. That piece I want to, continue to hear about. And then there was pieces about family engagement, especially of the families of our emergent bilingual students, but in general. And then also reporting to MEAC and having our really nice lines of communication and data flow and that sort of thing. And so, so many of our conversations tonight were kind of linked, because we can go to our TAPs for part of this, and we can go here, we can go here, there. But in all of these cases, I just found this report illuminative, and it just raises the question immediately, okay, this great resource, to what extent are we actually having it drive our work, and are we going to be able to speak to community and turn to community and say, this is how we've addressed recommendation from chapter 4, or yeah, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, so that's a great question, and I'm excited too. So as soon as we started to have conversations with Will and his team, we could already see like how that was going to set our direction, right, moving forward. And we've been working on those pieces. Another piece that came out where there's that intersectionality, just to kind of break a little bit, is feeders, right? So it talked about feeders, which is one of the things that we were trying to do with the larger plan as well. But we are working on policy today as we talked about it. If you'll notice, like the very top part of the policy that we're proposing to update, it does start to say that the intent, right, and the focus is on emergent bilingual students. So that's there also, to your point. Also talking about, yes, family engagement. So one of the things that also came out in the report is that as a department, right, as a district, we do have opportunities where we're sharing information out. I think the distinction was that how are we then planning or setting the expectation for campuses to also share that information. So kind of having more of a direct line, like while we're offering information, right, or we have opportunities to share information with the community, what is that line between district and campus, and how are we working together at the campus level to be able to provide that information to families as well, right? And again, as to your point, that's also aligned to a conversation that we had a little while ago that we heard about making sure that we're communicating with families so that families know everything that's going on, right?
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Additional questions? Trustee Whitley Chu.
So how many two-way dual language programs do we have in Austin ISD currently? Okay.
Is there do you want the exact number?
Or if you give me a definition of one, I could tell you because I have data.
Yes, probably, yes. So if I had to estimate maybe 10 that have a configuration where they have emergent bilingual and non-emergent bilingual students happening. Again, I'm just kind of guessing right now. One of the things that I do want to point out, a shift that we've made a few years ago for all of our dual language programs, we have more than 50 of them, was that even though we've got campuses that really have large numbers of emergent bilingual students and other campuses that have a mixture of emergent and non-emergent bilingual students, that families can apply to go to any dual language campus. So that's important, and that was all about access, right? So making sure that if a family moved into an area and they were non-emergent bilingual, that they could still apply to join that program. So I just wanted to share that too.
I would say in practice, that isn't happening in our district, and so I'm looking at schools that have, I think 26 of our schools have over 90% of the population served in dual language is emergent bilingual. So those students don't have access to peers who speak English. So what I am hearing in practice is families who live in an attendance zone, who they might even be bilingual at home or be a heritage speaker, but if they are not classified as emergent bilingual, do not have access to the program. And so, is it centering emergent bilingual students to not have access to English-speaking peers? Is that centering them? Is that?
So I want to make a little bit of a distinction about two-way and one-way, and maybe some misunderstandings about it. One-way dual language is a very effective dual language program.
In our district, which one-ways are very effective?
I'm speaking about the program in general. One Way is an effective program. Two-way has some added benefits to dual language that one-way does not. But that doesn't necessarily preclude one-way from being an effective program. Also, the reason that they're called emergent bilinguals is it honors the fact that they do speak English as well. And although they don't have the same access to English-speaking peers as many English-speaking peers in their classrooms as you would in a two-way dual language, if it's actually a 50-50 makeup of those students, you still have access to English instruction and to peers who speak English. They're just not native English speakers like you would have in a two-way dual language program.
So in a place where an effective one-way dual language. So if you don't have those answers today, I would love to have evidence of which of our programs are effectively serving emergent bilingual students and campuses. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Kaufman.
And how does this time count for or against us?
This time counts against us. Yes,
so
even though we're talking about a bunch of our students.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay, so thank you again for this very detailed and deep review. I just have a handful of questions, particularly around staffing. So I wanted to ask our Gibson friends whether when you talk about the emergent bilingual participation in the program and sharing the recommendation that we establish enrollment targets to achieve 75% enrollment by year 2 and 90% by year 3. The numbers you're looking at to measure emergent bilingual participation in the program, it looks like that's pre-K through 12. Is that accurate, that you're looking at that as percentage of emergent bilingual students in pre-K through 12 who are currently enrolled in a dual language program?
Those target percentages would just be established for, right now, the pre-K through 6, if that is the target. But we do have at Austin a pre-K 12 dual language program. And so we would establish 75, 90%, ultimately 100% being served in the dual language, the bilingual education program.
Because, okay. And so, thank you for that. Then
we do, but that is, I take your point though, because, and we do try to differentiate because it is optional, of course, from the state level, and at the secondary level, students simply don't have the same types of access to dual language programming as they do at the elementary level.
So what I don't understand is that on the target, it recommended 75%, but on figure 19, you show that in elementary, we already are at almost 80%. We're at 80% participation. So I don't really understand why we're setting a target that's 5% lower than our current reality.
That would be for the entire pre-K through 12, would be those 75, 90 targets.
Okay, is that standard practice in Texas to look at participation in dual language as far as, pre-K through 12 as the, target and goal?
Well, it's for, Myrna, I'll let you chime in, but the dual language framework established by TEA recommends 100% of emergent bilingual students are enrolled in the bilingual education program. And so this would add a scaffolding to getting to that 100% number, or at least closer to, because right now we're sitting at 50% pre-K through 12.
Okay. As far as how that number compares to our comparison districts, I didn't see a comparison for that. Was there a comparison of what those percentages in the comparison districts have currently with pre-K through 12?
We did not look at peer district numbers as far as emergent bilinguals enrolled in their bilingual education programs now.
Okay, so I just want to acknowledge that there's tremendous improvement needed in access to our programming and for implementation of the program, and most importantly with results of the program. But I would want to just be clear to the public that this is not a standard, this is not a ding on Austin that we are currently at 80% participation with emergent bilingual students in elementary, but only 50% overall, because you're unlikely to find any districts in Texas that are at 90% participation pre-K through 12. I just want to point that out. And then I just wanted to ask your opinion on the staffing piece. So when we talked earlier about how the revised Chapter 89 several years ago allows for a partner teacher with ESL and dual language in grade levels that it has a 50-50 break language allocation. Is that a recommendation that you would, I don't see that recommendation in here, but would you agree with the recommendation that we should establish practices that staff, because of our shortages of bilingual teachers, that we establish practices to consistently have partner teachers in 3rd through 5th grade so we can spread our bilingual teachers across more campuses?
Nana, do you want to respond to that?
Yes, Dr. Kaufman. The recommendations were based on the campuses that had a large number of emerging bilingual students, and many of those positions, they have long-term substitutes versus some of the campuses that were two-way and had certified bilingual teachers.
Right. So I think that's one issue is where the current bilingual teachers are allocated, but I'm just wondering, would you agree with the recommendation that we should make use of the partner teacher model in order to make sure we have bilingual teachers available to strategically place at those campuses?
Are we talking about two-way campuses?
Any. To be able to ensure that every emergent bilingual student has a certified bilingual teacher in their program.
If they're partnering and it's a one-way, as long as they have the certification, because now we're not talking about a two-way where it's an ESL. Is that what you're trying to get into, one-way dual campuses?
Yes, to have a partner teacher model at one-way dual language campuses in 3rd through 5th grade so that we are kind of doubling the reach that we have with our bilingual teachers.
Okay, yes. With an ESL partner, if that will be acceptable as long as they're certified, yes.
Okay.
And Dr. Kaufman, I would add, I think we need to be as creative as we possibly can, and that's certainly one of the solutions, but that staffing was I'll underscore a point from the report, was the singular issue brought to us by staff members around their difficulties implementing an effective dual language program.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Good to see you, Dr. Rasmussen.
Good to see you, Dr. Kaufman.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, thank you so much to our auditors, and thank you to our staff for this information. Next item on our agenda is 14.1, part of our commitment to discussing student achievement. We have a presentation on scorecard goal 1, our 3rd grade literacy. And before we hear our presentation, we need to confirm that our monitoring report is complete. The following questions help us determine if the monitoring report is effective or not. Oh, sorry, we have a TEA approved order update before that. Sorry, thank you. I will come back to this one.
Thank you, President Boswell and Board of Trustees. I'd like to welcome up Dr. Cherry Lee, Interim Assistant Superintendent of Special Education and Health Services, and Christina Etheridge, Interim Executive Director for Campus Support and Instructional Delivery, to share the Texas Education Order update, quarterly update. So take it away, team.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the board and superintendent. I'm Cherry Lee, and like the superintendent said, I'm the interim assistant superintendent of special education and health services, and I'm joined this evening by Krista Etheridge, who's serving as our interim executive director of special education for campus support and instructional delivery. And Krista brings a lot of experience here in Austin ISD. She served as a special education teacher, she served as a campus administrator, and as a district leader. But this is her first time here tonight, so I wanted to introduce her. And I'd like Krista to share a few words about herself.
Thank you, Dr. Lee, and good evening, trustees and Superintendent Segura. I'm honored to be serving in this interim role supporting special education. Like Cherry said, having spent 23 years in Austin ISD, I've had the opportunity to work across various classrooms, campuses, and district leadership. I'm also an AISD parent, so I understand firsthand the importance of supporting both students and families, and look forward to continuing the work alongside our dedicated team. Thank you.
So This evening, we're pleased to share our quarterly update on our strategic plan, and we're going to be highlighting the significant progress made, and we'll outline key priorities and implementation steps happening this year and beyond. As a brief summarization, the district was required to create a strategic plan as required per the TEA agreed order. And for reference, in early 2024, Stetson and Associates conducted a third-party audit, which informed our development of the plan. We submitted the draft to TEA in April, published the finalized document in June of 2024, and we've presented quarterly updates to the board since then.
Cold, unsweetened.
The plan is designed to build an inclusive, legally compliant, and responsive system of services that promotes collaboration among educators, families, and the community to improve outcomes for all students. At its core, the plan establishes a clear and cohesive service model that strengthens inclusion, accountability, and student success. It's anchored by 5 key goals that are shown here on the screen that are supported by 142 actionable strategies, each focused on measurable results. And on this slide, you can see those 5 goals, and the plan is also available for review on our external website. During tonight's update, we will highlight evidence of the actions completed and that are still underway from the 24-25 school year, demonstrating our progress from planning to implementation, and we'll also outline our key priorities and focus areas. And although we'll be talking about strategies and completion rates and metrics, I want to be clear, the focus is always on students and families. Our teachers, our campus leaders, our families, and our students are at the heart of the plan. Our district team role is to empower, to support, and to partner with campus leaders and staff so that every school can effectively serve and meet the needs of their students. So let's begin by setting the stage for where we are in this work and where we're headed as we continue implementing systematic change. First, I want to highlight our overall progress. Across the 5 key areas of the plan, our team has completed 66 of the 142 identified actions. And the chart on this slide provides a visual snapshot of that progress. And as you can see, nearly 47% of the actions have been fully completed, with almost 50% currently in progress. And this does clearly reflect our shift from planning to active implementation. But it's important to note that many of these strategies are ongoing by design, and they do require consistent and sustained effort over time. Our goal is not simply to check off items from a list, but to build a supportive system of special education services that continuously improves. And the few actions that are marked as not started or in revision are intentionally scheduled for implementation this year. So since September of 2023, when we began our work as identified in the TEA agreed order, we focused on stabilizing special education services in Austin ISD, and that did include getting caught up on initial evaluations and requiring extensive training for campus leaders and staff. And the training and the stabilization of our evaluation process provided a strong start to our 24-25 school year and allowed us to address the actions identified within the plan. During that school year, we established clear standards for high-quality IEP development and review. We strengthened campus implementation of family engagement. We finalized our evaluation and our MTSS manuals. We launched professional development on special education compliance. We formalized communication channels to promote inclusive practices, and we really focused on parent partnership. The progress we've made so far reflects intentional cross-departmental collaboration and a shared commitment to building the systems and structures that will sustain meaningful long-term impacts for our students. So now that we've described the overall scope of the plan, we'll take a closer look at some of our accomplishments from the 24-25 school year. So 2 goals from this strategic plan. Goal 1, which is communicating a clear and inclusive vision through shared ownership. And Goal 4, establishing high-quality standards for the development and implementation of IEPs. In particular, we're instrumental in framing the strong structures that we need to sustain our work. So last year, we completed multiple actions within Goals 1 and 4, and those included establishing clear and district-wide communication cadences through parent newsletters, the superintendent's message, and the Daily News Digest for staff, which was the Apple. And those are all designed to promote and model inclusive practices. We've also focused on centering disability awareness and acceptance within the district's calendar events and communications. We focused on integrating inclusive practices into professional learning for both general and special education teachers. We've also worked to advance our CFAC, or our Special Education Family Advisory Committee meetings, through the creation of the inclusion work groups and the transition work groups, which expand opportunities for meaningful parent and staff collaboration. And we're also working to establish accessible and annual learning opportunities for families. Krista's now going to share some very specific details about our current and ongoing actions related to family engagement, our inclusive vision, and the continued development and implementation of those high-quality IEPs.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. Building on our focus on family and community connections, I'd like to highlight some of the ways our special education department has expanded family engagement this year. Earlier, during the August and September Special Education Board updates, the board received information on family engagement, and today I will be sharing the latest updates and progress in that area. One of the strongest pillars of our strategic plan is building authentic, two-way partnerships with families. To that end, we've launched several initiatives designed to make information more accessible, consistent, and empowering for parents and caregivers. At the center of these efforts is our virtual Family Empower Hour series, which has become a cornerstone of our outreach. These weekly sessions create transparent and accessible learning opportunities for families of students with disabilities, directly supporting Goal 1 of our strategic plan, communicate a clear and inclusive vision through shared ownership. This year alone, we've hosted 24 Empower Hour sessions covering 9 key topics, from understanding child find process, a parent's guide to map growth scores, accessibility supports for Chromebook, navigating the Texas Dyslexia Handbook, and 18+ transition services. Each session is offered twice weekly at noon and 6 p.m. with interpretation available to ensure equitable access. We're seeing consistent, strong participation with over 300 families so far, and the feedback has been overwhelmingly positive. Parents tell us these sessions have helped them feel organized and confident when advocating for their child, and better prepared for parent-teacher conferences and ARD meetings. Staff members are also invited to attend these sessions, and we've received positive feedback from campus and district staff who join the learning opportunities. Building on that success, we recently introduced Empower Hour on the road, offering in-person sessions at 2 campuses in partnership with our parent support specialists. This came directly from family feedback requesting more face-to-face opportunities. Our commitment to empowering families doesn't stop at information sessions. It extends to hands-on experiences that help families take actionable steps. One great example of this was our Special Education Transition Fair held on September 27th at Bowie High School. This event saw over 200 participants and offered families a meaningful opportunity to actively plan for life after high school. We connected families with over 50 community partners and agencies, offering direct support and information on critical transition areas such as employment, post-secondary education and training, independent living, and recreation and leisure. The feedback from families was overwhelmingly positive, underscoring the importance of this annual event as a trusted, high-impact resource that helps families navigate the transition to adulthood with confidence. In addition to these events, we've created a family learning video library on our website, launched a quarterly Family Connections newsletter, and expanded our outreach through weekly social media posts and updates on the main AISD website, ensuring families can access resources anytime, anywhere. In addition to creating meaningful opportunities for family engagement, our team partnered with Vela Families to provide a specialized training session led by Maria Hernandez on October 21st. All 70 district parent support specialists participated in this important professional development, focusing on strategies to support families navigating special education and Section 504 services. The session equipped staff with essential tools for understanding evaluations, IEPs, and accommodations, while emphasizing compassion, empowerment, and access to resources in both English and Spanish to meet the needs of our diverse parent community. For spring 2026, we are excited about offering additional sessions to include strategies for families to support positive behavior, learning routines at home, and summer enrichment, including bolstering reading and writing skills. All of these initiatives are helping to strengthen trust, build understanding, and ensure our families feel informed, supported, and included in every step of their child's educational journey. One of our main priorities this year has been building consistent systems for family engagement. For background, in previous years, we developed and implemented standardized ARD committee training and guidance for all campus staff to ensure families experience a clear, welcoming, and professional process during every interaction with their child's ARD team. This included finalized protocols for parent communication before, during, and after ARD meetings. Building on that foundation, this year we are focusing on consistent, proactive family engagement and compliance. A key initiative has been our mandatory beginning of year family outreach, where every special education case manager sent a personalized introduction letter to all families using standardized English and Spanish templates. These letters clarify the case manager's role as the family's primary contact, outline IEP meeting and progress reporting processes, and reinforce open lines of communication. The district also supported this effort by sending a special education welcome letter, providing a higher level overview of family engagement opportunities, promoting the quarterly Family Connections newsletter, sharing special education website resources, and introducing the confidential services of the Ombudsman's Office. Communications were sent electronically with print copies provided as needed to ensure all families received them. Looking ahead, we are partnering with the Inclusion Work Group and CFAC to develop a problem-solving guide for campuses. This guide, built on evidence-based and culturally responsive strategies, will help proactively address common communication challenges, enable equitable access to information, and support shared decision-making for all ARD committee members. This resource will help strengthen procedural compliance and enhance the overall effectiveness of the ARD process, ultimately supporting improved student outcomes. As we continue highlighting progress on our strategic plan, I'll now share evidence of completion for Goal 4, Building Systems for Effective Early Childhood Special Education, or ECSE, services. This goal centers on ensuring that our youngest learners with disabilities have access to high-quality, aligned early learning experiences. To give a concrete example of this foundational work in action, the ECSE team began the 24-25 school year by developing comprehensive curricular assessment and instructional frameworks that align directly with district and state standards. By our September 22nd target date, all foundational materials were finalized and distributed to staff. This included curricular expectations, assessment protocols, and instructional models that promote both compliance and instructional quality. As part of our collaborative professional development efforts, ECSE teachers trained alongside pre-K teachers in the Frog Street curriculum, ensuring alignment and consistency across early learning classrooms. They also attend monthly ECSE cohort meetings focused on service-specific topics such as early literacy, language development, and behavior supports. To ensure curriculum alignment, the team also developed a year at a glance with embedded accommodations and modifications fully aligned with the district's pre-K year at a glance. This tool helps teachers plan instruction that integrates IEP goals into daily classroom routines. In the area of assessment implementation, all ECSE teachers participated in targeted training on the use of CLI Engage assessments to support data-driven instruction and progress monitoring. These assessments now inform both individual student supports and classroom-level planning. To maintain coherence and accountability across the year, the team also introduced an Arc of Learning for ECSE providers, a data-driven framework that outlines processes for instruction, IEP development, progress monitoring, and compliance. This ensures that instructional decisions remain grounded in evidence and aligned district-wide. Family engagement is also embedded throughout ECSE programming. Teachers were provided with strategies and tools to maintain ongoing communication with families, ensuring that parents remain active partners in their child's early learning journey. Finally, to support continuous improvement and leadership alignment, the ECSE team developed walkthrough tools and principal communication structures. The new ECSE classroom observation checklist and feedback templates help principals and district leaders conduct focused classroom observations and provide actionable coaching to teachers. Expectations for inclusion, compliance, and quality instruction were shared with principals prior to the start of the year, helping campuses begin with clarity and consistency. In short, we're not just making plans, we're building systems that ensure every ECSE classroom across the district delivers compliant, inclusive, and instructionally rich experiences for our youngest learners and their families. Continuing with our focus on early learning, I'd like to share an update on our efforts to ensure that our youngest learners receive high-quality, specialized instruction that sets the foundation for long-term success. To achieve Goal 2, high-quality instruction, and Goal 4, high-quality IEPs, we invest heavily in specialized training and ongoing support for our ECSE teachers. Our approach is twofold. We provide intensive professional learning days paired with job-embedded coaching and support. This ensures that our teachers are experts in the most developmentally appropriate instructional practices, delivering high-fidelity instruction that directly supports student success. This year, on November 4th, we held a concentrated professional learning day for pre-K teachers. Pre-K 3 and ECSE teachers attended a virtual session on the foundations of literacy, a playful approach, while Pre-K 4 teachers engaged in Making Data Work for You, a Pre-K teacher's guide to CLI Engage. Both sessions focused on helping teachers use assessment data and curriculum to provide individualized, targeted instruction. To support daily instruction, ECSE teachers continue to have access to high-quality instructional resources, including Frog Street, Star Autism Support, and Learning Without Tears. These curricula enhance supplemental instruction and promote student success because they allow ECSE teachers to provide more scaffolded support aligned with IEP goals. Beyond instruction, we are focused on smooth transitions and student outcomes, ensuring that least restrictive environment considerations are documented and monitored as students transition from ECSE services into kindergarten, ensuring continuity and alignment with IEP goals. Finally, we are continuing to pursue external funding to expand professional development opportunities for our staff. Last year, the Empowering ECSE grant allowed teachers to attend specialized trainings at Region 13, and this year we are applying again to provide even more high-quality learning opportunities for our ECSE teaching team. Together, these efforts ensure that our youngest learners receive instruction that is rigorous, individualized, and aligned with best practices, setting the stage for long-term success as they move through their educational journey.
Thank you, Krista. And I had the opportunity this summer to attend our Special Education Institute, and I went to one of our ECSE sessions, and I did not want to leave. It was so powerful. It was all about literacy. It was aligned with the science of teaching reading. It was meaningful. It created a really strong professional learning community for our ECSE teachers, who oftentimes may be the only ECSE teacher serving at their campus. And so we're really encouraging them and guiding them to partner closely with our pre-K teachers so that we do have that inclusive environment and opportunity for our students, and we build those PLCs for our ECSE teachers with the pre-K teacher, which is what we want to see and where we're going. Okay, so the 25-26 school year marks our transition into full implementation, like we've been saying, with a strong focus on high-quality teaching and learning. To strengthen implementation of the high-quality services, we've launched 3 key initiatives this year, as shown on this slide. So first, we're implementing a PLC model for our special education teachers. We know that engaging in regular professional learning communities sees improved student outcomes. So based on campus leader feedback from 24-25, our campus support coordinators host monthly check-ins with the campus leaders Last year, they were holding 2 a month. Now, this year, they're just holding 1. But that second campus check-in is where our coordinators are holding in-person PLCs with the campus case managers. So each PLC follows a consistent structure that balances compliance with IEP development and implementation along with instructional practices. So within the PLCs, we're currently focusing on district-wide improvements in the present levels of academic achievement and functional performance statements within the IEP. I've spoken about these statements before, but they describe students' academic and functional needs, and they incorporate parent and teacher input, academic and communication progress, and relevant data from students' evaluations. But they're really formative. They guide the development of the IEP goals and the determination of appropriate services. So it's important that special education teachers have the skills they need to write strong PLAF statements. During the PLCs, our case managers collaboratively review PLAF statements using our IEP rigor and review rubric to calibrate the completeness and the quality of statements. And this process contributes to IEP consistency and alignment across our campuses, and also is a driver of continuous improvement. And the sessions allow campuses to receive personalized guidance based on campus needs as well. So to date, we've conducted 176 PLCs across the district, covering topics that include accommodations and modifications, IEP goal writing, and progress monitoring. So far, teacher feedback regarding the PLCs has been positive. We've had to make some adjustments here and there, and we continue to refine the process based on staff input, which is vital to matching support with real-time needs of staff. Looking ahead, PLCs will focus on topics like data collection and analysis, transition planning, and high-leverage instructional strategies. Like I said, the PLCs can be adjusted based on campus data and administrator and staff feedback. Second, we host monthly virtual special education learning labs, as you see there, middle component. These are also led by our district staff members, and they're required for all special education teachers. And the sessions provide important updates related to compliance, instructional resources, and professional development opportunities. Our related service providers and our speech pathologists are also invited as well and often join. PLCs connect directly to strategies included in our monthly learning labs. So during those monthly learning labs, we're touching on topics that are reinforced through PLCs. And that really helps to increase classroom application to improve student outcomes of evidence-based strategies. So we'll go to that last bullet there, special education lunch and learn with our campus administrators. So these lunch and learns just help us to expand professional learning opportunities for our campus administrators. They're optional, but so far we held our first lunch and learn in October, and we had 30 campus administrators from across schools. Also want to point out that in addition to our PLC models, our learning labs, our administrator lunch and learns, we've continued to expand professional learning opportunities for special education teachers and dyslexia interventionists to strengthen instructional quality and program fidelity and student outcomes. I want to point out that our behavior and our autism team members at the district level have provided training to more than 1,000 teachers and staff through sessions, including Behavior 411, our functional behavior assessment and behavior intervention planning training, de-escalation strategies, and a training on how to develop the autism supplement within that IEP. So I also want to point out, and we previously shared this at our August and September board meetings where we presented, that we provide technical assistance to support staff's use of our new Frontline Special Education Program Management System. This does require us to continue to partner with our IT team and our vendor to refine the platform based on user feedback, which we're receiving during these technical assistance sessions. Really, it's an ongoing process to make system improvements. And I recognized this before, and I'm going to say it again. I want to thank every Austin ISD staff member, all of the campus special education teachers, speech pathologists, our campus principals and assistant principals, our 504 coordinators, for their tremendous efforts in learning and implementing the new system. It's a huge lift. The transition continues to require sustained efforts as we work through all of the data migration refinements. All right. So the bar chart displayed on the screen shows the total number of actions, 142, which are identified within our strategic plan. And it's important to continue to stress that the majority of these actions are ongoing and do require sustained focus over time. So we're not looking at like a defined endpoint of the strategic plan. We're really looking at continuing these efforts through monitoring and adjustment based on input and feedback from staff and families to ensure long-term success. The plan is a living document, and adjustments can be made as necessary to align the work across the district, which is going to include consolidation planning and additional support for our turnaround campuses. Of note, one of the recommendations from our Special Education Family Advisory Committee was to create a more formalized tracking system to monitor the completions of the actions in the strategic plan, and our superintendent also lifted that need as well. So our team developed a Gantt chart, which is a visual tool that helps us to plan and track and really manage projects over time. Think of it as a roadmap for this initiative, showing what tasks need to happen when and then who is responsible. So within the strategic plan that we created, we don't actually have the person responsible assigned. So we've been able to do that within this Gantt chart that we've created. And it's really helping us to support the management of the plan, to identify responsible parties in the work and ensure that all of the strategies and actions that require cross-departmental collaboration are clearly depicted, which really helps us to support our internal management. We'll continue to share updates on our strategic plan with CFAC as well, including this Gantt chart. So our CFAC members can also monitor and review our progress and ask for updates. So in the 25-26 school year, one of our district priorities as identified in Goal 2 of our strategic plan is ensuring that every student has access to high quality Tier 1 instruction or First Teach. And you've heard that tonight as well. And as a part of this effort, we are emphasizing across all of our trainings and resource guidance development that students receiving special education services must have access to the core curriculum and rich learning experiences. To support these efforts, our special education team joins our academics team on instructional walks in general education classrooms at the elementary and secondary levels. These walks help ensure instructional alignment across classrooms and campuses and inform the training and coaching we provide based on our observations. They also allow us to collect both quantitative and qualitative data on the implementation of curricular resources and really look closely at co-teaching models. To continue our partnership with our academics team, we'll collaborate on the development of the district's academic framework to ensure that inclusive, high-leverage teaching practices are embedded within that framework. This alignment will ensure our special education teachers receive access to the same high-quality training, curriculum, and instructional supports as their general education peers. And students with disabilities will be considered as this framework is developed. The collaboration will also ensure that the general education curriculum and instructional framework includes specific strategies for teachers to provide instruction that engages diverse learners and removes barriers to learning. By integrating the framework's shared curriculum expectations and design principles and professional learning structures, we'll build a forward-facing guiding framework that stresses our commitment to students with disabilities. We want them to have equitable access to rigorous academic pathways and positive outcomes. We've also expanded our focus from IEP compliance, asking, did we meet the timelines, to the incorporation of instructional quality, asking instead, is the instruction effective in producing the desired results for our students? Our Fidelity of Implementation walkthrough process operationalizes high-quality IEP implementation by defining observable standards. The walkthrough tool that we've developed is designed to assess the quality and effectiveness of instructional environments and supports. It provides evidence of how well classrooms are structured to promote engagement, independence, and access to high-quality instruction for students. We're really looking for a couple of key components. We're looking at classroom setup and the physical environment of the classroom. We're looking at schedules. We're looking at behavior management. We're looking at visual and communication supports, specific instructional practices, and materials. And this information is used to support coaching conversations with staff. And actually, Krista and I were just on a campus yesterday, walking through classrooms and observing these components. So our second departmental priority addresses ongoing and expanded efforts to improve student outcomes, to ensure all annual ARDs are held on timeline, and that we continue to maintain qualified and certified staff to provide special education services. So goals 3 and 5 in the strategic plan encompass these goals. Now we're going to talk more about our special education evaluation metrics identified in goal 3 in our January board presentation, but I do want to highlight a few updates related to Evaluation Now, which actually I heard earlier in tonight's board meeting. So to date, we have hired and onboarded 38 speech-language pathologists this school year. We've also onboarded 14 occupational therapists, 17 mental health specialists who provide our counseling services, 37 educational diagnosticians, and 32 school psychologists. While we're still actively hiring, we're seeing increased campus-level support for students and staff. We've also significantly reduced our spend on contracted services and are projected to spend around 70% less on contracted special education services for this school year as compared to 24-25. This hiring effort has required tremendous recruitment efforts from our team. They've been directly supported by our special education leadership team, who's been actively recruiting, interviewing, hiring, and onboarding. Dr. Baker is attending our state conference for school psychologists, and she's definitely recruiting there as well. We still have positions open and available. But again, a key part of these hiring efforts does include training all of our service providers on our frontline special education management system so we can maintain in compliance. I do want to shout out and celebrate our school psychologists. This week is actually National School Psychology Week, and collectively we employ almost 70 school psychologists across our school district. We actually have other districts reaching out and saying, what are you doing? How are you employing these people? So I do want to thank the board as well for increasing that salary structure for those personnel, because that's definitely helped with the recruitment efforts as well. All right, so in Goal 5, we're actively implementing strategies to develop robust teacher pipelines and refine our resource allocation to support staffing stability and retention, which is a huge component. Our recruitment team has a strategic partnership with University Instructors, which is a fast-track alternative certification program that supports our district in recruiting teacher residents. These are Austin ISD employees, and we hope that these employees continue to stay in our system after they get certified. Our talent engagement and development team is also in the process of reviewing the House Bill 2 LASSO funding that supports teacher residencies and grow our own talent pipeline. Now, the application is due in December, and districts will be notified in February of their approved allocations. So just wanted to share those updates as well. So in closing, this year has been defined by monumental foundational achievement. We've moved 66 actions within the strategic plan to completion, and we've successfully transitioned the majority of the work into the sustained implementation phase. But our focus for 2025 and 2026 and beyond is clear. Right? We have to continue to prioritize training and coaching staff members to deliver high-quality instruction. We have to continue to partner with our academics team to build a clear academic framework, inclusive of supports and scaffolds to ensure students with disabilities have access to and benefit from the core curriculum. And we have to continue to monitor all of our ARD timelines and our evaluation timelines and support staff members in ensuring that those timelines are met. We've also got to be responsive to our staff members on their needs, right? And really listen to their recommendations around our frontline digital management system as well as school consolidations, because we want to ensure that we're partnering with our educators and school leaders and families to build cohesive systems of support. As we close, I'd like to share that Austin ISD will celebrate Inclusive Schools Week from December 8th to the 12th. And this year's theme is Children First, Building a Stronger Future Tomorrow. The celebration highlights the importance of every child's well-being and belonging. And in alignment with our strategic plan, campuses are encouraged to participate in activities that promote inclusion, strengthen community, and reflect on inclusive practices through December and January. And we're providing those resources to our campuses, and we'll talk more to our principals at our next ATX Bridge meeting about opportunities that they have to celebrate with their campuses. So, we thank you, and we now welcome any feedback or questions or comments from the board or the superintendent. So thank you.
I want to start. I mean, it has been a really tough, I don't know. This has been like the hardest time, I would say, like for trustees. We are going out there and talking to people. And like, I just really want like to like acknowledge my colleagues. Like when we, came in as a board together and then added two like amazing colleagues. So we came into 2022. Like how many school psychologists did we have, superintendent?
We had 23 evaluation staff members, but that would encompass diagnosticians and school psychologists.
I mean, we were in it was such a terrible situation, and we were like my colleagues and were so committed to doing everything they could, and that is like why we hired Matias Segura, because we had faith that if someone could figure this out, because it was so bad. It was so complicated. It seemed impossible. It seemed absolutely impossible to fix this.
Yeah.
And it didn't matter if it was impossible. We just knew we had to do it for kids. And I would call school psychologists, for BUT, because they were not sending interns to us at that time. They would send them past Austin ISD. They said, no, we will not do that to our students. We have a, quality program. And I was like, okay, what needs to happen? And, I'd call people. And so yes, the salary was increased. And that is a fair salary for a very, very difficult in-demand job. But it's not just that. Like our school psychologists, because we have people who stayed in spite of the impossible workload. It does not feel good to not have the support to do what needs to be done. And so it's also like the working conditions. So when you're paying people enough and you have enough people to do the work, it makes the work more doable. It helps you to do a good job. And so what we've done there is amazing. And if we can do that for our teachers and figure out how to do that too, like we've done this before. We're in such a hard situation. So I just felt really, it was uplifting at the end to hear that, to think about where we came. And so I just really thank you guys. Like I know it was hard work.
Yeah, it has been, and we're going to talk more about evaluation specifically in January. But it's yes, we have in-person district personnel now providing that full service model of evaluation. So last year, we were working with 150 contractors as well as staff, because we just had that need, and because you guys approved additional positions, we've been able to hire internally, and so we're offering that full service model, meaning principals and campus teams have diagnosticians and school psychologists on campus, which really helps improve implementation as well, because you have a community of special education service providers on the campus working together, right? Our speech pathologists, our school psychologists, our occupational therapists, our case managers. It's that multidisciplinary evaluation team approach to serving kids, which is best. It's what we wanted. So
Yeah.
thank you.
Well, no, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's a work in progress. There's always work to be done. We're always
And y'all aren't
welcoming
gonna-
and onboarding
yeah, y'all
new
don't
staff.
stop. I know,
Yeah,
yeah.
exactly.
And it's just making this a place that evaluators want to come work, that school psychologists want to be. Like, that is not something that I think anyone could have imagined 3 years ago, right?
Yeah.
Like, I just, yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
So thanks.
I think that was well said at the end. Like it is something that I don't know that we could have imagined, honestly, with the mass exodus we had like right before it. I mean, it was
Yes. Wasn't
pretty
great.
wild.
Yeah. Yeah.
Have a plan.
Yeah. Yeah.
Trustee Hunter, did I see your hand?
We know Fernando has good questions.
Yes.
Yeah,
We're
go for
ready.
it.
We'll try to be ready.
Two things. One, I want to lift up and just say how appreciative I am. I went to the transition sort of like mini fair at LBJ and was really able to see our students who receive special education services really start thinking about like, what does the job look like? But if I can't work 8 hours, and the group of people who were there, that was just really sort of helping them, right? And I have friends who, you know, who have children who receive special education services, and my child receives special education services, and it's not the same, right? When your student is on the spectrum, and maybe you're on this end, and you're able to go and get a job, but maybe this end, there's going to be like the fact that we're finding, or that the whole team, because it wasn't just us, it was like this, it was a workforce and other groups.
Texas Workforce Commission.
Yes, and that we're finding positions for meaningful positions. I will share one more story, and then I will get to a concern I think that one of our Facebook viewers shared on Facebook. But I don't know if you know, my husband's blind from birth, and one of the things that he always like swore, he's like, I'm not going to make brooms. Because that's like the only job that, he's from Tennessee, where they just put blind people in a factory and they would literally make brooms. And he was just like, I'm not going to make brooms, and nor should he, because he has 3 degrees and we have debt. So he should not be making brooms. But he's, you know, went through what used to be called DARS and all of that.
Yes.
But all of that to say, I know how powerful it is when there's meaningful work for people who have a disability. And so he now works for the state of Texas, really great insurance. And because I got needs, right? I'm high maintenance, but he's got a great job at the state of Texas. He works for the Talking Book program, which we also share. So if our students are using those books, he also has done some volunteer work at Chris Cole teaching Braille and those sorts of things. And so I really just appreciated that for our students. There's an end, but it's not an end, right? They're not just going to go home and sit in their parents. We don't have basements here, but you know what I mean. They're actually going to get to go out and have meaningful, gainful employment, and I appreciated that.
Thank you for that. I want to invite your husband to come talk to our students and our teachers on a disability panel. That would be really powerful. Thank you for sharing that.
He used to do it for my kids back like when they were in school, and he'd bring like the little Braille cards, right? And then he's done like reading for Miss Dance's class at Maplewood. Well, he'll bring like a cited Braille book. So happy to do any of those. I'm volunteering him, by the way, to do all those things.
Well, and I also thank you for talking about the Talking Book program. We are actually required to tell students or families of students who have disability or suspected of dyslexia that they have free access to the Talking Book program. It's a really powerful program.
Yes, BARD is great.
Thank
I'm
you
not
for
like
sharing
I knew
that.
It, though, but BARD is great.
Yeah,
And then the thing that's a little bit more on the serious side is one of the parents mentioned, and I think this is not particular to special education services, but we do have this big plan right now where we are really trying to communicate and engage parents. And I think one of the parents shared is very powerful. She said, engagement is not information sharing.
That's right.
And it's two-way. And I was like, that's right. And so I just really want to encourage, I appreciate the things that you're doing, and I see that, and like I said, the meeting that I just went to like 2 Saturdays ago, I think it was very much information sharing, but in a way that parents were able to communicate. It was like, so what about this and what about that? Well, my situation's different. And so I think that that's good for us to be mindful of all the time, is that sometimes we're like, here, dump, now you figure it out. It's that like, now that I gave that information to you, what do you think? How can were you able to digest all of it? Are there smaller pieces I need to break it in? Or when you walk away, do you understand?
So slowing down during the learning.
Yes.
Yeah.
Trustee Singh asked a very good question about like, do our parents really understand? And the answer is no. There are parents that still don't know we're going to be closing schools. Like they're just not in that loop, right? We swim in it, and it's again like it's oxygen. We don't even know because we're in it so much. Again, thank you so much it was the transition program. It was the communication and an appreciation for, again, because it was not awesome, because it feels like 8 years ago, but it was just not even 3 years ago, when like we were sworn in and we went and sat in that room, and they're like, so you should probably know. And from there to now, that was a Herculean task. And I know that it's not complete, but lots to continue to do, always better refinements. We're humans, unfortunately, but our kids deserve the absolute best, and our kids who need more deserve our absolute best also. Thank you.
Agreed. Thank you. Yeah. 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 Yeah, 2 years and 2 months.
Oh, wow. Yeah. I want to give Trustee De Urioste the chance to go last, so I will just say really quickly, it is really great to hear from families that they don't find themselves with a child who suddenly they discover needs special education services and have to figure it out on their own.
Yeah.
In the way families have before. There's still a support network and a grapevine, but it's not I'm not hearing the same kind of desperation of I'm so alone and the only way I did it was to go figure it out, that there is support. People are feeling that.
Good.
I really appreciate that. I'm hearing that people feel that with transition services. I think we were famously bad at transition services for a while, in the same way that I think people didn't want to send teachers in training to us. And I think I'm just hearing so much positive from families that they're getting the support they need, that they feel seen and understood and feel like their kids are getting what they need, and like families, through families getting what they need to help their kids navigate this system. So thank you. It is profound, some of the changes. So really just want to share gratitude.
Thank you. And really, that hinges on trained teachers that have the resources that they need. So that's our goal at the district level, is to really equip the teachers to have what they need to help our students.
Yeah. And it's the outreach programs. It is
absolutely. It's that family engagement.
Opportunities,
yes.
And the resource fair and the transition fair and the just making sure that there's a lot happening so people can kind of jump into that stream when they find out they need it. So I'm hearing that.
Thank you.
Loudly from people. So
very good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it from me.
Okay, I don't really have to be last if anybody else has questions. Well, so I'll start with the thank yous, and this, appreciate all the information that's in here. I do have questions. I wanted to kind of frame it by acknowledging, a lot of this is foundational work, structural work, kind of in alignment with all the other stuff that we've been doing tends to be very systemic and structural, as it needs to be, I think, for addressing a lot of the improvements that we're looking for. I kind of want to frame some of these because I think it's helpful for the community as well. But with the consolidations and the turnarounds and all that stuff that's going to be coming up, it's kind of I think maybe putting it lightly, a stress test for a lot of the foundational work that you've been doing. And so I'm going to try and tie in some of those pieces as we're addressing this. So, for my first question, with the expanded family engagements and the efforts that you've been having around the communication and, kind of the key accomplishments, can you speak a little bit how you're anticipating that work, kind of how we're taking advantage of that in the spring, as we go through the transition pieces, how do you see those tying in?
I think that's a great question. We're going to create some additional focused opportunities for families whose students might be transitioning to consider social emotional challenges or concerns that families may have with their students, knowing and understanding that they will be shifting to a new school. That's also going to include, reaching out to staff as well to determine what concerns they have. What concerns are they hearing from their students and their communities, right? Because we're going to have to build guidance for not only families, but for our staff as well to support families and to support families through the ARD process as well. Right now, when we're looking at the proposed schools that may be consolidated, if we're looking at those 10 schools, we're looking at about 850 students receiving special education services that would be moving to a new campus. So we've initially identified those students. We're doing a deeper aggregation or disaggregation of the data to look at students that may be on centralized placements or have specialized services. It's going to be important to consider the entire group, but also look at students that have specialized needs or more complex needs and really consider how we're going to support families and staff as they transition to new schools to support the services. Yeah.
So along those lines then, where was it? I guess towards the end of the report, when you're talking about the staffing and program allocations, is that playing a part in those discussions? Or, I'm trying to think what the right way to frame that is. But, because that's a process that we're, I think similar to boundary changes and things, every so often you're going to update, right? You're going to say, do we need a scores program here? Or, how you're adjusting those centralized placements.
Yes.
So is that structurally something that you're already confident in, or is that like the process that we're designing out? I know there's a lot of...
I would say both. I feel like we're confident in it, but we're also, constantly receiving feedback and input from our teachers, especially our teachers at those schools that are being consolidated, because it's really important to hear their voice in this process to help us guide the plan. I don't think any of us, most of us sitting here haven't directly supported schools being consolidated, right? So we're really having to lean on our staff members, our campus leaders, and our parents to help support us as we plan supports for our students. I do want to say that at our wall-to-wall dual language campuses, the proposed campuses, I would say, we are planning on a full continuum of supports, meaning those wall-to-wall campuses would be offering early childhood services as well as our life skills services. We're also continuing, and we do have a full continuum of services at all middle schools and high schools, so I do want to say that now. We do not have centralized placements or need centralized placements because we have a full continuum of services. We also are planning on having behavior support, so the SBS and the SCORE services across all of our elementary school campuses. Now, we could be considering more a centralized placement for a student who may require or need a bilingual SBS or SCORE service, right? So that could be a consideration for a centralized placement, because we are not going to be able to offer bilingual SBS or SCORE services across all of our campuses, or bilingual ECSE or life skill services across all of our campuses, because those are so specialized. So we're really going to have to spend I would say a good amount of planning time with our district level staff, but also with campus staff, considering those students that require those specialized services through the consolidations process. It's going to be ongoing. We're also partnering with our planning committee and with IT as well, so that we have, and because we do have a consistent platform, we're using this ERP system, which houses our student information as well as our special programs information as well. It's really going to allow us to map students' addresses, right, where they're being reassigned to, with their specific special education needs, right, their service minutes. So we'll be able to, pull up data spreadsheets with that information, which will help us with staffing. Now, some of this is dependent on enrollment too. When families enroll, if they're selecting or they're choosing a priority transfer for the wall-to-wall dual language, if they're choosing, to go to another campus, like all of those considerations have to be reviewed when we're making those staff placements based on student enrollment.
Okay, that's great, because that kind of transitions into, in your transition plan from the consolidation part, you're
Yeah.
talking about ensuring the equitable staffing, and so
Absolutely. That's key.
That's the type of data that.
That is the type of data that's going to help us determine where our special education teachers and teaching assistants are going to go. We're also going to have to carefully consider placements for our speech pathologists, our OTs, our PTs. So, you know, it's a very complex process because we do have so many staff. We have 2,500 staff members that support special education services, and that does include teaching assistants, special education teachers, and then all of those related service providers and speech pathologists. So for those 10 consolidated schools and all of the reassignments, it's not only students, right? It's the staff that support the students so we can maintain that continuity of services. It will be a complex process, and we're planning early. We've already started, right? So we've already started that process of planning.
Okay, I appreciate that because I know some of the feedback I had been getting is, concern for people to know, is my TA going to track with the change, or is the life skills teacher going to track with the change? But if I'm hearing you correctly, that's going to get a little more complicated.
It is.
The same as people worrying about other programming changes or school changes, because it's going to depend on the actual students that are going to get zoned for the campus, or which programming you're putting there. So
Exactly.
you might have to move staff depending on where the need is, right?
That's exactly right.
Okay.
I mean, we are going to do our best to have continuity for our students, right? So that the case managers, the dyslexia interventionists, the teaching assistants move with students. That may not always be possible, right? Some may be going to another location, not with the cluster of students, because it's not a one-to-one, right? It's not all of the students at one school are going to another location. So there is going to have to be some split there, but we'll have to make those decisions once we have that enrollment, those enrollment measures. So we are encouraging families to enroll early, so that the earlier we have that data, that's going to help us support with staffing and reassignments. I also want to state that we are not planning a reduction in force at all. So we're continuing, and we're planning for all of our special education teachers and TAs to move and find new homes.
So I think that's a really important thing to highlight, what you're saying there, both about the early enrollment and the potential splits.
Yes.
I don't know that the special education families are really understanding that yet, because it kind of mirrors the potential upset is going to mirror the same as communities that are getting splits on the feeder patterns and the zoning.
Yes.
If you have to split a life skills class, or if the students get separated. But I think to highlight, not to alarm the families for anybody that's watching, but the point being that it's related to programmatic improvement, right? You're saying it's going to inform the staffing to make sure you have enough TAs, or that you have the right teachers.
That's right.
But I don't know that families are going to understand that quite yet. And it is one of the things, if I'm understanding you, it makes sense. The earlier they enroll, the more you're going to have the numbers solidified to know where that staffing goes. So I think some of the families that are asking, is my TA going to go? Is the teacher going to go there? That answer gets more solidified the more you're confident on what the enrollment is going to be.
Yeah.
And so that it's an interesting chicken and the egg there, because I don't know that that's fully understood, that you're going to, by nature, you're not going to staff it first and then assign the kids there. You have to figure out which kids are there, and then you're going to do the staffing.
Yeah, once the plan is finalized, we're actually going to be surveying teachers at consolidated campuses and receiving campuses. We've developed the survey, but we're waiting until the plan is finalized. But we're going to be surveying staff, and then we'll be conducting focus groups as well to help us with the planning. But we want to know what their immediate concerns are, what their needs are, and how we can best support them. One of the things that we're already considering is, and we've requested additional funds to offer functional pay for special education case managers to come back early, like 3 days early, both teachers that are going to be received at campuses and then teachers and staff members that are already at the campuses, so that they can have those 3 days to plan, to review schedules, to determine how they'll be providing all of those minutes, because this is going to be it's going to be really critical for these staff members to be planning together, because many of our receiving campuses are going to have expanded programs. Maybe they weren't offering early childhood special education services before, but now they will be. Maybe they weren't offering life skill services before, but now they will be. So they're going to, need to be planning with space, with resources, with materials. We're going to want to make sure that all of those materials and resources get to, the new receiving campuses, so that folks are prepared to receive families.
Okay, and then, latching onto that because I want to make sure I keep it focused on the strategic plan and not
Yes.
make it too much on this, but I am
Yes.
trying to tie things in. So along those, that's great that they're coming in early and.
And it won't be required because the staff schedules have already been set, but we're going to offer that functional pay for these staff members, and we're going to encourage them if they have that availability to come into plan.
So I think along those lines then, coming back to Frontline and the underlying
Yes.
systems that they're going to be using, I know it's been a big lift to get everybody moved to Frontline.
It's still a lift. We're still working through a lot of the migration issues, but we're working through it.
Right.
Yeah.
So are we building in, or, can you speak more to the training for the staff and making, another way to, within the context of it being a stress test, we're going to have to do a lot of IEP meetings in the spring and, adjusting all these things. Are there any extra resources we're needing to put in, or how are we confident as far as just being able to use the system?
Yeah, we've actually talked to staff members and family members as well. And one of the things that we're recommending, we're going to require actually, is for students that are receiving specialized or centralized placements, we are going to require an ARD for those students that are moving to a new campus. It will be optional for families to request an ARD if their student will be reassigned to another campus because they're on a campus where their campus is being consolidated. So we are not going to require ARDs for every single student because that could potentially be 862 students that are currently projected to attend a receiving school, but then we have another 372 students that may be impacted through the dual language wall-to-wall changes as well. So that would put a tremendous stress on campuses if we were to require them to conduct an additional 1,200 ARD meetings in the spring. So right now we're looking at discussions with families, supports for families, conversations for families and with families, but then requiring ARDs for students that will be impacted by or through a centralized placement. I also I think it was Trustee Singh that you mentioned, you said, have families been emailed about these changes? One of the things that we'll be doing, we're planning to send these emails in February, is for any family member whose child is receiving special education services at a school that's being consolidated, we are providing them a personal email as to your student's receiving services, the school is being consolidated, and this is where they will be, we were projecting them to receive services at their reassignment. Yeah.
Along those lines, you had talked about trainings around PLAF statements, and
yes.
I think those are certainly going to be critical for students that are moving to new staff, or that the IEP is going to be kind of picked up by potentially a different case manager or different teachers are going to be looking at it, and those performance levels tell such a story, beyond kind of the goals. Are we specifically looking at any of those pieces, or just for the IEP in general? Like, there's things that we can do through amendments, or just cleaning up IEPs. Like, is there any kind of need around that or thought around making sure that the IEPs are going to transfer? Because it's also, we had kind of high quality IEPs, I think, was one of the pieces in the larger plan. So I guess maybe a different way to phrase that is, how much are we tying in the work towards the high quality IEPs to have that be part of those students that are potentially moving to different campuses?
I think that's a really great question, and I think we are going to provide clear guidance for campuses so that when they're communicating with families, it's not only the campus administrator that feels confident communicating about the children's transition, but it's also case managers as well. We want to have a consistent framework across all of the campuses that are being consolidated so that parents are receiving a consistent message and they feel confident in this process. This is difficult enough, right? So we here at the district level need to make sure our campus administrators and our case managers have that information, right? They know where their students are being projected. They feel confident in having these discussions in ARD meetings or in other parent meetings as well in the spring. So we'll be working on that guidance as soon as the plan is finalized.
And so, I think maybe just to rephrase it for myself, but I think, on your slide 11, I think it was on the core work, 25, 26, the ensure the fulfillment of evaluation requirements makes sense to me as far as ones where everything's either in progress or complete.
Yeah.
And so really the implement high quality instruction and the improved student outcomes and accountability, those two, like how we're going to keep those in progress while we're doing all this extra work. And so you've kind of already answered that question some. I wanted to make sure I was tying it back into the slides from where you were working there. In that same vein, though, the area that has the most red on it is the high quality standards for the IEPs.
Mm-hmm.
And so can you speak a little bit to, the work that we're still going to be doing on that piece?
Absolutely. Yeah, that last one, it deals with the development of the IEPs and then the implementation of the IEPs. I mean, that is just ongoing work. That is ongoing work, and we're really moving to that implementation model and phase. I will say we've had a couple of additional lifts, right? We've had, transitioning to this new frontline system. Previous to that, we did a whole lot of training. Some of it was asynchronous and not best practice, but that was required by the TEA agreed order. We really tried to shift some of that asynchronous training to personalize it for Austin ISD. But you are right. I mean, the work ahead of us and the work that will continue is that implementation, is really focusing on teachers' ability to be able to provide high quality services, using the curricular resources with fidelity, to be able to communicate the progress with their families, and to be able to document that not only in a legally compliant way, but in a meaningful way within that IEP. And you are right. I mean, the PLAF is so critical to the IEP because it is telling the story of a student's development and their progress and their continued needs. And that is exactly right. It's going to help the receiving campuses and receiving case managers and staff members be able to understand the student, right, and to be able to support the student. So all of that is correct, and all of that is really where we are. I'm looking forward to, the majority of our training at the beginning of this school year in August wasn't the professional learning around instructional quality and implementation of services. It was around frontline, right? So this year we're balancing, supporting case managers with using frontline, and then also building in that opportunity for them to get trained on, more specific components of instruction.
So then along those lines, could you speak a little more about the PLC models that you've been using, and if you have any specific plans around the TAP schools, consolidation schools, as far as, how PLCs are going to go into that piece? I feel like you spoke a little bit about focus on some of those schools.
Yeah. And I mean, right now we have, three of our middle school campuses are turnaround schools. So one of the things that we've done here at the district level is to reduce the number of schools that our coordinators who are supporting turnaround campuses directly support. So let's say an instructional specialist supports 30 campuses. We're reducing that tremendously so that they can increase their visits and their support of teachers at the turnaround campuses. And that's been really helpful and meaningful so that the staff at our turnaround schools have more personalized PLC time, opportunities to ask questions, opportunities for coaching. Some of our specialists are actually, providing direct services to students right now at our turnaround classes, and they're coaching and they're modeling for staff members there. So I think to your question, I mean, one of the most important parts, or I think one of the most effective strategies that we've seen and that we're implementing right now is to increase support from our district level staff for coaching purposes. Right now, our instructional specialists at our turnaround schools and all of our campuses are typically and primarily focused on general education supports, right? That doesn't mean that they're not positively impacting students that are receiving special education within general education, but it's our specialists at the district level that are providing that coaching for our special education teachers specifically. Yeah, so that's one of the strategies that we're using, and actually we're working with Josh and our assistant superintendents of school leadership in developing those turnaround strategies specific to special education. But that's one component, is developing meaningful PLCs for these staff members.
And could you speak a little bit more to the walkthrough tool and how that's being used?
Yeah, absolutely. So when we partner with our academics team, we're using the MTSS tools and rubrics that they have, looking at those features of high quality, effective instruction. That's just a general education walkthrough tool. When we are using the walkthrough tool that we spoke of tonight, it is developed specifically for our team. Campus administrators could use it too, but we're really evaluating our special education teachers in both inclusive settings, but also in more specialized settings. So we're looking for specific features of instruction that we would be expecting our special education teachers to be providing. It is a digital form, so it allows us to go through classrooms and be on campuses and use phones or iPads to quickly, take down information. Because then we're also able to take that information and we're able to review it at a campus level, at a district level. What specific areas do we need to add additional professional learning on, because we're seeing weaknesses here. And we're also able to communicate that information with staff themselves, but with principals too.
So is data from that tool something that we can see in future reports?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that, that would be great.
Yeah, absolutely.
Another one, I wanted to call out the TA to teacher pipeline. One, I think that's great. I was a TA, I became a teacher, and then I was a lead teacher. So I definitely appreciate the thought there, and I think TAs can become really good teachers, modestly, I would say.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess how broad is that program, or how much buy-in are we getting on that program? How many TAs are involving in it?
Our friend Ms. Hosack is coming up to provide more information.
I was just trying to find a way to get Brandy up.
Yeah, yay, we got her up here.
I appreciate that. I was feeling left out. Right now, we are approaching about 40 in the district. And so those are not just special education, but majority special education. We also have some of them that are going to be also in our bilingual teacher pipeline program. So
awesome.
We're very excited about that.
Excellent. And how long has that been going on?
Approximately, what week is it of school? That many weeks. So we just started it this school year with this partner. Say again?
And 40 already.
Yes, sir. We started out with 30, and our vendor was our partner was able to come up with 30, and they have a really a large digital footprint in the recruitment space, and so they are very quick, very agile, and we filled 30 quickly, and then I have made friends with the CFO many times to ask for more because we are having success in that platform.
Is that equivalent to any of the other emergency alternative certification type things? How quickly does the TA eligible for a teaching position?
It's a great question. So this is, like I said, it's our first year, but to be very fair, this was one of, it was really an Austin ISD special. And what I mean by that is they brought us a product and said, hey, we can do this thing. But it was going to remain their employee, and I very much wanted to have AISD employees come on, because at the end of the day, if the worst case scenario happens, I still get to retain them as a TA. Yeah. And so, but the beautiful thing about this program is that we are bringing them on, so they're helping from the recruitment. They are the certification program, and they also provide the first year of instructional coaching, and they are aligning to what our expectations are for the district. So they are kind of an end-to-end service for us for our novice teachers for this pipeline. So we're incredibly excited about what we're seeing so far.
And I guess just functionally, or we find it those TAs are going to stay on the same campus and become a teacher there? They're getting reassigned, or how's that playing out?
Also a great question. So the fastest that they can probably finish their certification is 3 months, and we want them to do that. And we've actually put some skin in the game on that. If they can get that within the first semester, that we will go ahead, issue the contract so that we can get them up and going in that way. We would love for them to stay on that campus if there's room to be able to do that. This is also how we backfilled when some of the polling that we did from campuses to help staff up our 3 turnaround campuses, and we, begged our folks to go over there and help stand those campuses up. We have actually backfilled that with these pipeline so that the teachers can come back should they choose to do that, and then we can place our residents elsewhere once they're certified. But it's going to be a case-by-case basis whether they get to stay. But I will tell you that we will retain them as employees.
Yeah, that's great. I love it.
Me too.
Yeah, thank you very much. Now I'm just going down any notes I still had on the ECSE teacher trainings. How big are those trainings? How much staff are we training?
So let me give you some metrics here, and Krista may help me out as well. Let me start with our ECSE teachers. I thought that might be a question tonight. But just overall, we currently have 26 ECSE teachers that are bilingual. We have 39 ECSE teachers that are monolingual. And then we have one ECSE teacher that supports our deaf and hard of hearing students at Galindo Elementary. So that's the total number. So 66 total ECSE service providers across the district. We provided 10 trainings so far. At our SPED Institute this summer, it was, an optional training. We had about 10 ECSE teachers that were there. And then at our monthly cohort, it is highly recommended that staff attend. So typically we have about 30 to 40 that are attending. We have a special ECSE newsletter and emails that go out as reminders to let that, let those folks know. Krista, you want to add anything else about? No? Yeah, November 4th was our Professional Learning Day for staff, also our culture of voting, but we did require ECSE teachers to attend the pre-K training. And again, it's just an inclusive opportunity. We really want to ensure that although we're providing specialized instruction and services for the ECSE teachers, that they have an opportunity to attend pre-K training. We want our ECSE teachers, and we expect them to use the pre-K curriculum. They can modify, they can adjust, they can use additional tools and resources, but that's the core curriculum, that's the foundation, and that's what they need to be using. We want to give our ECSE students the best opportunity to enter kindergarten with the skills they need.
And so the focus on the training for ECSE, I'm trying to think how to phrase this. Is that a focus that was just specifically for ECSE, or is this something that's going to be going across different domains, like, kind of the systematic part of it?
We highlighted ECSE tonight, but yes, we provide differentiated training, and that's actually part of the strategic plan, is to provide differentiated training for service providers. So we've increased training for the autism supplement this year. We have 2 autism specialists that are heading those trainings up. We also have a specific team that provides support and training for dyslexia as well. So some of these more specialized services, we do provide specific training. Some of that's required by law, right? We're required to provide those trainings by law and ensure those persons are prepared to provide those services. But yeah, we focus primarily on ECSE tonight. Yeah.
Or I guess maybe a different way to phrase that question is this, I guess, demonstrative of our capacity to do trainings? Like, I assume there's only so much we can train on at a time across the district, or
because there's only so many district professional development days that we can provide the training.
Okay.
So that we're somewhat limited by that. We also provide optional training in the summer. We provide these, cohorts for our ECSE service providers and our life skills service providers, but we're somewhat limited by just the amount of time that we have. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, and then thank you. I appreciate your patience with all these questions. This is the last piece that I have, but in the context of SPED, I guess, as an outlier across the rest of the district and the rest of the lifts that we're trying to do.
Yeah.
I think a lot of the successes that we're seeing, incrementally, are at the end of the day cost money. Right?
They do.
It's stipends and all of the rest of it. And so I'm kind of curious on filling all these, particularly with the LSSPs and the comment about really attracting all that staff is kind of the cost of getting it right, if that makes sense. I know we're trying to pull back on the contracts, and that was a big piece for the initial lift. Mm-hmm. But kind of what is our increase in investment, I guess, from before any of this was happening? I don't know if that's a relevant metric, but maybe a different way to put it would be to continue this success. Is it going to be continued cost? Like, is it going to continue to increase as we're increasing our capacity? Just, I think at the very least so that the public can understand the investment that it's taking besides all the hard work that we're also doing. There is a cost associated with it, and I kind of think it's worth acknowledging that.
Absolutely. I mean, the majority of the funding that we spend here in Austin ISD and certainly in our special education department is on staff, right? It's on staff and it's on compensation. But, I mean, we do have additional grants, both state and federal, and we also apply for additional grants for teacher training because that's just an incredibly important part of the piece. I mean, if you want to retain staff, you have to provide high quality training so that staff have the tools and the skills that they need to be successful, because successful teachers are more likely to stay, right? Successful speech pathologists are more likely to stay. So we have an arc of learning here in our department that we call it an arc of learning. So what is our arc of learning for the year for teachers, for speech pathologists, for OTs? And we try to provide much of the training in-house with the talent we have here at the district, but there are times that we, want to pull in outside providers from Region 13. We also may send staff members to Region 13 or other regional service centers, or other training entities, or we may bring in staff to provide specific training. So yes, the amount of money we have is limited and finite, but at the same time, we try to align the budgetary means that we have with our priorities, which is to equip teachers with the tools and the skills they need. I think one thing that's really exciting about the academic vision is that alignment with general ed and special education. And one of the things, I was just in a classroom actually yesterday or the day before, and I was just observing instruction, and one of our special education teachers was using one of the tiered resources as part of their special education service delivery model, and they were modifying that tiered resource to meet the needs of that student. And that's what we want to see. We want our special education teachers to have access to every tool that's available for all children to meet the needs of their students. And so in this case, this resource did not cost the campus any money. They already had it. They were already using it. The teacher had already received training and been provided that training. That's what we want to see. We want to see that alignment. We want to see our teachers using the resources that we have. But yes, we are additionally spending our funds to align the arc of learning that I'm calling it, right? And mapping that training to the needs that we're hearing from our staff members.
Thanks. I appreciate all of it. I want to highlight, just to bookend one more thing, is I appreciate the effort to hire highly qualified, but also be training up, bringing up from within the ranks. And so I do think that's a really good way to bridge the gap between the two ends. So I appreciate that work and really look forward to capitalizing on all this work as we go through the additional new work that's going to come up during the spring. But I appreciate that we have bones to be building on as we go through all the rest of this. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, trustees. Any other questions? All right. Thank you so much for this update, for all of the information, for all of the work. Really appreciate it. Ms. Etheridge, thank you for joining us. Yeah, appreciate it. All right, now we are up for 14.1 student achievement. Our next item is part of our commitment to discussing student achievement, and we have a presentation on scorecard goal 1, third grade literacy. Thank you for everyone who is still with us to help present this. Before we hear our presentation, we need to confirm that our monitoring report is complete. The following questions help us determine if the monitoring report is effective or not, according to Lone Star Governance. Does the monitoring report clearly show which specific goal or interim goal is being monitored? Does the monitoring report show data for the 3 previous reporting periods, preferably on a line graph? Does the monitoring report clearly show the current reporting period? Does the monitoring report clearly show the target reporting periods, annual targets, and the deadline target? Does the monitoring report clearly show the superintendent's current view via a defined set of indicators of the system's performance relative to the goal? Does the monitoring report clearly show supporting documentation that supports the student's understanding of system performance? If the system is not meeting the target or the superintendent's understanding of the system's performance indicates implementation is not on track, does the report clearly describe systemic root causes, strategic responses and rationale, and any needed next steps? So does anyone have evidence that the elements of an effective monitoring report are not present? All right, so we will now turn the floor to Superintendent Segura for our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, President Boswell. the team and I will present on the board monitoring report. I have joining me Dr. Marianne Maxwell, Assistant Superintendent of Academics, Jennifer Pace, Assistant Superintendent of Elementary Schools, and Liliana Kendrick, Director of Elementary Humanities. And so this is Goal 1, third grade literacy, which reads the percent of third grade students earning meets grade level or above on the STAR reading assessment in English or Spanish will increase from 47% in June of 2024 to 59% by June of 2029. The goal progress measure that we use throughout the year to track kind of our work in this area, second grade literacy intervention, which reads the percent of second grade students scoring in the recommended for intervention level on the NWEA MAP Reading Achievement Score Proficiency Indicator, below 30th percentile in English and 40th percentile in Spanish. And again, this is one of the ones that we want to see go lower and lower. Will decrease from 30% in June 2024 to 29% by June 2029. The initiative overall this aligns to is early childhood. And as a reminder, based on the new formatted reports, there's an evaluation of progress statement made by the superintendent regarding kind of the information that was used to determine whether we're on track or not. And so based on the data and the work that the team has done and our overall effort, I do believe that we are on track to meet the third grade literacy goal with 49% of third grade students which have earned meets grade level or above on the STAR reading assessment, which is an increase from 47% in 23-24. Data meets the current year targets and suggests the district inputs and work around improving literacy is positively impacting student outcomes. Next steps include continuing a focus on high quality materials and instruction, professional learning for staff, and expanding coaching opportunities around observation and feedback. One of the things that I think is important to note here is as you look at the data and kind of see where the summative assessment kind of performance-wise ended up for our district, it's kind of interesting to see just the correlation regarding the goal progress measures. It's one of the things we always talk about, making sure our goal progress measures are indicators, of our overall performance and our predictors. And I think that is certainly the case here. So with that, I'll hand it over to Dr. Maxwell to kick us off and take us to the presentation.
Thank you. Good evening again, Superintendent Segura and President Boswell and Board of Trustees. We're excited to bring this literacy report to you tonight to really just talk about the summative of what happened last year in literacy and some of the things that we've learned and that we'll be doing moving forward. We're pleased that we did meet our target set for this year for the 2025 year. This does provide early evidence that we're on track to meet our 5-year goal, and also early evidence that some of the things that we've been putting in place in the district are successful. Some of those are just a real focus on our literacy framework and all the things that are aligned to it, and also a really strong focus on Tier 1 instruction. That, of course, comes with MTSS and some supports and things we've implemented with Tier 2 and Tier 3 instruction as well. So we want to continue those things that are working well for us, maintaining that focus and that implementation of high-quality literacy instructional materials, professional learning that is really targeted and meaningful and includes literacy practices. That one's really important because instructional materials may change over the years, but literacy practices are based on research, and those are the ones that need to be applied no matter what resource or materials that you're using. And then expanding our coaching model with leadership and with teachers, and that's talking a little bit about our lighthouse schools, our learning lab campuses as well, and just what we've done together as school leadership and academics teams to support our campuses and coaching. We also wanted to talk a little bit tonight about why it is that we're tracking meets in the first place and why this is part of LSG and something the state focuses on really when they're looking at districts and their success. So there's of course did not meets on STAR, and then there are 3 various levels of passing: approaches, meets, and then masters. The MEET score on STAR really is intended to indicate that a student has a very high likelihood of being successful in the next grade or the next course. approaches while it's passing that means that the student is likely to be successful, but will probably need some areas of intervention and some additional supports in the next grade or the next course. And so MEETS is really a better indicator of success that a student would have independently. And also in literacy, it also includes some more indicators like higher, increasing text complexity, really being able to apply knowledge and skills in multiple contexts and not just the context of the assessment. Also means that those students at the MEETS level can make really strong connections across texts, do things like explain the author's purpose, and that changes a little bit. The verbs change. So it's not just identify the author's purpose in a passage or the author's intended message, but really explain what that is and use text evidence to support that explanation. Making inferences, predictions, just a lot of higher level critical thinking skills that support students across content areas. And so that's why we're focusing on the MEETS score as well. When we look at our progress monitoring in connection with the third grade STAR, so we progress monitored using our second grade literacy screener with the MAP growth assessment, and found the same thing in literacy that we found that we reported previously in math, that there is a correlation. When you're looking at student achievement percentiles in the MAP growth assessment, and we're looking at reducing the number of students who are qualifying for interventions, in those student achievement percentiles, that is correlated to increasing STAR scores. When we decrease those numbers in our screener, then we are increasing numbers. So we found a nice correlation between our GPM and the summative, which is a good thing to find during the year. That means that we can trust progress monitoring as it's happening during the year, and that we can expect that the progress monitoring results will predict the end of year summative. And so what we see here is we've met our target of 49%. Last year it was 47%, so we grew by 2%. And also, just for a little bit of context, 49% is on par with where the state of Texas performed at MEETS last year. So the state of Texas, 49% of students scored at MEETS, and we did too in Austin ISD. And so you can see next year we've got another increase in our targets at 52, 55%. And as we look at progress monitoring a little bit more this year and start reporting on that, I think our first report on literacy progress and on monitoring is not actually until February. We have a January report on numeracy and I think a February report on literacy. So we'll continue to report that. That'll be beginning of year progress monitoring, and we'll hopefully see those correlations again as we go forward. And then I'll hand it over to our humanities director, elementary humanities director, Ms. Liliana Kendrick, to talk a little bit more about the breakdown of the data and analysis and some root causes.
Thank you, Dr. Maxwell, and good morning, Board of Trustees, Ms. President, and Superintendent. Good morning, and good evening.
No, it's morning
It's
now.
morning. I'm deeply honored and humbled to present to you the table. Dr. Maxwell always talk about, you move the table, Dr. Maxwell. The table, she always talks about this, but I'm very excited to talk about the 2021 to 2024 and 25 results of the district of the early literacy. And as you will see on the chart, it talks about the district progress towards goal 1 and ensure that all the students are reading on grade level by the end of their grade. As we look at the 5 years, the start reading data, trends across the students' groups, and the key insight for our root cause analysis. So I will talk about how the table and how it summarizes the third grade students meeting grade level or above start reading assessment in both English and Spanish from 2020-21 through 2024 and 2025. As you can see in the first row, the percent of all the students meet grade level increasing from 47% to 2023 to 2024 to 49% and 2024 to 2025, meeting the yearly target established on this cycle. It is important to notice that these represent the continued progress following the post-pandemic recovery efforts of the literacy instruction. As we can see, the district met in 2025 the yearly targets with 49% achieving at above grade level. When we examine the trends over time, we see that every student group demonstrates growth for the previous year. Tonight, We totally celebrate the collective work or the dedication of our teachers, administrators, and academic teams who have made this progress possible. As you can look on the table, we can see that all the students grew from 47% to 49%. African American students grew from 23% to 29%. Hispanics, Latinx students grew from 29% to 31%. Our special education students shows an increase from 22% to 28%, and emerging bilingual show an increase of 23% to 24%, and at equity disadvantaged students show an increase of 23% to 25%. Even the modest gains across multiple subgroups are significant because they reflect consistent system-wide progress. So as you can see, we totally analyze that every subgroup either met or exceeds 24 and 25 goals. Our Asian group maintained a performance of 75%, exceeding the 69% target, and our white students achieved 76%, meeting in 24 and 25 targets. American Indian students surpassed expectations and grew to 78%, and two or more groups shows an increase of 73% to 75%. As you can see, these gains are reflect an impact of collective instructional commitment and strategic interventions in supporting across of all groups. Having said that, we also know that we can see how the data is encouraging, but it is also important to acknowledge the ongoing variabilities in performance among the student subpopulation. For example, the white students are performing at 76%, while the African American students are at 29%, and our Hispanic Latin students are at 31%, and our special educations are at 28%. So as you can see, these gaps emphasize the need for sustaining and strategic efforts to close the disparity through intentional support and differentiation teaching. So now we will talk about how these are a root cause and how we are dealing with our ongoing challenges. As you can see, the achievement gap still persists and remains an ongoing work that needs to be uplifted for our historical underserved students. The data recognize that the groups are consist on consistent and high-quality Tier 1 instruction across all classrooms and campuses. We want to make sure we have a strong progress monitor system to identify and respond to student needs, and we want to have an intensive support for campuses with higher concentration of emerging bilingual, African Americans, economically disadvantaged, and special education students. So in summary, the data affirms that we're moving forward, but yet there is still work ahead to guarantee equitable literacy growth for all students. So one of the things that I wanted to talk about is, like, as we can see the growth, we still have a lot room to grow within our system. And so one of the next steps that we want to focus with that is to make sure that we're expanding targeted professional development with our literacy and interventions. One of the main things that we analyze is that this past Monday, November the 4th, we have a district professional development, and we were able to provide differentiation training to our teachers. One of the main things was making sure that we taught foundational skills for our bilingual students and teachers that support our special students, and our ESL teachers that do foundational skills, as well our students in 3 to 5 that we want to make sure we do the comprehension and addressing the needs to meet in the STAR test. And of course, one of the main things we want to make sure is to continue to look at the real data about formative assessments, especially when it comes to targeted instruction for interventions. One of the big things that we are working on making sure the data is through the Reading Academies certifications. We are currently certifying 250 teachers, and one of them, we have one of the largest number of special education. Dr. Cherry just presented to you about special education and the importance of closing that, and one of the biggest underserved population has been our special education students. And as you can see, we grew our percentages, but it's still very low percentages that we need to continue to grow and have our students. So that's one of the biggest things we want to highlight. We also want to highlight that we're strengthening our dual language literacy support and ensuring that all the students are being developed and be biliteracy. And lastly, we want to continue to support coaching and collaborating PLCs as part of one of the efforts on having a high quality instruction. So I would like to close with the data saying that we want our data to be more than a progress, persistence, and promising for AISD. We achieve our annual benchmark, begin closing post-pandemic disparities, and see clear evidence that our early literacy strategies are creating a lasting impact. Our focus remains clear to ensure that every child, regardless background, language, or ability, becomes a confident reader by third grade in Austin ISD. So thank you for your continued support and partnership with this vital and transformative work. Together, we are shaping the brighter future for our students. And now, I am happy to pass it out to Ms. Pace to talk about our Outliers Summary.
Thank you. Good morning, trustees, President Boswell, Superintendent Segura. Thank you for the opportunity to just highlight some of our Band 1 and 2 campuses that performed above the district average or showed significant growth. I'm excited to brag on the great work they're doing. Despite facing greater challenges in the Support and Resource Index, these schools have proven that fidelity to strong instruction and data-driven collaboration can close gaps and accelerate literacy growth. So Galindo Elementary has demonstrated remarkable growth with third grade meets grade level performance and above increasing from 19% in 2024 to 51% in 2025, and that's surpassing the district average of 49%. The growth reflects a culture of collaboration among grade level teams and vertical teams. Data-driven instruction and responsive teaching is embedded in the campus culture. Weekly PLCs, structured lesson preparation, and frequent walkthroughs ensure alignment and better implementation of high-quality instructional materials during the literacy blocks. General education teachers and special education teachers plan together, co-teach, and they work really intentionally to scaffold rigorous grade-level content. Teachers implement effective engagement and behavior strategies, keeping students focused and really maximizing learning time. And student goal setting is a core practice at Galindo that fosters ownership, motivation, and accountability for progress. When Montessori has shown steady, significant growth on the third grade STAR reading assessment, rising from 17% at meets and above in 2023 to 35% at meets and above in 2024 and 43% at meets and above in 2025. This progress reflects the intentional work launched in 2023 to align the Montessori language curriculum with the science of teaching reading while maintaining authenticity of the Montessori model. The campus leadership team partnered with our incredible humanities team and our amazing multilingual education team, investing a significant amount of time to align Montessori language curriculum to the science of teaching reading and to develop and implement a literacy plan that blends HMH and our intervention resources, El Camino and El Próximo Paso, into a coherent and systematic approach. Our literacy partner also provided support to improve comprehension instruction and strengthen intervention groups to accelerate learning so that students make more than 1 year growth. And just wanted to see if either of you wanted to just add a little bit about the work to align the Montessori curriculum with our curriculum.
Yeah, I think Montessori is so unique the way we do in AISD, and there has been a lot of work, and we have been working with the principal and their team and their coaching team to make sure that the teachers have the resources that they need. Definitely it was disparity like we show, and the data also showed that the need of providing strong materials, especially for our bilingual students and our ESL learners, students that she has a great number. So we came together, we provided some resources we aligned the curriculum and trying to work with her with the Montessori model and how it also reading required explicit and systematic instruction for some other students. So we were able to align, provide her the materials. She grabbed the materials. We kind of continue to provide professional development, and their teams took it, and that's how the instruction has been happening. And I think that's also have been an impact, making sure that these numbers are changing on making sure the students are reading.
Yeah, thank you. It was a big lift, and it is paying off. Early literacy indicators show a decline in the percentage of kinder and first grade students flagged at risk for dyslexia, signaling stronger foundational reading skills. And additionally, at Wynn Montessori, the lower elementary team, it's now in its third year together, and that's been a driving force. They've been able to engage in ongoing professional learning and coaching cycles and targeting tutoring to accelerate growth. Blackshear Elementary has demonstrated strong literacy progress as well, with the meets grade level or above performance increasing from 41% in 2024 to 51% in 2025, also surpassing the district average of 49%. And the team there consistently used high-quality instructional materials supported by regular observation and feedback cycles, and they have a robust data tracking system that really informs instruction in real time. Additionally, departmentalization allowed the third grade team to deepen their expertise in content, enhancing instructional quality. And similar to what they do in math, they use a station rotation model, even in the literacy block, as well as a system for writing and typing practice as part of the weekly schedule. Writing has also been embedded across science and social studies, which reinforce literacy skills in multiple contexts. And they have strong student-teacher relationships, and active engagement strategies kept students motivated and on task. And finally, Campbell Elementary, our media and performing arts school, demonstrated exceptional third grade literacy growth, increasing meets grade level and above performance from 33% in 2024 to 53% in 2025, also surpassing the district average. Implementing high-quality instructional materials contributed to their success, along with data-driven small group instruction. The campus has a strong system for PLCs, and the leadership team conducted regular observation and feedback cycles. Interventionists and instructional coaches partnered with teachers to deliver targeted support and close learning gaps. And despite a staffing vacancy, Campbell benefited from a pre-service teacher from Austin Community College to provide additional classroom support during core instruction and intervention, which resulted in accelerated student learning. And then I want to mention a few other campuses, although below the district average. Hart, Andrews, Jordan, Wooten, and Zavala saw a double-digit increase in the percent of students scoring at meets or above on the third grade STAR reading test. Hart was at 15% in 2024 and 28% in 2025. Andrews grew from 11% to 22%, Jordan from 5% to 16%, Wooten from 13% to 24%, and Zavala from 20% to 32%. So this is just demonstrates that when such strong systems and instruction is intentional, students thrive no matter the challenges. The campuses remind us that progress is predictable when we stay focused on Tier 1, data-driven instruction and collaboration. Any additional thoughts before I go into next steps? Okay. So next steps for our literacy focus. We want to have a clear and consistent communication of instructional expectations for all campuses. We'll continue ensuring every classroom provides rigorous grade level literacy instruction every day, which is not just using HQIM, but using it as intended. We'll continue to work on that. It also includes consistent communication of expectations, such as our detailed posted schedules and fidelity to high-quality instructional materials, and providing supports that help students access complex text. Targeted, meaningful professional learning for all teachers and instructional leaders. Teachers, coaches, and leaders will engage in targeted, ongoing professional learning centered on the AISD literacy curriculum and effective practices, especially through instructional rounds and coaching observation and feedback cycles. And PLCs will remain a hub for improving lesson delivery, data analysis, and alignment to our HQIM. We'll provide an ongoing investment in campus leaders as instructional leaders. You've heard us mention this, but we've expanded our Lighthouse Schools initiative from last year, now having 6 campuses that are serving as learning labs for 37 schools, leadership teams to come together for hands-on professional learning and application. These Lighthouse campuses receive support in effective coaching, leadership structures, and PLC practices that accelerate student outcomes. At the district level, executive directors will continue monthly professional learning focused on content-based coaching and conducting instructional rounds to calibrate expectations across campuses. And we have really been enjoying that, just getting to observe alongside curriculum and really coming out and debriefing and thinking about what is the highest leverage action step to move the work. Additionally, we'll use the Support and Resource Index and School Improvement designations to differentiate support. This includes increased coaching frequency, aligned resource allocation, and focused monitoring of campuses and student groups not yet showing equitable progress. Lighthouse schools have been strategically located to support campuses serving our highest need and historically underserved students. And finally, we want to strengthen family engagement and partnerships. We'll expand family engagement in literacy, continuing to share the multilingual curriculum newsletters for each unit with strategies and book recommendations and community connections. And schools will host literacy nights, book fairs, and workshops that actually equip families to support reading at home. Would y'all like to share any additional thoughts on next steps?
I guess just to mention too, we changed actually the way that we're sending out the newsletter this year. We had sent it through campuses last year, and instead of doing that this year, we just worked with our communications department and are sending it out at the district level. And so I've actually even received more feedback or comments on that this year, that people are receiving it and they see it and are making some connections to what their students, what their children are learning, and able to help with a few activities at home. So that, I think that was a good shift.
Can I just say something about that?
Of course.
One of the things that I have received is from the parents reach out. The first unit that went out, a parent emailed me back and says, I really appreciate the newsletter that has been sending home so that I can find out what my student is learning. And the newsletter actually answered the questions about how can I support my child at home in kindergarten. And it helped me to know what to do with it. So I really appreciate and I enjoyed the letter. So I thought that was very neat. We have a lot of questions. Trustee Hunter said, what are we doing and how two-way communication it has been. And we just sent the newsletter for Unit 4 that started this week. And actually a partner, it's a partner in the city that partners with the librarians. And she was very thrilled with the letters because she has a student in AISD. And she goes, could you please reach out to me? I want them to know that their students can check out their books with their AISD account, and that will be great to add on the newsletter. So I scheduled a meeting with her next week to tell me more about so that we can continue to add that. So it has been a very powerful and amazing way to send those at the district level and get back the community back about how can we continue to enrich students at the district level. So yes.
And I think that concludes our report, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Fantastic. Thank you all so much. A lot of positive stuff here. Thank you. Who wants to start? Trustee Hunter.
Quickly, I just wanted to know, the teacher that you mentioned, I'm going to claim her, Miss Alvater Manriquez, is mine. So I know she's a good teacher because I made her. So she's going to be a great bilingual teacher also, which is what she really wanted. So I'm excited about that she had the chance. Actually had 2 residents at Campbell. The question I have is, one is a wondering, because you mentioned the reading academies. And so I'm just wondering, because that seems like that takes you out of the, like it's teachers I've never heard good things about it, first of all. But if you get it, like, let's say you're a college graduate and you take STR in college, do you still have to do the reading academies?
Yes.
I have to figure out a way around that, because that is, if we could save y'all some time, like we could give them to you and they're like ready to go. Let me think about that one. But so I was just wondering, I was like, oh, you have to go through that and then you still have to go to reading academy.
I think previously, typically, the state would sort of do something like this in a meantime, but then once teacher prep caught up and then there was a certification involved with it, usually once teachers were certified in that, you didn't attend those anymore. That did not happen with reading academies. We'll also be starting math academies, implementing those in a couple of years. That's new in legislation.
That's good. That's good. It's not a bad thing. It's a good thing.
I will say,
It's
when
just
it was
time.
first rolled out, it was all virtual, and you were a reading specialist in Round Rock at the time, and and we're grading all of those artifacts and doing all of that. So it was a lot of hours on the computer. Now that it's the comprehensive model, it's much more in person, and not only do they come in person for professional development, but our Reading Academy specialists go out to the campuses and coach the teachers in the classrooms. So they'll observe instruction and they do some coaching, and observe and do some coaching, and so it's much more personal. And Ms. Kendrick mentioned a large percentage of this year's are special education teachers, because we've been hiring a lot, and so now they're going through the reading academies. And so those coaches are, instead of them just getting the same training everyone else does, they do get that, but then they also get coaching where the Reading Academy specialists can actually individualize that to how they're working with their special education students, which is a little bit different than what the classroom teacher is delivering, depending on the model. Yeah.
So I think it's, we're seeing the results, and I think it's a confluence of all of it, right? It's EC through 6 having the STR, and then it's like having HQI. I'm doing a lot of initials, but it's HQIM, and it's fidelity to that. And so I think all of that is giving us. But I still have this like lingering question. So how do we accelerate progress in 3rd grade for that's persistent gap for African Americans, Hispanic, emerging bilinguals, students with special education services, and EcoDis? Like, how do we've done it now, right? We pushed. So like, how do we like push up further? Because what was the story before is that it would be whatever number, we'd miss it and be like, oh, next year's even higher. It's like, we didn't even make this year. Well, now we've made that. So how do we accelerate it?
So that is actually a question. I mentioned this, I think, I don't know when on Monday, we'll actually be reviewing the recent progress monitoring that we've done, some things we've seen in the classroom, but also working with our partner. And again, a very large number of randomized classrooms all across the district, 22 campuses, I think. And that's one of the things that we're focusing on. So not only do we see all these things, but specifically with the student population seeing in classrooms, what are we seeing in classrooms together that might be contributing to this, so that we can dig deeper into that root cause. That was one of the things that we had talked about at the end of last year. We really want a better root cause on this, so that we can get some better strategies that address that. Is it dynamics in the classroom? Is it instruction at certain campuses, or is it not enough peer engagement? Is the engagement not where it needs to be? Lots of questions. Is it a programming contribution for emergent bilinguals? Like all of those questions that we have. So that's part of the thing that we're really focusing on this year with our classroom observations, our progress monitoring, and some of the work that we're doing in our lighthouse campuses as well. So we're learning about that a little more on Monday to start the year, and adjust the strategies as we go. I love the improvement. I mean, I'm always happy for that, and I want to give kudos to everyone for that work, and all of our campuses for that work. But it is something that we have to do, and if we really are going to see equity at the end of the 5 years, or at least getting closer to equity. I know that it's hard to get equity in 5 years when we have centuries of lack of equity. But I think that with the right systems, we can get a heck of a lot closer than we are right now.
Excellent. My second question is, we've talked about HQIMs and now monitoring that, having a more centralized focus of that. Can you, it's really a two-part question, like how is the district measuring it? And if you are, can you tell me right now, 80% of all campuses are
88% of
88. Oh, I was close.
88% of campuses are using it. In comprehension, 100% is what we found. And then foundational skills, it was a little lower, like in the lower 80s, because there are some campuses for foundational skills that are using a different program, but they are using HMH for comprehension.
Mm-hmm.
Because typically, if you, like really great reading is an example, it just has the foundational skills piece, but not the comprehension piece that goes with it. And so they're still using HMH for comprehension.
Okay.
And it's also interesting, Dr. Maxwell, kind of the progression. So fall, because we assess where we are, and so this is the third year that we put that data, right? So we did fall 24, spring 24, and then fall 25. So we're at 88%. Go ahead.
Spring 2024, spring 2025, then spring 2020. I said that wrong. It's late, y'all.
I got you.
Did you say it right? This is the fourth round. This is actually the fourth round. Yeah.
Okay.
But it's been progressing every semester. It actually has been moving, which is to where we are now, which has been really, really great. And then the comment that Leona, you made about, maybe it was Dr. Maxwell. I don't know. My brain's melting right now. Around incorporating our special education educators into the training. I wonder, do you think that's one of the reasons that you're seeing the growth in that student population on this table? Because right now, a target was, last year we were at 22, 23, 24 was 22. Our target was 23, and we were at 28.
Mm-hmm.
What are the things that you think are kind of driving that? I shouldn't be asking questions, but I was just building off your question, really. I don't know.
Well,
we've talked about it a lot. I just want to make sure that it gets out there because it's good to share.
The population that we're talking about now, the students that the teachers that we're coaching, this is going to be, the teachers that we're coaching are in reading academies right now, and so this would have been, from last year's results.
Should even get better. Should be better.
So I think I think actually we're going to continue to see those improvements, and we're already exceeding targets several years out. So but that's no matter. We should just continue to see those improvements still. But so much of this has to do with the fact that our special education students are in our classrooms. They're serviced by special education teachers, but they are also served by our core classroom teachers. And so when both of those things start to get better, and we get more clear on expectations for our special education students and how we can support that, how the core teacher can support that, then you'll see the numbers move too. And I think that was a lot of last year's work.
Can I also say, last year we also collaborated along with the special education team and the dyslexia department to make sure that we were aligning the resources for the HQIM. We also have a lot of correlation to make sure that we were all speaking the same language. We were all talking about structured literacy. We were talking about science or reading and making sure that we were going to emphasize that instruction and provide the feedback. We also have a lot of meetings together as we look at map reading growth, as well as map reading fluency and map growth. As part of our assessments, we correlate our data. We're making sure that we are providing, and we're also screening for dyslexia early, as we are required on the lower grades, to see, and we can identify the students early so that we can provide the services that they need, and then interventions. So we're not waiting for the students to take so long. We are addressing the issue early so that we can provide the services. So I also have to say to Dr. Cherry Lee and her team, with the academic, like she mentions, we have partnered to do the work, and that's what we need to do, continue to partner in doing the work.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No. I was just going to add that, last year we were really working on refining our MTSS systems, and so we were really intentional about having tier 2 and 3 interventions scheduled in our daily blocks and not pulling students out of tier 1 instruction. And I just think that intentionality too made a big difference in students receiving special education, accessing core instruction, grade level instruction.
Okay. And my final question, and it's always, it costs money, right, to do all of these things. And I know that we've prioritized Band 1 and Band 2 campuses. How are, I guess the question ultimately is, do you need more? I'm sure the answer will always be yes. But what as we're moving and thinking and shifting, where can we support you more? Because we want to see those numbers improve.
Well, I mean, we've talked a little bit about some of our instructional materials dilemma, and I always go back to that because they are incredibly expensive. And just the way that the state is funding that differently now. We have leaned into some of the resources that the Ed Fund has provided to be able to purchase some materials, some extra materials for teachers that we didn't use instructional materials allotment for, or the borrowing from the general fund that we've done before as well. So materials are always an issue. Of course, as a support for teachers, content interventionists are I think they've made a huge difference on our campuses as well. Some campuses had them, but now more campuses have them more strategically placed. And so those are always a huge help when the teacher has to provide Tier 1 instruction, Tier 2 interventions, and sometimes Tier 3 interventions. That's a big load on the teacher. It really is. And so content interventionists make a big difference. Any other thoughts on specific funding?
No, I think it's just continue, just like Dr. Maxwell said, they're very expensive. So one of the things that we're looking forward to see, and I'm waiting to see what the state will vote at the end of this month, what materials are going to come up on the list, will be decodables, will be manipulatives to make sure that we have more books in the hands of the kids that they align. And so, books are expensive, but they are needed for our kids to read. So probably also manipulatives, but they can do the letters and they can create all, manipulative boards. That's also the other piece that we need. Just like math needs manipulatives, literacy needs manipulatives. And so that probably will be a next step for us to continue to look and see what the step adopts and see how can we find more funds to provide more resources in decodable books in classrooms.
Excellent, thank you. And then finally, I know that we know here that we see the movement, but I wanted to share a community sentiment that you may hear, and it's, it's so low. Why do you expect so little of our kids? And the explanation when we go and say it's because they started so much further behind, and it really doesn't ever land well with our community members. And that's why I'm really ready to see that accelerate, because we already know what our children can do, and we want to just see that. And we wish that we could just look at the whole child and say, we approve, but unfortunately, as our superintendent has said, we are judged by the one test on that one day, one time of year. But what we really care about is that kids can read, kids love reading, which means they will continue to read, which means they will continue to learn. Thank you.
Yeah, Trustee Hunter, because I'm often having to answer that question, and so we do hear it a lot. And I think what's really great is we're still pretty early on, and a lot of the systems and a lot of the work is really just now beginning to show that it's responding the way that we would expect. And so, though this is promising, I would expect only for it to improve, especially given what we've done last year and just the stability of the system. And so, I'm actually really encouraged where I know I never want to move targets. I mean, I always talk about that, but once you get 2 years, and you really do see now we're past our 5-year horizon. Okay, now let's go. It's you want to get those first 2 years because you wonder if it's a quick start and then the system responds quickly, but is it going to settle down or is it a resource issue? But I think we're thinking the way you are. We want to see it, move the way Dr. Kaufman talks about, I'm just really excited. I feel like we're got to stay the course, continue on, be bold. But yeah, we want to see what you want, and it's unfortunate where we started. But we think we can get to where we all want to be. We just got to keep going.
Thank you, Trustee Singh.
I was just going to say, I'm really encouraged by these results. And you always talk about, Superintendent, how we're starting to see, the impact of some of these systemic changes we've made with investing in our teachers and the science of reading and special education. So I am really excited to see this, and just thank you so much for the work. I was curious to know, so in the table, it shows the annual results on the STAR test. And so I was wondering, and I don't think it goes back to pre-COVID, but I was curious to know if that's something that you all are tracking as well, to see if we've, gone back to like how far we are from pre-COVID levels. You don't have to answer now, but that is just something that might be interesting to include in our reports, if TEA will allow us to do that.
Yeah, I mean, we can certainly look. I know we, early on in our time together, we talked about like pre-COVID, post-COVID, and getting back to pre-COVID numbers. I wonder if there's a different way to show that. I mean, if it's STAR assessment, given, kind of what's changed, we can certainly make that comparison. We can look at that. I'm trying to think, what are the data sets we could use to make that comparison better?
I mean, I think it would just be looking for like one earlier year.
Just on meets and exceeds, and just kind of, because is that just kind of see where it was, even though
just to kind of see if we're back up? It would be helpful to know that.
I think we could look at that and include
That's what I say. I would say like
in a data analysis.
NAPER, it's not the same assessments. I'd almost want to use like NAPER. I think there's probably some, if I was going to track something like year over year, I know it's not every year, but because there's been so much change, we can do it.
I mean, maybe it's more trouble, but just like, is there a simple way to answer, like, hey, are we back up to pre-COVID levels? I don't know exactly how we would be able to.
I'd use NAPE for that. We have that. I mean, I can go back that far.
Okay, that would be helpful.
I think we could include that. I know the state looks at that. Reading, I believe, is statewide for the meets level. I don't know about all grade levels, just so I was looking at this today, but they're not yet for math. So, you see some variability there as well, but I think we could look back at the scores and just make a simple comparison.
Yeah. Okay, great. Well, I really appreciate the presentation and all the work, and I thought that the outliers definitely told an interesting story, so that was really well done, so thank you. I don't really have a question. That you answered them all in your presentation, so thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Trustee Belici.
Oh, sure. Hey, thank you so much. I wanted to know who is struggling the most.
You mean in general in our observations, or according to this data set that we provided?
According to this data set that you provided.
Well, so that's what we mentioned, I think, a little bit in our report. There continues to be a very large gap with our African American students and our Hispanic students. Not as much compared to all students, but compared to some of the highest performing ones and that have typically been high performing. So I think those students are certainly struggling the most. I think economically disadvantaged is a little bit of a little bit harder to disaggregate just because there are so many populations involved with that. Our emergent bilinguals too, I would really like to see. I like to see some movements, of course, in those scores, but would like to see more as we get deeper into fidelity of programming and working with the curriculum structures that we put in place that really support dual language programming.
Thank you. Who is not included in the data?
I don't know. I mean, right now, I would say in this data that we had, that we report, it's only a slice of third grade. I think our progress monitoring does a pretty good job of telling the story of what's happening in the primary years and in K2. I know we only report second grade, but usually when we report that, we also say, hey, we're also seeing movement in kindergarten and first grade. So third grade helps tell that story a little bit. It doesn't tell the story as much as what's happening in fourth and fifth grade. We're going to see the benefits of the work that we did focusing on early literacy with K2 sooner in third grade. It takes a little longer there to get to fourth and fifth grade. They're also reading significantly more complex texts. Sometimes it's shocking what a fifth grader has to read or be able to understand from some of those texts. So it doesn't tell the whole story of elementary. It's just a slice of third grade. So it's an indicator, but certainly just one of the things that we look at.
Thank you. That answered my question.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was curious along those lines, if there's something more, I don't want to say specific, but like looking forward to see the ongoing effects of this work as the students are matriculating to the higher grades. We do have those progress monitors for before. Is there specific thought on how we're going to track like the lasting progress for these students?
So one of the early things that we started to do last year, we haven't done it yet with end of year. Well, not in this manner, not in the sort of sense of what we're looking at it right now. But one of the things we did last year when we got our first two STAR projections, which would have been from mid-year map, the winter map, and then also the STAR interim, we started looking at those scores, third, fourth, and fifth grade, to see what the movement looked like. And we found third, most movement was starting in third, but we were also seeing some positive movement in fourth and fifth grades. And actually most of it was not only a change in students that, decrease in students that did not meet, but there was a significant increase in students that were at the meets level. So it was almost as if quite a significant number of students moved from did not meets, and they didn't just get to approaches, they actually moved up to meet. So we kind of saw a pretty significant and positive shift there. It's just kind of a regular indicator that we look at all the time. It's definitely while we're still focusing on early literacy and those structures and foundations, part of our progress monitoring as well. We're looking at third through fifth grades. Well, we're actually looking at sixth through eighth grades too, but third through fifth grade to make sure that we have a better understanding of what's happening in those upper grade levels. There's some differences and nuances in instruction and just making sure those students are successful, because you definitely have to have all these quality practices. And also, to be fair to students, there's this assessment coming at the end of the year that may not be the best assessment of everything that they know, but we have to be fair to them and ask questions at times that are aligned with that assessment. So you have to sort of embed that into your teaching from time to time, if it's done well, so that it doesn't feel like or look like or sound like test prep. But those are the kinds of things we monitor. We're monitoring in the upper grade levels, and of course data as it comes in. We also have curriculum-based assessments for third through fifth grade, and so we are setting up systems now to monitor how those curriculum-based assessments are going, and working with our campus leaders and our teachers on data protocols for them to be able to look at it and really look at student work associated with that. So for this case, some student work associated with how they're answering their questions and showing their thinking, and certainly in the writing. I know this is a reading assessment. We don't talk as much about the writing, but to know it's difficult to score meets on this assessment without having a really good extended constructed response, that essay that they write. So it has to be pretty on target. It has to have pretty strong language conventions in it. And so at this meets level, you can see that students are doing that.
So then I think along those lines, you were talking about some of the practices and the elements for implementing this. Are there takeaways that we're looking at that then apply to secondary into those later grades? I know the content changes and the general instructional model changes, but are there still foundational elements in this that are applicable for later that we're carrying on?
Absolutely. This is from last year, where we didn't target any of our professional development on third through fifth grade. This is all professional development targeted on K2. But practices, good practices cross over. And again, we saw some improvement in math last year. We didn't have any professional development. We had a little professional development, I don't want to say any. We had some professional development, but it wasn't our focus. It wasn't our area to really go all out in. And so this growth that we're seeing in third grade was just a result of administrators and teachers sharing practices and that transferring over to the upper grades. So yes, quality practices at a campus and quality practices across teachers and PLCs definitely can affect other grade levels and other content areas too.
Yeah, so then I would say my last question along those lines, like we mentioned earlier, we're doing some of those two-way engagements and, that piece with the community and going over, this type of data. And when we have talked about the adjustments we've made to the scorecard goals and the way that, that it works generally, we have these things early childhood, and then it's really college career readiness. And the idea being, that those are kind of guiding stars that should, direct the rest of the curriculum through it. And so I'm curious as to, what we can be doing moving forward to looking to making sure that alignment is connecting all the way through, as it kind of relates to the watching these students matriculate. But like now we don't particularly have a middle school goal in general. You were talking about writing before as just, an example, but like not necessarily that we have to have another specific scorecard goal, but like, if we're giving thought into how we're going to make sure that alignment connects all the way from third grade to college career readiness.
So I think one of the amazing things that we've seen this year, and it's had some growing pains as well, is the better vertical alignment with our teams. I think for things like that, what we really lean into is the good work that we've started and that we're continuing. That's the kind of work that you find you lean into an academic vision, an academic framework for that, because that's not just for the early levels, that's for the entire district, right? And have already started those practices moving into middle school, those same practices. So it is not talking about elementary tonight, but it's not just staying in elementary. Those are the academic practices that we've put into place and all the things we've done to support curriculum instruction and that we're building with our PLC framework in the spring. But also the school leadership practices. Ms. Pace and Dr. Amerson and Dr. Wilson we meet regularly, all the time, regularly and all the time, to talk about those practices and really share not just what's happening academically in the classroom, but the school leadership practices, the executive director practices, and how we're supporting and coaching campuses. It's been one of the, I think, benefits of the restructure that we did over the summer, to really be able to talk more and bring the teams together and see the vertical alignment, so that we aren't causing gaps in between, work that we're doing at the early levels and then just sort of hoping for great secondary outcomes, but not aligning the work in between, right?
And the MTS.
Yeah.
No, and I would just say also the MTSS and the instructional materials that we put in place, we collaborated with secondary to make sure that we align all the instructional materials, like they got rewords for secondary, and we were able to use the other materials for elementary, so we are aligning our systems. To your point, like we want elementary to continue to be successful, and if the students are not, then we continue to provide intervention support for those students and reading for middle school and high school.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and to make it clear for the community and anybody that's still watching or watches the replay, but I know that that's come up when we've talked about the scorecard goals, is understanding that it's informing all the work that's connecting from those pieces, and so I appreciate you highlighting how that progress in third grade is being maintained and how we are projecting it, all the way through high school. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Coffin. Anything? Asked and answered. Thank you. All right, good. Thank you. I just have a couple. First, thank you for this. It's exciting to see really consistent across every student group. Really exciting to see that and to hear how the work really goes back all the way to the foundations before third grade. So thank you for that. I just have a question looking at the data. When you look at 2021-22, you see numbers that are consistently higher, and then it dips down and comes back up. And I would love to understand your understanding of what you're seeing there. and why we're seeing that and what you expect to see going ahead, which you've made really clear as you expect to see growth. So I'd love to understand that pattern. Thank you.
Yeah, so we talked about those changes as well, where you see kind of some ups and downs, and also, some inconsistencies, I think, too, across student populations of whether they're also going up or down with the all population. So again, a little bit of indication that not everything was necessarily aligned, but definitely some, good things can happen from year to year. There was a change in the STAR assessment at that time. What was it, 22, 23? Mm-hmm. And 22, 23. And so I think with the previous STAR assessment, you had a couple of years with that assessment, and then you had a change in the assessment in 22, 23. Changed a lot of the way the passages were written and the kinds of passages that were included in the assessment. The extended constructed response was a new part of that, with other tests that included like the short constructed response and all of that. And so you saw a lot of student populations that struggled with that. That was a little before my time here, but I do know that was typically the trend with testing that year. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. And looks then like we've incorporated that and are moving steadily. So
yes.
Thank you. Exciting to see. Trustees, any other questions? All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Really appreciate the time and the work so much. Exciting to see. And we will be so lucky if we have to adjust some of our targets because we've flown past them. That would be a beautiful thing.
Yeah,
so thank you. Appreciated. Thank you. Good. Well, we are going to skip our executive session tonight. There's nothing that can't wait, and it is very late. So I want to thank my trustees for this productive conversation, and now we need to vote on accepting the monitoring report. And as a point of clarity, we're voting to accept this report as a formal acknowledgement that we had a satisfactory conversation with the superintendent and have a deeper understanding about how the current reality for students lines up with our vision for them. And at this point, I will entertain a motion to accept the report.
I move to accept the report.
Thank you, Vice President Willie Chu. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Trustee Singh. Any discussion? Having a motion by Vice President Willie Chu, a second by Trustee Singh to accept the monitoring report. All in favor, please raise your right hand. Motion passes by all on the dais. And thank you, trustees, for taking part in this commitment
I move to adjourn the meeting.
to our students.
Oh, sorry. Yes, that's you.
I have a motion from Vice President Willie Chu to adjourn the meeting, and the meeting is adjourned at 1:05 a.m. Thank you all so much, and thank you to our staff very much.